Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into Pubcoins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Upgrade your membership to gold. You will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Kengan. Kenny Kengan wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
Bouquett, you son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Kengan, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian, Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dom. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA when we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio, bizarre. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Legend.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, November 21st to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. My daughter made me a new pencil case, which I love very much. But we need to stay focused. We need to stay focused because we have a massive card today. We have college basketball action all day long. I went through every single game on this giant NCAA basketball card. I've made 9 bets. There's a couple more that I'm interested in making, and we will discuss all of that. We're actually going to have to open with college basketball. Jose's going to jump on with us because I've got action in the Shriners Children's Charleston Classic. I also have an investment in the Greenbrier Tip-Off, the Bad Boy Mowers series. So we got lots of action, man. Lots of action. I'm pumped up. So we're going to start with the 4 afternoon games I've got in college football that I bet. Every single college game, actually, every college game, every college football game of wine time too, bets have been placed on. This is investments have been made. We're not capping games to fill time. We are trying to hammer our bookies. So we got a huge show. We have NHL, 4 games in the NHL card. We had a winning night in NHL. I told you how important it was. Nothing's changed. It wasn't a massive winning night, but it was a nice winning night, and we need another one tonight. And I'm going to hammer Saturday's NHL card, and I'm going to keep pummeling NHL until I'm in the black and I can sit back and relax. We're coming off a winning day altogether. We did lose the over in the Thursday nighter. It felt pretty good. I'm not mad that we lost the Thursday nighter when, we were in incredible shape. I mean, that total got up to live total got up to like 58, 59. I'm mad that I didn't middle. I'm mad that I sit back and feel good about myself instead of continuing the investment opportunities. I mean, we're all sitting there live. So that I should have went for the middle and be sitting here going, well, it happens. But we got that money back with the Louisiana Raging Cajuns. We cashed with in college football. We went 3-1 in college basketball. You guys all saw. I said to everyone that the Utah Utes are the worst undefeated team in all of Power 4. What'd they do? They lost outright to Cal Poly. My man Matty Ice was on Cal Poly first half and full game, and he wanted me to join him on first half. I just haven't been doubling up on games this early in the college basketball season. I tell you what I am, though. I'm pumped up. I'm inspired. I want to win. Every last second. So another problem, though, with having to go through 65 or 70 college basketball games in the NBA and the NHL, and, we got Wine Times college football best bets. We got a Friday night is I didn't get to the records. I had to make a choice. I was like, look, I got a cap. I can't. And the reason why it sucks is because Wine Time and Justin Mcelvy are dominant, and I'm crushing it, but not to the extent they are. We're smashing NBA, and I want everybody to know we're going to have chances to take a breath, especially on these Fridays with Wine Time and Justin Mcelvy in NBA, because soon it'll just be Ivy League college, which is fun, but soon we'll be able to focus more on the NBA. Shout out to all the cappers here rocking with us, man. The Goracle joining us as well. Goracle joining us for the Friday night college football Hawaii game. Goracle, of course, Thursday, he cashed with the Houston Texans money line. Wednesday, he cashed with Arizona money line. Goracle running hot. Stacks plays of the day 1 and 2. Cincinnati in college basketball and the Golden State Warriors team total over as well. Let's get this all copied and pasted so we can attack. Billy Friedrich says furious at the Robert Morris bad beat. They were down 12, 14 seconds left in foul. I had lost because I had the 10.5. I was angry. That was my only loss in college basketball. But I could see why you are more angry. If it makes you less angry, we're getting paid for our survivor today, Billy Friedrich, today. Shout out to Jeff Slaughter. So I think when you see the email arrive saying that your PayPal account has a couple extra K in it, you'll forget all about Robert Morris for a little bit. We're getting paid today, Billy Friedrich. Congratulations on all your successes. You know what? Let's start there. That money's coming in. Again, another shout out to Jeff Slaughter. Always paying out these prizes, giving you right to the cent, taking a bath on the fees. Thinking about our community first, but also nice to cash with my man Pig Milk. Matty Ice, full card Friday. And there's the Pig Milk plays of the day, both today and for UFC on Saturday. Let me get this all copied and pasted. Let's go ahead and bring on. Wait for him to get back behind the camera because I'm excited to start the show the way we're starting it today. I own a plus 11.5. God, did I take a long look at that? He's also on UC Davis. I'm on them first half. We're going to go over that game in the near the end of the show. The late college basketball games, we're going to close the show with early college basketball games. We're going to start the show with. Let's get this all copied and pasted here. Then Oakland money line. I'm on Oakland too, but I'm on them minus 2.5, I believe. Billy Friedrich looking at UMass, Charleston, and Whiskey BYU games as live bet full game unders. That's another thing we can do. Good. Make sure my my phone's here to live bet. We can live bet here while we're rolling. But Taint is in. We have all this great action, and we're going to be going over it throughout the day. Peanut on the Blackhawks money line and Blackhawks team total over 2.5 minus 120. And he went 4-1 in NHL last night. Spectacular work, Peanut. I love to see it. Okay, so let's keep rolling here. Get everything copied and pasted, and then we'll get started here in a second in college basketball. While I'm copying and pasting, I put on this pro Boston outfit just to make the producer of the show that much happier, just that much more pleased to see me today. And I can't wait to rock with him. So the show begins with SN1P5. The show ends with SN1P5. Please welcome from San Antonio, Texas, young Jose Bouquett to the telecast. Jose, how are you, man?
Time is a flat circle, Jimmy. So let's get after it here. It should be very interesting to see what the college basketball has to offer us here.
I am pumped up. I'm just going to get 9 legacies action here. There's wine time. Nasty Nate, 124 days until Pubapalooza 5. We have NHL action, Wild first period money line, and Bruins -1 at plus 295. The line's going heavily against the Bruins. We're going to get into NHL right after these first 4 games of college basketball, but I want the Bruins. I've stayed off of NHL action thus far. The Goracle in the house, Hawaii, the Jets, and Bayern Munich as well. That Bayern Munich is in basketball here. Let's keep rolling. Mr. Sparkle in the house. Presidential-minded Kings just moved on the Whiskey Green Bay over first half team total. Let me get all of this. Popped up Utah State first half. So Big Scott, unfortunately, I don't like that. Big Scott and I are going heads up in that first game here. So let me just keep copying and pasting action as fast as I can. We got Jam Sports in the house. Dougie Wise says, great job, Dougie Wise, cashing that yesterday. Billy Friedrich just added Detroit Mercy plus 31.5. We have Taint full card Friday from Matty Ice. And I think that we are ready to roll here. Thank you, Nasty Nate, respecting the fit. I like it. Jerry Beatty, Rez Mob. We got the play of the day from Rez Mob. Whiskey, first half plus 2.5. I think I've got everything here. Here we go. Ron Lofton says, I remember when you could read the comments from the chat if you watch the show later. You still can, Ronnie Lofton. It just takes like 45 minutes or so, maybe an hour for the chat to download. So it's the same as it always is. You just can't watch it right away. It just takes like, as I said, 45 minutes or an hour to download. That's an issue that we've had, I've had for 10 years. The chat just doesn't download right away. That's all. Let's roll. We have these email addresses for us. So I don't know everybody like I usually do. Here. Yes, Jam saying YouTube showing different names today. Now you can change your name. We learned about this over the last 24 hours. It's your handle. Swiggy told us how to do it. So now I can't remember. I'm just so full of sports right now. I can't even remember, but it's on your YouTube options. All right, Jose Bouquett, my friend. It is time to rock. Get us started here. We're going to do 4 games in college basketball before we get into the National Hockey League. Let's roll, Jose. Set us up.
Yes, let's start off with the aforementioned Utah State Tulane game here. as our very first matchup that we're going to talk to the 4-0 Utah State Aggies and the 3-1 Tulane Green Waves. As always, you guys know how we rock here. The TD Arena in Charleston, South Carolina. $36 to enter the building. $36. Not too bad. A little pricey for this mid-major squad. This little Shiners Children Charleston's Classic, but god damn it, college basketball needs to be watched. This line opened up at -11 for Utah State at about 6 o'clock, got up to 11.5 last night, and then overnight went from 10.5 down to 9.5 here for Utah State. Where's the money on? Let's find out here. 63% of the bets, 83% of the money on Tulane here. So line moving and reacting to all that money here, Jimmy. First of all, would you pay $36 to go watch this ball game? And what are you on in this game?
You're damn right I would. You're damn right I would. I'd bring in my beer belly, the contraption, fill it with whiskey, and just get kicked out by the third quarter, probably.
Sure.
I guess there's no third quarters in college basketball. Sorry, get kicked out by the first 10 minutes of the second half. Yes, this is so you guys know what I want to do in all of my action, and you'll see it in almost every game of the 9 that I've bet thus far. And here, Utah State is the better basketball team. Nobody is questioning that here. What we want is to back a team that's skilled like Tulane that just got punched in the face, just got embarrassed by New Orleans badly. They lose by 22 points. They take their first L of the young season. The Privateers were 11.5-point dogs. The Privateers were up 11.5. Tulane was abysmal. They got outboarded badly, 40-23. They just couldn't do anything. They couldn't hit a 3 to save their life. They shot 35 from the field and 11% from 3. So here we go to a neutral site spot, and I can have a team at the beginning of this tournament that just went 3 of 27 from 3 at home in front of their fans, against a rival in the Privateers, completely embarrassed, and I can back them and know that they're going to be locked in the first half of this basketball game. I mean, this is not about the Aggies not being good. It's about the Aggies coming off a cupcake basketball game against UTEP. The Aggies have not played on the road all season long, and here they travel to Charleston, South Carolina, a neutral court in an early game in front of nobody against a team that just got embarrassed. Justin Mcelvy on the full game here. I am on the first half. I got Tulane first half +6 at -115. And I only got in on this a few hours ago. I hear that this is moving, as we speak. I'd be curious to see where it is now. But you can still, Tulane first half. You can still get the first half +5.5, +6. Nothing's really changed here. So that's it. This is just situationally a spot that I really, really like. I'm not fading the Utah State Aggies. I'm betting on 20 minutes of accountability, anger, and being locked in an early start strange spot for the Aggies to be in. So it's pretty simple. I think this is a great place to be on Tulane. First half +6 -115, Jose.
All right. Beautiful work. By the way, is that Paul Pierce on your jersey?
That is. And, and that goes with any athlete. If you get stabbed 8 times and are ready for game 1 of the following season, I will buy your jersey.
Well, shout out to Paul Pierce and shout out to that impervious skin of his as well. All right, game 2 here. Let's go to a little marquee matchup here, Jimmy. A little more marquee. Butler Bulldogs, South Carolina Gamecocks here. We're in the beautiful Colonial Hall in West Virginia here, and for the Greenbrier tip-off here, Jimmy. The beautiful West Virginia. Great place. $113 to get into this matchup here because it's a barn burner in West Virginia. Good matchup here. Can't wait to see it all unfold here. We have an opener at 3 for the Butler Bulldogs here. Got down to 1.5 at one point at 6 o'clock last night here, so still early. And then at 10, 11, got back up to 3, 2.5, 3, now up to 3.5 here for the Bulldogs here. As for where all of the market is here, we have 50% of the bets going each way and 61% of the money on the Cox here, Jimmy. Butler seeming a little interesting. What do you think?
Yeah, I bet Butler. Again, this just screams for me. You have a South Carolina team that hasn't traveled all year. It's been sitting in very comfortable spots and didn't look very good against Southern Miss. They needed overtime to get through Southern Miss, but then, beat the Cupcakes. They're supposed to beat Presbyterian, North Carolina A&T. I mean, just weaklings. They're coming off beating Radford by 29 points, all at home, all in comfortable situations. And what do we have from Butler? They're coming off playing at SMU, losing 87-85 in a very, very tight, very difficult basketball game. They were 7.5-point dogs. They were up at the half. They played very well. They just got cold and SMU went off in the second half. This was I thought a very impressive game by Butler. Everybody's going to see this 4-0 record for South Carolina, 3-1 against Butler. I have Butler sitting since the 15th. They've been sitting for 6 days. I mean, this was on Saturday that they lost. They've been sitting in the anger of losing a game that they seemingly had control of 7.5-point dogs in a very difficult environment. And now they come back here to White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia, in a neutral site game at Colonial Hall. And I think they're going to be locked in. Whether or not Butler is a better basketball team than South Carolina, this is all going to take some time to figure out. But I do believe that this is a great spot to back a team angry off of a loss against a team that's fat and happy, that just beat another cupcake on Tuesday, hasn't traveled, hasn't played on the road, even though this isn't considered the road, it's just neutral site. I'm on the Butler Bulldogs to take care of business. And Billy Friedrich says, White Sulphur Springs smells like ass. It's good enough for me, Jose. It's good enough. White Sulphur Springs is good enough for me. I'm on Butler -3.5, -111.
What I'm wondering is why it's got to be white sulfur. Why can't it be black sulfur springs?
Because then it would smell incredible, right? It's Von Polo, man. He's taught us, man. It would be, but white sulfur stinks.
Well, shout out to White Sulphur and shout out to this game here. Indeed here. Let's roll on to a little dumpster diving here, Jimmy. You're not opposed to put your hands in the filth. And I can't wait to see what you do with this game. The Massachusetts Minutemen versus the Charleston Cougars here in the UVI Sports and Fitness Center in beautiful St. Thomas of the Virgin Islands here. Go ahead and make your jokes. I come from the Virgin Islands. I'm a resident. I have a passport. Just go ahead and make your jokes, everyone. While you guys do, we'll be cashing tickets, hopefully, on this matchup here. This line, what an interesting line of all the lines on today's show here. This opened up -2 UMass. Gets to -1 at about 6 o'clock last night. Goes to -1.5 Charleston here. Goes down to -1. And then about 10:30 last night goes up to 2.5, 2, 3. Goes back and forth from there and is right now at a 3.5 for Charleston Southern. That's at BOL. Now, Jimmy, interesting enough, maybe this site has not reported. I'm going to guess that where the anonymous gambler does his trade, -1 UMass, just sitting there still. So interesting to see that. But everywhere else, 3.5 threes here. Heritage opened up at 2.5, got up to 3 here. bookmaker as well, a 3, and that opened up at bookmaker at a pick'em, and it got up there as well. So very interesting there. As for where the market is in this matchup here, we have 63% of the bets and 77% of the money on UMass here. So it does indeed seem like this is a Charleston spot, Jimmy. What do you think?
I think that's a stale line over where the anonymous gambler applies his trade.
Okay, cool.
I believe, because that hasn't changed.
I would assume so as well. Yeah, I just think they just haven't updated it, I guess.
9:54 p.m. is the last we've seen from it. I'm on Charleston here. I got late. I got in late. I don't know how much it will matter, honestly. UMass sitting here with 3 straight wins after that loss to Marshall. I mean, look at the fucking lemons that they've faced. The Albany Great Danes, they beat by 21. Now they were 9.5-point favorites. So, they got the job done, but the Albany's terrible. Then they win by margin against the Lemoyne Dolphins. They open up as 12.5-point favorites, close at 16.5-point favorites. Very comfortable game. Then they get the Central Connecticut Blue Devils here again, opening up at 10.5-point favorites, close at 12.5-point favorites. So they've had these gifts to start out the year. While Charleston's been playing tough basketball teams in tough situations. They play at Liberty. They lose by 15. They host Florida Atlantic. When they lost at home to Liberty, they were 9.5-point dogs. They were down 5 at the break. Liberty's just a better basketball team. Florida Atlantic, and it was there. Florida Atlantic Owls. I mean, they're just being put in tough spots. 5.5-point dogs, and Florida Atlantic, smacked them in the mouth. Then they bounce back. They show some fight. I mean, they was against the very weak South Carolina State Bulldogs team, 18.5-point favorites, but they were up 13 at the half. They win that game by 27 points. So they take out a little bit of anger. And then right back at it. Who do they face? They face the Drake Bulldogs. Take on the Drake Bulldogs. It was a very disappointing affair. They were 7.5. They opened up as 4.5-point favorites, closed as 7.5-point favorites, shot 34 from the field and 24 from 3. They've been through tests, difficult tests. And yes, you could say, well, they haven't passed them. And that would be a completely fair statement. But this giant market move towards a team that has, lost 3 of their last 4 against a team that's won 3 straight against Cupcakes is a move that I will back and agree with. Now, I did pay for the 3. I paid for the 3. So, I mean, maybe it's a sign of not being as confident as, when you pay for the 3. But I agree with the market move. I'm late to the party. I don't think it will matter that much. This is so much more difficult to spot for Massachusetts after these simple, easy, double-digit favorite home opportunities they've had. I'm on the Charleston Cougars here, -3, -121.
I joined you. I am on Charleston -3, -120 for me here. So let's go Cougars here. All right, last but certainly not least, a little marquee action for Jimmy the Bag. A little marquee action here. Wisconsin versus BYU and AJ DeBanza there. 4-0 Wisconsin, 3-1 BYU in the Delta Center in Salt Lake City, Utah, in the Bad Boy Mower Series. They're playing this game in Utah because that's probably where he's going to be playing next year. Shout out to Danny Ainge, who's paid for him to go to this school to begin with here. But let's talk about where this line has moved. And obviously, what the people really care about, Jimmy, $118 to get to this match. Would you rather use your $100 to get to the Colonial Hall in White Sulphur Springs for South Carolina Butler? Would you rather use your $100 to go to the Delta Center in Salt Lake City here with 2 ranked opponents going at it here? BYU, 3.5 opener here, seeing 4.5s here as well here. I'm not going to trust what the anonymous gambler is doing in his site right now, but 4.5 across the board here. BOL opened up at 3.5, got up to 4.5, got up to 6 at one point, interestingly enough, here at 10 last night. 10:30 it starts going down and back down to 4 there. Let's check out and see what Bookmaker is doing on this site as well. 4 got up to 6 at around 10:30 as well, and comes right back down to 5, 5.5. Now we're seeing 4, 4.5 currently there. Same story at Heritage as well. This time, this opened up at 5.5 for BYU, has come down to 4. Currently, as the market stands, we have 51% of the bets on BYU, 78% of the money on Wisconsin here. Jimmy, are you on the Badgers here?
I'm not.
Hmm.
I'm not on the Badgers. And this sort of, this kind of situation, the first thing that comes to mind, it's not the perfect example, and I could find it. But last night, I was on St. Joseph's. I was on the Hawks first half, plus 5.5. And the thinking behind it was we knew that St. Joseph's was a sharp side. We knew that UNLV had just come off a very important game that they'd won. And the idea was that the first 20 minutes, it's a letdown spot. When the game is all said and done, the best team can show out here. I'm not saying that I'm certain BYU is better than Wisconsin at all. What I'm saying is Wisconsin has not traveled. They have played 4 games that have been extremely, extremely easy. They have revenge from what happened against BYU last season that ended their season 91-89. So they could, show out in this basketball game. And, maybe the 5.5 maybe is too much. But I have a team in Wisconsin that hasn't traveled and has beaten every team by margin. Beat Campbell by 32, beat Northern Illinois by 25, beat Ball State by 31, and beat the Southern Illinois. That's Southern Illinois, right? Is that the right? No, SIU Edwardsville. Sorry, SIU Edwardsville by 25. Just easy victories. BYU had their easy victories. They also had a tough game against Villanova to start the year, but they had their easy victories. And then what happens? They play UConn on Saturday, high-profile game, everybody watching, and they lose 86-84. So they've been sitting here in 6 days thinking about the loss. It was in the Hall of Fame series in Boston. It was much must-watch situation. UConn shot 57 from the field and 44 from 3. UConn was in control. BYU mounted a furious comeback late and didn't have enough to get it done. I'm on BYU first half minus 2.5 at minus 112. Maybe Wisconsin can use the Rebenga. Maybe Wisconsin can do all of these things. But here in Salt Lake City, Utah, I think BYU is going to be angry. The crowd's going to be behind them. Wisconsin hasn't been tested. Now, maybe Wisconsin can take a punch in the face and come back and get their revenge and all those things. I'm not saying that they can't. The jury's out on how good these teams are right now. Situationally, though, I think I have an advantage with BYU first half, coming off the UConn loss against a team that hasn't been challenged. I'm on BYU first half. Jose Bouquett.
All right. Well, beautiful breakdowns there, Jimmy.
I'm pumped up, man. I'm pumped up. Now, we're just 500 in college basketball right now. Nothing to write home about. 12-12, which, with the VIG, I'm down 1.24 units. Coming off the 3-in-1 day. Afternoon action in front of us. Loaded live account ready to move if we feel it necessary. Wager Detective believing in that BYU off of the UConn loss as well. I got a nasty Nate on BYU. And look, Johnny Blaze saying BYU all day. I like it. I like the spot. So the 4 afternoon spots here, again, we're not going to talk more college basketball to the final, to the end of the show. But this is my action in college basketball here. from start to finish. I'm on Tulane first half, +6 at -115. Butler -3.5 at -111. Charleston -3 at -121. And BYU first half -2.5 at -112. Jose Bouquett.
Beautiful. And I just tailed you, and I joined with Charleston +3.
Minus
was
three.
it +3? Minus
Minus
3.
three.
There you go. -3, -120 for me here. So
It's
let's
dangerous,
ride.
though. The respect play of the day on the other side here on Wisconsin first half -2.5. So it's a
Heavyweight
dangerous
fight.
situation. It's a dangerous.
Yeah, we
situation.
talked about yesterday when you and Troy are on the opposite sides of a bet. Just stay the fuck away because that total was fascinating to watch it all unfold. So it's very interesting to see here. So good luck to everyone. I will be back here on the show earlier, and I have a play that we will both be on in college football, and I think you'll love.
I'm excited. I've got everything I'd love to stick to the schedule that we have for your college football breakdowns, the one that we have here on the description. It's a hefty schedule. Copy and paste it on our description for your worksheet. It's a hefty schedule here. Jose, we will see you here very, very shortly. Another thing, can you do for us, Jose? Can you put the dates of Pubapalooza and pin it up at the top? Because our guy BT in the house. And we get a chance to hang out with BT again down in San Antonio. So let us know what live action that we want to move on as well. So keep an eye on that. Jose, keep an eye on that as well. Jose is
Would you
going
say
to
to keep a titty of it?
Yes, keep it abreast. Keep us abreast. Keep us the titty of the situation.
You know, I say that sometimes around strangers, and they give me weird looks.
Oh, don't worry about them.
I get weird looks. I was like, yeah, just keep me a titty of the situation. They just give me a double tape. They're like, what the fuck did he just say?
No, you got them. You got them right where you want them.
The same thing happens when I say I'm getting polluted or my womb is polluted. People don't like that. People do not like when I say my pussy is polluted.
Yeah. Either pussy or womb, people are not going to like you talking about.
Yeah, that's just true. I still, of course, do talk about how my pussy is going to get polluted and such, but people don't like it.
No, they don't. I get it.
No.
All right, it is time to get to war. I don't know if that'll help. I don't know if that's the guidance we are looking for. Response, it's not what you're saying, Jose. All right, I like it. I like it all. You guys, Pubapalooza, dates are set. Meet us in San Antone. If you've never been to Pubapalooza, you will walk into the Southtown 101 and immediately you will think to yourself, I'm home. That's what you'll feel. My God. All the gamblers you've been cabbing with nonstop, it feels like you've known them for 20 years. The booze will be flowing. The reefer smoke will be thick in the air. The Wemby mural will be in the parking lot where cornhole will be going on. And action. Nonstop action all day. All right, let's get to work. Dizzy Donuts in the house. It's time to get to work in the National Hockey League. Winning night last night, very important. Now I needed the Sharks to cash me that Kurashev shootout winner. Celebrini won for 8 now in shootouts. But still, I mean, you got to go Kurashev, Celebrini, Will Smith on your shootouts. And then I cashed that. And then, of course, I was so pumped up that there was no sleeping. Now we capped till 3:34 in the morning. Let's roll. We got T-Flow says, happy Friday, y'all. Jam saying Sharks first beer has been money all season. My gosh, it has been. But also full game. Also just backing the Sharks. Look, I watched a lot of that game when I got done from Jose took over the live stream. Liljegren is playing out of his mind. Remember, the issue with the Sharks, they've had a weak forward group, sure, which has changed with the great Macklin Celebrini and the up-and-coming, soon-to-be great Will Smith. But their defense has been horrific. It looks much better. Here. Let's go. Kyle Macedo catching the jackpot on FanDuel yesterday. I love to hear it. Keep us in the loop with live action here in college basketball. And AM says, sheesh, the books don't want Sabres action. I want to get involved with the Sabres, but let's talk it out. We start at 7 p.m. Eastern with the Chicago Blackhawks on the second half of a back-to-back, 10-6-4, 5-3-2 on the road to the Buffalo Sabres, 7-9-4, 6-4-2 at home. We're at KeyBank Center in Buffalo, New York. I feel that the games that the Sabres played without Rasmus Dahlin has made them stronger. I think also seeing this number one overall pick, the cornerstone of the franchise, be fragile, have to go to Europe and be beside his ailing fiance who may not get through these health issues that she's dealing with, has brought this group closer together. And if you hear what they're saying about Rasmus Dahlin, they love the man. I think that it's added something to him. The Blackhawks coming off this homestand, 4-game homestand, they looked really good in it until they lost to Seattle last night. I know that was Peanut's lone loss, and I was cheering for you. I did not like the situation, the market, everything for this Blackhawks spot. And now here they are in their third game in 4 nights against a Sabres team that was playing very good hockey and then lost to Calgary, which was perfectly predicted by our guy AM in the chat right now. So they've had 2 days off since that debacle. They played a great game against the Oilers and a poor game against the Flames. And this is also game 3 of a 4-game homestand, which is a really nice spot. We saw the similar situation last night with Florida. I couldn't get there, but just in a very, very good spot. I've got Arvid Soderblom and UK-Pekka Luukkonen listed. Let me know if I'm wrong. The goaltending from the Blackhawks has been excellent all season long. The Sabres believe that UP Luukkonen is going to be their goalie for years to come here. And he was injured to start the year, and he needs to step up right now. Lyon looks very good. Luukkonen has an .882 save percentage. How do the Blackhawks hurt you right now? Well, they're hurting you with special teams. They're like the Pittsburgh Penguins. The Blackhawks power play is 9th in the league at 24.1%. And that fits right into the wheelhouse of these Buffalo Sabres. They have the number 1 penalty kill, and they've had the number 1 penalty kill all season long. It even held its own when Rasmus Dahlin was out of the lineup. 89.8% penalty kill, first in the National Hockey League, which can negate what's going on with the Chicago Blackhawks. Buffalo power play 24th at 16.4%, and the Blackhawks have a very strong penalty kill. So let's take a look at this line history and the injury report here. The injury report is much worse for these Buffalo Sabres. So let's just take a look at it. And we know really what's been going on with Chicago. They're waiting to get Dickinson back. Dickinson's going to help them. But Buffalo's been dealing with injuries all season long. So they've been dealing with Josh Norris out, and get used to it. He'll come back for a drink of Gatorade, and then his shoulder will pop out. We won't see him again. It's too bad. He's a quality player. Kevin Adams has made horrible decisions building this hockey team around this great defense. Yuri Kulik has been out as well. And he's going to be out for a long period of time. You have Kesselring, a depth defenseman out, Zucker and Benson, who are helpful forwards that are both out. Zucker has been better than I would imagine. He's been good on the power play. Their power play is worse without Zucker in the lineup, which is, I shouldn't be sitting here saying all these negative things about Zucker, but I wouldn't want him on my hockey team. Burakovsky is out now. He's been on that first line with the Blackhawks. They've been playing without Foligno and Dickinson is very close to coming back here. Let's take a look at this line history here for this one and the total, because I'm interested in the total as well. Let me move over to the National Hockey League. I came close to moving on Yale. I wanted to fade Gottlieb every chance I can get, but I didn't there. We have Buffalo at -180. This is a big, big line. Opened up at -180, and it didn't come out till 11:30 p.m. last night. Came out after the Blackhawks game. An immediate 10-cent move to the Buffalo Sabres, despite it being so expensive. It's come back 10 cents, but I'm with what AM's saying. This is an alarming number where they're just sitting back asking for Blackhawks action. Then from a total side of things, we have a 6.5. It makes no sense to me. It makes no sense at all. You have very strong penalty killing. You have Blackhawks on the second half back-to-back. I expect the Sabres to be much stronger defensively after the poor play against the Flames. Irish King says Chicago will be winning without Dickinson. They'll be fine. Berkey's the bigger loss. I mean, look, Burakovsky's a first-line forward, which shows how weak the offensive group is for the Blackhawks. But if I had a hockey team, I'd be interested in Dickinson as a third or fourth line center. He kills penalties. He wins faceoffs. I wouldn't want anything to do with Andre Burakovsky. He's been passed around the NHL, soft-ass forward who can't score enough. But you're right. He's your first line forward, and he's not very good. And he's not going to be in the NHL for very long. Dickinson will have a job in the NHL for a long time because he wins faceoffs, he's accountable, and he kills penalties. All right, so I guess I'm interested to see what happens with this line. Sabres -1, I think, should be bet. And I like the under 6.5 too. You can't. I shouldn't say you can't. You can't. It's not comfortable to take the Blackhawks team total under, just because they're the dog and they're such a big dog. So I think both spots make sense. Sabres -1, and I do want to go over some of my totals of late because they've been hurting me. And if I deem it, if I'm rolling poorly on totals, then I should just stay off here, because again, late during our football stream, I add the Senators, but I also add the over 6 and 3-2 final. So let's roll on. Next up for us, 7 p.m. Eastern, the Minnesota Wild 10-7-4, 3-4-1 on the road at the Pittsburgh Penguins 10-5-4, 5-2-1 at home. We're at PPG Paints Arena in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Billy Friedrich says Blackhawks first period money line is the only way he'd bet. I feel that. Jose Perez running hot in college basketball. I love to see it. Nahum is not betting that first game, but says he does seem like the books are showing their hand here. And Peanut going back to Chicago says have to fade Logan in here. I get it. Again, we're just capping together. We just want information together. It's fine when we're going to be on the other side lots of times, and that's just how things work. We're not a bunch of yes men, so it's all good. Dabby Cab making moves in college basketball. Blackwell over 2.5 threes for Wisconsin. Texas Tech first half, and we'll be on the PJ Haggerty points over. Just hasn't shared any, hasn't delivered yet. Thank you for sharing that with us, Dabra Kadabra, my man. Looking for, we love the tailgate. I mean, it's huge, but it's going to be exciting as it transforms into college basketball as well. Justin McKelvey moving on the Pittsburgh Penguins here. We have Philip Gustafson, as I was saying, against Arturs Shilovs. Gustafson 5-7-2, 2.99 goals against average, 8.98 save percentage. He hasn't been very good, but Minnesota's playing a little better defensively. Shilovs 4-2, and Jam Sports saying the same thing. Sabres feels like under 6.5. Yeah, I agree. I'm a little hesitant. The totals have not been going well. And the problem is that I haven't cut out, I haven't looked at it in the spreadsheet doc exactly how bad they're going, maybe out of frustration. And Justin put the Penguins in the Discord here. We have Shilovs, Gustafson. So Minnesota power play has been very good, and they're dealing with injuries, and they're still playing very good. And it's because Kaprizov is a spectacular hockey player. They're missing Tarasenko, Hartman, Sturm, and Rossi. Those are big losses, especially Marco Rossi. But they're all important pieces. Hartman, too, important piece. And then Bogosian is out. A depth defenseman doesn't hurt them that much. Steve G is on Penguins, and Crosby for a power play point. The special teams for the Penguins have been phenomenal. I mean, it's fun. It does show you what kind of hockey team you're dealing with, because the Penguins have the first, and look at our guy, Eli Zertucci, upgrading his membership to PSR Silver. And we all get to run with Eli at Pubapalooza 5. We're pumped up about you being there, Eli, my man. And that means Eli will be in our Discord. So for anyone who's a new Silver Gold member, you just go to pubsportsradio.com. You go to the accounts, and you'll see your Discord invite from Big Show Picks right there. Shout out to our guy, Eli Zertucci. And thank you for your service protecting America and the world. So thank you, Eli. You mean a ton to us, and I can't wait to break bread with you at Pubapalooza in San Antonio, man. So here, what I was saying about the Penguins, and keep an eye on this, because I'm going to start using last 10 games for power play and penalty kill here shortly. Right now, we're still using the full season, and I'm fine with that. We're 20 games in. I'm fine with that. I'm more comfortable with that in NHL than I am in NBA. I think things change quite a bit faster in NBA than they do in the NHL. So the Penguins have the number one power play in the league, and it's spectacular, 34.1%. They have the fifth ranked penalty kill in the league at 85.7%. So they have these extremely, extremely strong special teams, and they've won 10 of 19 games in regulation. Now, they played 8 games at home and 11 on the road, so the statistical profile is skewed slightly with road stats. And the Penguins are on the first of a back-to-back. They host the Kraken tomorrow night, but it's a no-travel back-to-back. Let's get to the line history here for this one. We have, first of all, a 6. That's the total. We have a big move to the under. When this opened up, it opened up minus 125 to the over. And again, I think what happened there with that number, the way it was that 6.5s got hammered by pros immediately. Now there was limits at first, so maybe they couldn't hammer it that much. But again, what we want to do in sports is take advantage of a statistical profile that we believe doesn't make sense. And here, this Minnesota Wild statistical profile, they're just simply not nearly as offensive with the injuries that have taken place. Now, in saying that, I did get screwed, and I guess it's becoming part of our hockey breakdowns, is that I'm not handling totals the way I usually am. But I was on the under 6 in Minnesota, Carolina, and I really believe I could have caught it. I believe it was it 2-1 going into the third? Because they scored that goal in the beginning of the third period. Yeah, it was 2-1. It was 2-1 going into the third, and then Zuccarello scored to make it 3-1 15 seconds in. 15 seconds in. And at that point, I was in trouble. Sebastian Aho made it 3-2. And then, of course, with the goalie pulled Jason Blake, who looks like a sniper. Jackson. Jason's his dad. Jackson Blake scored. Now, Carolina outshot Minnesota 45-19 in that hockey game. But we know when you have snipers like Kaprizov that you can take advantage of odd man rushes, and you can be outshot 8-2 and be up 1-0. Minnesota is a plus 108 right now. This is just a massive move towards Pittsburgh. Minnesota opened up at minus 125, and they're now sitting at plus 108. The Penguins have gone from plus 110 to minus 122. I think that we should heed the book's advice here, honestly. I do. I think we should heed. The books are telling us that Pittsburgh is in a great spot and should be backed. And, with the injuries Minnesota's facing, Minnesota's won 3 straight. They beat Vegas in overtime. It was a bad spot for Vegas. They're finishing up their road trip. And then it's all been predicated on excellent goaltending. Are we going to get that again from them? I don't know. And remember, it wasn't. Do we have Gustafsson confirmed? Can anyone do that? Because it was Wallstead. It was Wallstead that made 42 saves. Oh no, Dougie Wise! Damn it! I don't think that hurts the over too much, but I wanted Jackson Dart in there. Damn it! Yes, Flip confirmed. Damn it, Dougie Wise. I don't know if they are in better form. I think they're a better hockey team. But I mean, obviously they won 3 straight and 4 or 5, and the Penguins needed that win in Europe to that 4-0 win. I mean, they looked terrible in that first game, but they needed to win in Europe to stop that 3-game streak. I just think this is a fresh team. I don't know. I expect to join everybody on the Penguins. I don't know if I necessarily will. If you look at this Minnesota Wild line combinations now, and I know we got to get into NBA with Wine Time and Justin McCelvy. We've got 2 games left before we do that, but let's just quickly take a look at this Penguins line combination. Minnesota line combination mark. Because when you take 4 forwards off of your top 9, there's just clear holes. And now, they needed Wallstead. Wallstead's going to be the starting goaltender here for Minnesota this year is the expectation. So look what they have down the middle. They have Kaprizov with Danila Yurov and Matt Zuccarello. So they've taken Eriksson Ek off of that line to still have 2 lines, which with Hinnis, Drova, Trenin, and Foligno is a okay third line Fourth line looks a little weak. Faber, Brodeen, Spurgeon, and Middleton. Buem is not quite taking the next step. Agent Parlay, interest taking the Blackhawks money line. Agent Parlay, I get it. But it's such a big number. I mean, you have a team that's 10-6-4 going up against a team that's won 7 times in regulation in 20 hockey games. The books know what they're doing. In fact, the more I sit with it, that I think the Sabres -1 is most likely the best bet on the board. It's a big number. You don't want it to be. I would find the Blackhawks much more interesting at +120. +120, -140. Don't you think that's what this should be? So I'm interested in the Penguins here. I missed the opportunity to take the under, and I'm okay with that. Let's move on. Let's move on to 8 p.m. Eastern. Carolina Hurricanes 13-5-2, 7-3-1 on the road at the Winnipeg Jets 12-7-0, 6-3-0 at home. We're at the Canada Life Center in Winnipeg, Manitoba. We have the wager detective moving on Utah State here. I'm on the other side, but I'm only on the other side for the first half. I'm on Tulane first half +6. Situationally, I love it. Utah State's a better basketball team. It's funny. I was thinking, when I was putting my college basketball action together, is that, the better team doesn't. If you just take the better team to win in sports gambling, you're going to take a bath, and it's situational. But again, I'm only on Tulane first half, so the better team can deliver, and we'll be watching that together. Wager detective, my man. But back here to the National Hockey League, Hurricanes, Jets, we're Canada Life Center, Winnipeg, Manitoba. I used to, when I was in Costa Rica, I had this clip. A friend had sent it to me before I even went down to Costa Rica, because we used to do the Winnipeg Comedy Festival every April. I didn't get it. You don't get it every year. It's like if CBC tapes it, it's like, you have to, they give you the topics and then you send your tape and they decide whether they want you on TV or not. I got to do it 3 times, but it's a pretty tough city. It's all like underground tunnels to get around because it's cold and it's tough. A lot of anger with the First Nations and the honkaroos, and it's just you can feel the animosity in the air, and it's a tough place, and we used to talk about how tough it was. And so I was sent a clip of a guy taking a dump in a planter at the Canada Life Center underneath in the halls. The guy just, looking around and then just going over and taking a dump in the planter. And I used to play it before every Winnipeg Jets breakdown. And I could bring it back if you guys want. I could find that tape. Let's talk about Kochetkov and Eric Comrie. Kochetkov 4-0-0, 1.69. Oh, yeah, wager. Zigzag. Well, wager, if you say zigzag, then wouldn't you be on Tulane? Right? Isn't that why Steve says bring it back? I can bring it back. Wager tech, zigzag, wouldn't that take you to Tulane? What is a honkaroo? It's a honky, man. It's Whitey. Honkaroo? It's Whitey. Kochetkov 4-0-0, 1.69 goals against average, 926 save percentage, 1 shutout. Peanut telling us, no, I know, but sorry, wager detective. I know Tulane's not Utah State, but then you can't say zigzag. That's all. Because you saying zigzag is underlying my point and my angle on the game. You can say Tulane is not Utah State, and then you'd be right. But if you say zigzag, you are on my side. That's all. Eric Comrie, 4-1-0, 2.60 goals against average, 908 save percentage, 0 shutouts. Carolina power play, and this goes to the state of their defense, second worst in the National Hockey League, 12.5%. Penalty killing, 79.4%, 19th. Winnipeg power play, 6th in the league, 25%, and penalty killing, 84.3% penalty killing. Also 6th in the league. They've always had great special teams, but as being talked about in the chat by Peanut, Helly out 4 to 6 weeks. Last year's most valuable player. and Vezina winner. So let's set this one up because we have a huge favorite line on Carolina, and they're on the road in Winnipeg. I mean, this is just, it's crazy to me, but I think it probably should be respected. We have the crazy line in Buffalo, and you can just respect the line and stay off that hockey game. And that's a valid thing. You can say, look, I respect the Sabres are so expensive. I do not want to touch the Sabres at that price. Here, I respect that this line is Carolina on the road at -147. I respect it, but I don't want Carolina with the state of their defense at this number. They are coming off the 4-3 overtime loss at Minnesota. This is game 3 of their road trip. The Jets have started game 1 of their homestand. We'll go over the rest situation there. But here we have game 3 of a 4-game trip. It ends in Buffalo on Sunday for Carolina. They've lost 2 of 3. They've lost 3 of 5, and 3 of their last 5 games have gone into the extra session. For the Winnipeg Jets, they've won 2 straight. They've won 3 of 4. And they're not playing very good hockey. I mean, we saw it on that road trip, right? We saw them go lose 3-0 in LA, lose 2-1 in San Jose, lose 4-1 in Anaheim, beat Vancouver, which is not saying much, 5-3, then lose 5-3 in Seattle, barely get past Calgary in a shootout, and then beat Columbus. I think I just stay off of this. Gorky says Winnipeg wins. Yeah, look, I mean, it's sure an appealing number. It's an appealing number, especially with the state of Carolina's defense. But I will cheer you on, Gorky. I can't get there. I can't get there for this one. Okay, let's roll. Sorry, you didn't see 2 zigs. Are you talking about football? 2 zags there? Sorry. I thought you were just... No. Wager, what games are you talking about then? I thought you were talking about the game that you were betting. Utah State -8.5. But you're talking about a different sport altogether? I just don't see it in the chat. So what are you talking about? 2 zigzags in football in a row and 2 zags? Sorry, I'm obviously multitasking here. I just thought you were talking about the game you were betting. Okay, we have AM on Bruins money line +163. This is our final spot on. Okay, football. Okay, well, you know what? I'm just gonna stay focused on the capping for a bit. Wager. Boston Bruins 12-10-0, 4-6-0 on the road at the LA Kings 10-6-4, 1-4-2 at home. Crypto.com arena in Los Angeles, California. I knew watching the game against San Jose that, and I was even, I was on the Sharks, but I was also quietly thinking, I hope the Sharks don't beat them 4-1 or 5-1 because I want to fade the Kings again tomorrow. And nothing has changed. This is a horrific travel spot for the Kings. It's absolutely horrible. But they've opened up a -175 and they're now -194. Look, I understand the risk reward with the Winnipeg Jets. I get that. But here I am. I mean, I didn't want it to be this expensive. It just feels like they're reaching here, asking for. I mean, remember the Kings have won 1 home game this year in 7 opportunities. They look very good right now, and you have Boston. They've traveled here. They had that what I thought was a pretty tough spot for them against Anaheim. They handled that well and could have easily won. I pushed the -1, and this is it. They head out east, Boston, after this. They fly to New York after this. They probably spend Monday. Well, they have LA on Friday, then San Jose on Sunday, and then they fly east to play the Islanders, which is another weird, bad travel spot for the Bruins. But this is a great spot for the Bruins. How do we not back the Bruins? We got a 5-1-4 Mystic in the house. Again, we have new names. So all the names I've been looking at for years and years and years, I no longer, but thank you for joining us, my man. Okay, so let's put a bow on this here. A Boston power play is playing an elite rate, and they're dealing with these real injuries on defense, really tough injuries on defense because McAvoy's not there. They're also missing Jordan Harris. I don't think that's that big of a deal. But then you're missing Elias Lindholm, who I don't like, but he is a defensively accountable centerman. They're missing Casey Middlestad and Victor Arvidsson. They're missing all these pieces. The Kings are, a healthy squad. It's just Drew Doughty that's out. And I know that he's, a big piece, an important piece here. So here, I don't know how we don't back the Bruins. You had LA on this Eastern trip. We watched. They played 5 games out east. They fly across the continent to San Jose, and then they have the Bruins waiting for them the next night. I think the Bruins are a must bet. I think they're a must bet. So I'm going to have to make decisions around this NHL card. I haven't moved on here. Sabres -1, this under 6.5 in Chicago, Buffalo. I think this flip from dog to favorite for the Pittsburgh Penguins does make sense, especially with the Wallstead standing on his head, stopping 40 plus shots in the last game to beat Carolina in overtime when they only put up 19 shots. And then Carolina, Winnipeg here. I look, Gorky on Winnipeg, others on Winnipeg. I get it. I really do get it. But it's just such a massive move. Maybe Winnipeg is just not that team that we remember, I mean, I certainly don't want Carolina, and I don't, Carolina. Maybe Winnipeg should be bet at that price in every home situation, and regardless of Hellebuck, Comrie's good. Scheifele, Connor, Velarde, the Taves, Nemestikov, Perfetti is really not a. If they're a top team, then Taves would be a third line centerman here. So look, I'm not sure if I get there. I'm going to stay off the Winnipeg Carolina game. The Boston Bruins seems like a move I want to make. Ron Crawford, play of the day is the Chicago Blackhawks. Play of the day is the Chicago Blackhawks. Let me copy and paste that here. Copy and paste that. Play of the day, the Chicago Blackhawks. So a bunch of us are going heads up with Ron Crawford. Not a comfortable situation. So make sure you have conviction to be on the Sabres -1 here. Andrew G says they found about Helly a few hours ago. I wonder how that affects the team tonight. Usually I like that, but I hear what you're saying. Well, that is the National Hockey League here. And we have NCAA football, NC State from Ronnie Crawford. Thank you for sharing all of that here. 514 Mystic says the under 6.5 looks promising for the Winnipeg game. I mean, if this was last year, that would be a 5.5. I think Carolina's just a different team. Their defense just isn't nearly as good, and they're still scoring goals. And then Winnipeg is not the defensive shutdown team that we remember either. And why would they be? I mean, look at that second line, Nemesnikov, Taves, and Perfetti. I mean, you don't have a ton of, I know that Taves is Captain Serious, but you don't have a ton of responsible action here. Play of the day for Ron Crawford is the Suns in basketball. We are going to get into the NBA right now, and we will get that right under his Blackhawks and NC State. Thank you for sharing all of that. Here we go. And get the Suns here, and then let's get the NC State. And good luck to everybody on our afternoon action college basketball, whether we're on the same side or not. Wager Detective, I always cheer for you, and I love capping with you. So I hope you didn't take any hard feelings. I didn't mean any hard feelings. And, Utah State can easily win that game. They're the better team. I do think the zigzag is in my corner. But you're running hot. Go get that cash, my friend. So we are in. Those of you joining us late, 4 spots in college basketball, and this Tulane game must have just kicked off. So let's just get this live up. Make sure that we can bet all these games as we go. We have, move over to basketball. 12-6 Utah State early, 37-28 Yale over Green Bay early. So we'll keep an eye on these spots. Tulane first half +6. I have Butler -3.5, Charleston -3, and BYU first half -2.5, -112. The respect play today is Whiskey -2.5 at -110. Steve G, I love it. AM, good luck to you, my friend. Go get that cash. Go get paid there. and let's go. It is time to talk the NBA, and I feel remiss. I wish I had our records up here. I am running nice. My two guests are having monster seasons to get us started, and we will do that here. But yeah, Kong, that was it. Sorry, I just did it, my man. Sorry, I just did it. So for me, I have Tulane first half +6. I have Butler -3.5, Charleston -3, and BYU -2.5. That is my action to get us started. For the what I'm looking at with cappers in the chat, almost everything is coming up later. I don't see much morning action here. Okay, so let's get into NBA. Please welcome the star of Wednesdays and Fridays here on Betting with the Bag. Also, he is one of the stars of the Tailgate, which pops off tomorrow. Coming to us from Los Angeles, California. This man delivering the goods for us. Please welcome Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy the Bag, happy Friday, my friend. Good to see you. Shout out to everyone in the chat. AM, Kong's Clips, Wager Detective, everyone in there. Shout out to you guys. Happy Friday. I'm excited to be here and cap this card with you. We got a loaded card today, so I'm excited. We got our guy Stacks joining us, and we've been money in the bank, us three together on screen, capping the association. So I'm looking forward to it. I have no pregame plays. Do have some stuff written down that I'm thinking about moving on, but I want to talk it out with you guys, talk it out with the chat. Let's get it.
Let's get it. Let's bring on a cohort here on Fridays in NBA, also starring on Tuesdays with Peter Loshak and absolutely destroying the NBA thus far. And it's so important. Obviously, we need the cash, but more importantly, we need to trust our angles. And when we are succeeding, we fire away. And when we're not succeeding, you reach and you question what you're doing, and that's not happening here. Our next guest is delivering the goods. Star of the Stacks, play of the day. Our guy Justin Mcelvy in the
Stacks.
Justin, what's good, man? How are you?
Pretty good, Jimmy. Wonton, you know what it is.
You know what it is, Jimmy. This is how we do it. Start off.
That's why he always misses it. He got his head down.
Oh, shit. Yeah, sorry. I'm very jealous. I don't even have any hard bar left in the house right now, but I'm going to stay focused. I respect the brown liquor very much. And I will be able to cheers you, gentlemen. I hope, I know Wine Time, but I hope, Justin, we get a chance to finally break bread in San Antonio if it works for your schedule, man.
Yeah, I think I'm going to make it work this year.
You are on the top of everybody's list for cappers that people want to meet. So really would love it. We want everyone there. I understand that life can get in the way sometimes, and don't put undue pressure if you can't make it. But good God, is it... it's just the best. There's just nothing more enjoyable at all. Shout out to AOD in the house. Thank you for the dono. Blessing our action. Let's get to work, fellas. And I wish I could have your records up here. I went through 65 games or so in college basketball, and I had to focus on my bag instead of how incredible you guys are doing, and I feel guilty for that. But I'll have it back in action here shortly. Let's go. We have the Indiana Pacers, 2-13, 0-8 on the road, and 0-1 in the NBA Cup. These are all NBA Cup games. 0-1, -20 in the NBA Cup. Going up against the Cleveland Cavaliers, 10-6, 6-3 at home, and 1-1 in the NBA Cup. They are a +22 here. We have the Pacers coming off a rare victory, one that we were on. A whole bunch of us were on. 127-118 at home versus Charlotte, snapping a long losing streak, probably feeling a little better about themselves. You know, one person I know is giving max effort is Carlisle. And these coaches in these situations, you know, we've seen Spoelstra in this situation often. Yeah. These top coaches in these situations, it's a chance, or Shanahan in the NFL this year, it's their chance to have their work of art. Can you see what I did with this group after starting out? So I'm not averse to betting the Pacers, and I I expect to be on them quite a bit, in all honesty. The Cavaliers coming off, this was a loss on that card for me. I was on them. 114, 104 loss at home versus the Rockets. Not only that, not only did I lose pregame, but I got them live at plus 8.5, and they lost by 10. And I thought at first it was bad timing. I could have got 11.5. I didn't time it right. But then I thought I was completely in business. I was very frustrated to lose that. That snapped a 2-game losing streak for the Cleveland Cavaliers. We know this is an NBA Cup game, so we, expect accountability from big favorites. The Cavaliers right now this is game 5 of a 6-game homestand, which, as you guys have worked with me before, know it's my favorite spot, is game 5 of a 6-game homestand in the National Hockey League or in the NBA. Let's get into the line history here for this one in the cash flow, and then hand it off to our experts. We have, first off, these Pacers at plus 14, a plus 14 spot. They opened up at 14. It dropped all the way down to 12, and now we're back at 14. All of that movement was before 4 this morning. So there was heavy movement, and that heavy movement stopped, came to a close. From a total side of things, we have a 239.5. This opened up at 236.5, and now we're all the way up to 239.5. I'm going to bring up the shoot-around reports here. First, I'm going to hand it off. Before I do, though, let's talk about the cash flow. 70% of the tickets, 85% of the cash on the Cleveland Cavaliers. It's not past that opening number. 67% of tickets on the under, 59% cash on the over. Wine Time Sports, get us started here on this big, beautiful Friday NBA card, my friend.
Yeah, there's no way I'm laying 14 here with Cleveland, but at the same time, I don't know if I want 14 points with Indiana Pacers coming off their second win of the year. Their 2 wins are against probably 2 of the teams that might even be worse than them this year. 14 points is a lot of points. I mean, if you look at the starting fives from both teams, I mean, there's mismatches everywhere on the court, guys. I mean, it's not even close, but you mentioned it, Jim. Rick Carlisle, this is a coach that I do trust. I've trusted him in the past. I mean, took this team all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals last year and pretty much almost got them there with a couple injuries along the way. And that team, don't get me wrong, they have a couple guys that are missing, but I really do respect him as a head coach. And I do think that he might have his guys ready to go for this one. I just don't know if I'm willing to take these points here with the Pacers. If we're looking at it from the market, what you just touched on, Jim, I mean, 70% of tickets and 85% of cash coming in on Cleveland. So more bets and more money is coming in on Cleveland. This line's not moving. I'm seeing circa too crazy. 11:35 last night. Had this at 11.5 at one point. It's absolutely wild. It's back up to a 14. You can still get 13.5 at certain spots right now. If I was going to move on anything in this game, I would be on the Indiana Pacers. It's kind of ugly to say. I wanted to be on the Indiana Pacers on Wednesday. I thought it was a good spot for them. Didn't end up moving on them. Wish I would have gotten to the window with them, but didn't get there. I would only be on Indiana here. If we're looking at it from a totals perspective, Circa and Superbook both have this at a 240 right now. It's been moving up. I believe that this opened up around a 236.5, 237.5, depending on where you're looking, I guess. A couple of books have a couple different things. And from the market on that, 67% of bets on the under and only 33% of cash on the under. Bigger bets coming in on the over. It's moving. I think this probably goes over, but you guys know me. I'm not moving on totals. I don't have an edge in totals, I think, in the NBA. I think I've proven that. Maybe at some point I get back to it. There's a game we're talking about later on, Miami, Chicago. I mean, I don't know how I'm not going to move on that over. It's the highest fucking total we've seen in quite some time, 250 points, but I might get there. I want to talk it out with you guys. This is Pacers or pass for me simply. I think Rick Carlisle could have his guys at least ready to go and cover double digits. I mean, you're getting double digits. I get it. Cleveland's a really good team. And I mentioned the mismatches everywhere on the court. Garland questionable in this game. I think Allen is questionable too, Jim, if I'm not mistaken. So be on the lookout for that, guys. I mean, how many points is Garland worth? I mean, if you are going to be on the Pacers and Garland gets ruled out, maybe this goes down to 12.5 or 13, depending on what book. But if you're going to move on the Pacers, I think you should move on them now, and I do think that's the play. I might get there. Stacks, I want to hear your opinion on this.
Just before Stacks comes in, this is what I think. I think that this line moved to 12 from sharp action. It got back to 14 because Garland's going to be in the lineup.
That makes sense, yeah.
Now, again, we're just guessing here, but that's what I think happened. I think Jarrett Allen will be in, and if this wasn't the 5th game of a 6-game homestand, if the Cavaliers weren't coming off of a loss, I'd already be on the Pacers.
Yeah.
But that's what's holding me back. Let's hear from Justin. Take it away, Pacers, Cavs.
Yeah, I do got action in this game. There was a lot of different reasons what made me get there, and I'll probably say it a lot through the course of the day. But these are all cup games today, and whether people think that matters, it really does matter. And then you look at this matchup, you got Cleveland coming off a loss to Houston, so I expect good effort coming out of them. They already play fast, and then they running into this Pacers team who just sent them home last year. So it's like the Pacers are on this team, so I expect a whole lot of points, a whole lot of effort. I didn't want to get to the over because I don't know how much the Pacers are going to help me out. But what I did get to is I got the Cavaliers team total over 126.5 minus 115.
Cavs team total over 126.5.
Yeah, I just feel like coming off that loss, and out of all teams, you playing Indiana, like this team, remember what happened last year. Like full court effort, and that's why I don't want to be on the over because if this game gets ugly, it's going to affect the total. But I do like the over, but I really like to pick the Cavaliers, just get like 134, 138, like one of them type scores. Cup games, a lot of points. Really high total. I usually don't give up totals this high, but I like this spot though. So
yeah, it sucks. It sucks. I would like to be involved in this game. I want to back the Pacers after them getting some hope. But you're right. I didn't even add in the playoff revenge. And there's just so many angles to back the Cavs here. But it feels like it's too expensive. I mean, the one option you have is when Garland's officially announced in. I think it's baked in now, but then you could maybe move that another half point or whatever, Unfortunately, I'm going to have to stay off this spot. If there was a shorter card, I might still move on it. But let's take a second and shout out our guy, Jay Peasy. Got 5 on it. Loonies in the house. Jay Peasy, the voice you hear before our shows. A great friend of the channel. And capper that we need a Pubapalooza 5. Yes, shout out to Jay Peasy in the house, man. I get your reaction, Justin, and I like the breakdown. I just I think I'll be unable to get there, unfortunately, here. So let's roll on. And also, again, after we go from wine time to Justin, and if I start moving on, just interrupt if you got more, like anytime interrupt if you guys got more to say. Don't ever hesitate there. 7:30 p.m. Eastern with the Brooklyn Nets 2-12, 2-5 on the road, and 0-2 in the NBA Cup, minus 25. They got no chance, no hope in it. Boston Celtics 8-7, 4-3 at home, 1-1 in the Cup, minus 12 differential in scoring. We have Brooklyn playing at 28th fastest pace, Boston at the 30th fastest pace, two very slow-moving teams, and both not playing with high efficiency. We're used to Boston playing at this pace, but usually they're shooting 48 from the field and 36 from 3. Here they're shooting 45 from the field and 34.7 from 3. Let's take a look at this line history here and set this one up and go over the injury report as well. Why don't we start with the injury report so we can move past that? We know exactly what's going on with the Celtics. Tatum's out. That's it. Everything else the same. And we know what's going on with Brooklyn. This is a better situation knowing what's going on. Highsmith, Seraph, and Cam Thomas out for Brooklyn. So Demon, Terrence Mann, Porter, Clowney, and Claxton 4-5. We have these Brooklyn Nets coming off a 113-99 loss to the Celtics. So this was a home and home here. Celtics have won 3 straight, starting to play some better basketball. And the Brooklyn Nets go up to Toronto after this. They play Toronto on Sunday. And the Celtics, I mean, it's very tricky watching the Brooklyn Nets play basketball because whether or not they care is what everybody's at. Do they care? Does anybody care out there? Does anybody, are they angry that they lost, to the Celtics 113-99? That's the question. We have a start of a homestand for the Boston Celtics. This is game 1 of 3. They host Orlando on Sunday night. Line history-wise, we have the total at 222. Again, I'm with Wine Time where we're trying not to bet totals, but These teams are playing slow. They're not playing with any efficiency. I know this is a cup game, but how does it get to this total? I don't really see how it gets there. I'm going to try my very hardest not to bet it. From a side standpoint here, we have Brooklyn plus 15. This is a line that seems sharp. It's moved 5 cents towards Brooklyn. That's it. This came available at 3:17 p.m. yesterday, and that's the only move. Nasty Nate says Celtics smash and Celtics second quarter. And keep an eye on what Nate's doing with these second quarters, because I'm watching him cash in this situation here. And he's betting them pregame. It's not a live spot. He bets second quarter pregame. 72% of tickets on the Celtics, 61% of the cash. It's public. 73% of tickets on the under and 92% of cash on the under. It's a sharp line, but I fear I've backed Boston at this big of a number against bad teams, and they've covered. I've only done it once, though, this year. Take it away, Justin. That's Celtics.
Yeah, I don't, and I'm not going to. I don't have absolutely nothing in this game. We just watched this. Only thing, Brooklyn was home, and they got blown out. And something that you mentioned, like, I just don't think this Nets team care. Like, as far as being blown out or who they lost to, they get blown out a lot. And I still don't really see the effort. And well, I'm sure you realize I'm not really a under better, like under capper, under better. It's just hard for me to get there. And I did look at the Nets team total under. And it's just like it seemed like they just don't score. Like there's no, it's all about Michael Porter. Like that's it. Like he can't go over the team total by themselves. I just hate to be on unders, and I hate to bet them. I hate to give them out, and I don't seem like I ever win them. So I just try to take it. The way y'all don't bet totals, I try not to bet unders. But that's the way I was looking. And then it's a cup game, so they're not going to be in there for the cup. But I don't really want to be on no unders in a cup game, like because if Boston's trying to blow them out, you know what I mean? I don't know. There's just too many different variables. I can't get there with a team total under. But that was my low. I got it wrote down, but it's in the bottom of my list.
Do you feel that it's one-way traffic in the cup for offense, because it's just about scoring differential? I mean,
I think defense matters, but you also got the win margin is part of that defense is you have to score. Like you can play defense, but lighten it up. That's the reason why I like the team total under, because you're going to have to play some defense. That's how you get the win margin. But I don't know. It's just I couldn't get there. I mean, they both play slow, but too many ways to go wrong for that team to sneak over the team total.
Fernando Mendoza on that team total for the Nets under 103.5. Love capping with my guy Fernando. Take it away for us. Wine time. Nets Celtics.
Yeah, shout out to Fernando. He gets sharper every day. I've seen him in the chat for years now. It just seems like he's only gotten better as a capper. So shout out to you, my guy. Keep doing your thing. Nasty, I was literally just checking it out right now. That looks sweet, my guy. I'm going to look into it a little bit more here.
Pool? Is there a pool?
Say again?
Is there a pool?
Oh, there's a jacuzzi. I see at least a jacuzzi. So I don't know if there's a pool, but I didn't look too much into it, but it looks sweet. Shout out to Nasty Nate. This guy's he books months and ahead of time. Make sure everyone's locked in, ready to go. And he doesn't share the Airbnb usually until about one day before. Last year, I was like, can you send me a picture of him? He's like, wine time, you got to wait. And I was like, okay. So shout out to our guy, Nasty Nate. As far as the Brooklyn Nets and Boston Celtics go, guys, yeah, one-way traffic pretty much coming in on the under and Boston. Not so much money coming in on Boston, though, which is a little bit surprising. Listen, if this was last year, I probably would have moved on this under 222, the lowest total on the board. And then later on, we're going to talk about the highest total board. This is the lowest total on the board by, I believe, 11 points right now, next to OKC and Utah. And I believe that's it. Every other game is like 240 or more. If there's going to be a cup game that goes under, it's definitely going to be Brooklyn and Boston. I think that's probably going to be more so Brooklyn not being able to probably put up 100 points. I like where Fernando's going in that. I want to kind of take a look at that team total right now, because I think I might want to go to the window on there. They scored I think it was 99 points just when they faced them last time. Their team total is still 103, minus 115 to the under. I'm definitely thinking about this Nets team total under, because I am moving away from totals, but not so much team totals. I haven't completely eliminated that yet. I think I maybe have moved on one this year, but I do think that is a sharp play right there with the Nets, because I do think the Celtics probably can name their number. They beat them last time by 12 or 13 points, I want to say, and they were 11.5-point favorite. Now they're a 15-point favorite. It's too many points for me to lay with the Celtics, although this Nets team is one of the worst teams we may ever see. I mean, Michael Porter Jr. is your best player on your team. You got Trey Mann, you got Claxton. I mean, it's not good. This team is really bad, and it's not going to be a team I'm going to back here today. If anything, it'd be their team total under 103.5. I'm going to be looking at that.
Huh. And if you were forced to make a bet, Justin, I imagine you'd be taking Celtics would you take Celtics team total over like you did doing with the Cavs?
No, the pick I said that I talked about, I was close to the Nets team total under. That's what that was the whole breakdown. Mm-hmm. If anything, that would be my bet.
Yeah, and you're right, because I repeated that after Mendoza. Sorry. Happy birthday to Viper in the house. OG Lowbagger. Our guy Vipe celebrating his birthday, looking for a birthday pick. And he gives us one himself. I love that too. He gives us one himself, our guy Vipe. Chicago Bulls -2.5 for Vipe in the house. Rance looking at Pritchard assists here. And Nasty on Pritchard over threes. And 4th and 1 entertainment. Barnes double-double Jokic, triple-double Sengun, double-double Giddy, double-double Pirtle, 9+ boards. Let's get that copied and paste. Ronnie Lofton says the Nets team total under looks like the play. I'm interested in the Celtics covering this number. I am. I think that, they're just, I guess they haven't been that good at home. Let's just give me 1 second here, and let's just go over their home games here. Sorry, I got the Wizards Raptors set up, but let's just go over these home games from Boston of late. I can't. I'm sure I'll remember the spot that I took them to win by margin, and they did. So we have at the Clippers, they win by 3. They destroy the Grizzlies, and that was coming off of a loss against the Sixers. I mean, my only concern is that they're feeling okay about themselves right now. Winners of 3 straight, winners of 4 or 5. They beat the Wizards 136-107. That was the one I had them to win by margin. They beat the Cavs 125-105. They're a tough team to beat at home, but they lost to the Jazz and lost to the Rockets by margin. That was a weird time. That was coming off a 3-game win streak. I don't think another part of this here, and again, I'm just going to leave a question mark at this point. Tata Booker in the house. What up? Hope you and Lucky Lefty are doing great. And shout out to King's Ayer.
Oh,
Tata Booker in the house. I love it. Respect. I'm going to leave a question mark here because I don't know if I've ever, on a home and home, backed the team to beat the other team again by margin. Ever. I don't know why. I don't know why I would necessarily do that here. I guess because we're saying, well, there's emphasis to succeed because it's a cup game. But okay, so I have some interest in the Celtics. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Man, finally. People here are talking about the Raptors. Took a little bit of time, but people are talking about them. They're starting to love this group. When we won the championship, I still have it up there. No, championship hat. I've been wearing it out. When they won the championship, one thing that we would talk about all the time was how much we loved the group. We just loved that group so much. And this is a pretty easy group to love as well. Winners of 5 straight and 9 of 10. They're starting a homestand here against the Wizards. Another thing about this team is they don't seem to take anybody lightly, although they barely got past Charlotte Hornets at home. They beat Brooklyn by 10, but they just don't seem to be taking anyone lightly. They're giving an honest effort each and every game. I don't even hate RJ Barrett anymore.
Yeah.
Things are changing here. I still don't want to. I don't want to see him on the floor with 4 minutes left in the game, though.
Yeah.
But still, I'm getting over all of that. I love his dad. Rowan Barrett's one of my favorite players in basketball history. But RJ, I just never caught there with. The Wizards are, just a disgrace to the sport. It sucks that we have to cap them and talk about them. And this you go to look at why the other leagues in Europe work so well is because when teams suck, they get relegated. And it'd be nice just to have that here as a fear for these teams to stop waiting around for lottery picks. I mean, if you hear my pops talk about the Canucks, he wants them to lose so badly just so we can get a chance at a lottery pick, so we can get a chance to be great like everybody else. It's not good. It's not healthy for the sport. They open up their first road game with a 120-109 loss at Minnesota, and I cashed the first quarter. It was fortunate. I got a basket with like 0.1 seconds left or some shit to cash it, but I did think that it was kind of a lazy spot for Minnesota. But nobody trusts the Wizards. Let's take a look at the injury information here. Murray Boyles is out for the Raptors, and Bagley is doubtful, and Sarr is questionable. Now, Sarr missed the last game, and I still pulled the trigger on the first quarter because when Sarr was announced out, it moved from 5 to 5.5. That actually got me the bag. But we could miss 2 straight games, and now we don't have Bagley to back him up. And this is a game where, because of it being a cup spot, we can expect accountability from the Raptors. God, these big favorites are tricky. So we have the Raptors minus 14 at minus 115. They opened up at 14. It dropped down to 13 for a bit. Now it's back at 14. And when we get to the total in this one, we have this total right now is at 240. It opened up at 239. That's all it's done. It's gone up to 240 and sat there. And then when we get to the cash flow for this spot, we have 68%, now 70% of tickets, 74% of cash on Toronto. I mean, it's not moving it. Oh, BetMGM's moved it to 14.5. ESPN bet's still hanging at 13.5. 82% of tickets on the under, 91% of cash on the under. Wine Time Sports, take it away for us here. Wizards, Raptors.
Yeah, it's another tough game right here. Seeing 91% of the cash on the under and not seeing it move at certain books is definitely concerning. That's crazy. There's a lot of money on this under, not for it to really move. We're seeing 221.5, 222s, depending on where you're looking right now. My book is giving me a 240 right now. Is that what it is? Wait, am I looking at this correctly really quick? Yeah, 240. I'm getting a 240 right now at my book right now. I don't know. These 3 totals to start off the game, guys, look very appealing for me to attack. I just haven't done it yet. I kind of want to let the market marinate a little more. Interesting too. All 3 of these big favorites by 14 or more. Public's hammering them, and the line's not really moving towards their way. Same time, I'm not gonna pick and choose which one I want to take for a sharp side. I'm not gonna take anything in these first 3 games sidewise. Total wise, though, I kind of want to be involved in this over at the 240 right now, if I'm being honest. It's not moving, and seeing that much cash come in on the under, something tells me there's going to be a lot of points scored. Right now, the Toronto Raptors team total, I believe, is currently, I have it right here. Let me pull this up. 127, juice to the over at minus 115. Wizards team total 113 right now. They think both teams are going to be able to score today, and I agree with them. I think that this is an over spot. I've told you guys I'm not going to move on totals, and I haven't done it yet this year, and I don't know if I'm going to do it today or not. It definitely seems like I might be missing out on some money in some of these games, not moving on a certain side, but for the total. But it's going to be a pass for me as of right now. I like that Raptors team total over, though. I think they could probably name their number. I mean, you look at the starting 5, Jim. This is a really talented starting 5 they have out there now that they're finally healthy. They brought Brandon Ingram in. All 5 of these guys can put the ball in the bucket. This team's going to be good, I think, down the stretch, and a team that we can back. Here, laying this many points, I don't think I can do it. Laying a 14 right now. I'm curious to see where this goes. We have 30% of bets and 26% of cash on Washington. Line's not really moving either, so it's a tricky game here. I'm going to pass. These first 3 games are all going to be passes for me as of right now, but I have a couple things written down. Might go over them after the show, see where this market goes this next hour or two. It's a pass for me as of right now, but I like this over, and I like the Raptors team total over.
It's a big number. Yeah. Let's hear what Justin has to say. Take it away, Wizards, Raptors.
Yeah, I'm pretty much right. Everything you said, Juan, I don't disagree with any of it. And I was back and forth on the same thing, the total. I didn't get to nothing, but I got the full game over. I got that wrote down because, and I try not to, and that's the reason why my action, I doubled up on a few games With games like this, it was just hard for me to get there because I don't want my whole cap to be about the NBA Cup because it's not like it's written in stone that every single NBA Cup game goes over. But this Raptor team, they showed and they've obviously cared. Like their win margin right now is like it's wild. So like this team obviously cares. And if they're gonna blow somebody out, then I want Washington's points included too. But I just when you start talking about 240, and I'm on a higher one later than that, but I need two high power teams to get over 240. And I only see one here. Like Toronto could do the bulk lifting and get to like maybe 130. So I'm sure their team total probably like 126, 120.
Yeah, 127.5 right now.
That's wild. I'm not, and that's another thing. That's when I see it was 126 when I looked at it. I thought this morning because them in Cleveland was the same. And when I was getting my plays for the show, I kept thinking, I'm not about to get out here, give up a whole bunch of over 126.5. Like that means everybody gonna score 130 points. Like everybody not scoring 130 tonight. There are gonna be a few, but so I just couldn't get there with Washington. I feel like they're gonna get blown out. I feel like it's gonna be a 20-point game, and I don't know. I don't want to be. I'm definitely not gonna be in no props with a 14-point spread. But if I had to make if I had to make a bet, it would be the Raptors team total over.
Raptors shooting numbers have been, going through the roof. They haven't been a good shooting team in years. And they're shooting 50 from the field and 37.1 from three. Wizards playing at fifth fastest pace right now, 103.04 possessions a game. They're shooting 37.6 from three. They're shooting the ball well. Now 46 from the field. The issue here is what the hell are the Wizards going to do if Bagley and Sarr are both out? I mean, at that point, it probably lends itself to an over because the Wizards are going to have to take 53s to possibly stay in the game. And Tristan Vukovic got me the basket with like 0.1 seconds left to catch the first quarter for me. So I like him, but it's going to be Corey Kispert and Vukovic. They're going to get slaughtered.
What did you say this total opened up at, or did you?
239. So it's
so it's not far.
Yeah, it's not moved at all. Huh. So this is this is tricky. A distraction saying that Whitmore been playing exciting. Whitmore wants to be him, and there was no opportunity for him to do that with Houston, and he demanded playing time, so they said, "Well, we'll send you to fucking Sudan. Enjoy that shit." And that's where he is now, getting playing time with the Wizards. So I guess if Bagley and Sarr are out, the Raptors can score 140.
Yeah. I wonder what their first half. I'm going to pull up their first half team total right now. What that is. Let's see.
So I'm going to sit with this. If they're both out,
like 63.
If they're both out,
66.
I know it's such a ridiculous number here.
It's a big number.
I'm gonna hit that. 66. They might score 70 in this first half here against this Wizards team. I mean, you got five guys in that starting lineup that can go off they each can go off for 20 on the same night. It seems like Jakopoto, I mean, he probably get you, 15 at the most, but those other four guys, man, I mean, this is a deep starting five here. If these guys stay healthy throughout the year, this is going to be a good Toronto Raptors team as it gets more and more into the season.
Be like 71-54 at halftime.
I could see that, yeah.
Well, we are on the board. Tulane first half, no sweat, sit back, no sweat casher.
What's that score?
40-40 at halftime. We got the plus 6.
Yeah, I'm on the full game.
Oh yeah, you are. You're in absolute business here. Now obviously things can change in the second half, but you just an early game in a neutral court, you ask yourself, can I get accountability? That's it. Early game, neutral court. Who's going to give me accountability? Who's coming off a loss? Who's angry? Great stuff. Great start. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We move on here. Next up for us. I don't know what the hell to do with the Raptors spot. I feel like that's going to require another half an hour of sitting with. We move on to Heat Bulls, our next spot on the board. And a happy birthday to Viper NB, celebrating his birthday and giving us a birthday pick here. And the birthday pick is the Bulls -2.5. Now we have to return the favor and give him a birthday pick. And we call on the man, the myth, the one who created birthday picks and hit at the highest number he's ever hit. The one thing about Peter is that he really cares. He cares so much if it's your birthday. Like, the guy, I love that about him. All right. Tariq saying first 3 games, Cavs team total over, Raptors team total over, Boston team total over. I don't think that's a bad way of doing it, Tariq.
It just sounds like a parlay.
It does. Yeah. But I don't think it's a bad. We're still, this whole cup thing is still in its infancy. Let's roll on. 8 p.m. Eastern, the Miami Heat 9-6, 2-5 on the road. They're 1-1 in the cup, +10. The Bulls 8-6, 5-1 at home. It's impressive. They've only played 6 home games this year. They're 1-1 in the cup. They're -6. We're at the United Center in Chicago, Illinois. First off, we have question marks around the Bulls lineup. We don't have any around the Heat lineup. We know Wiggins, Jovic, and Hero are out. Mitchell, Powell, Larson, Fontecchio, and Bam, 1 through 5. We have question marks around these Bulls. Most importantly, it's Kobe White. So it's a back-to-back. They play the Wizards on Saturday. You would think that they would want, Kobe White in for this one. I think we'd all expect that Kobe White would be in for this one. But again, you probably want confirmation here. Trey Jones, he could be back here. He's going to test out his ankle before the game. It won't matter nearly as much if Kobe White's there. Then you could just check out his ankle in the corner, and you don't even need to tell us the results. And then we have Jalen Smith here. He's probable. He's been dealing with the right pector. His pec. Just leave it at that shit. Okay, so Heat Bulls. Let's set this one up and hand it off to our guys. We're gonna have Justin Mcelvy hitting leadoff here. 250 one time. That's what this total is at. 250. Opened up at 247.5, went up and then came back down to 247.5. Now we're all the way up to 250. That's what the NBA has become. From a spread perspective, Viper on the Bulls -2.5. That's where they stand, -2.5. Opened up at 3, went down to 1.5. Now we're sitting at 2.5. It was at 2 until about an hour before the show started. Then it moved to 2.5. From a cash flow perspective, 66% of tickets and 94% of the cash are on the Bulls. It's an alarming amount of money. Circa has moved this total, by the way, to 250.5. Wow. And they have 95% of cash on the over. That is unbelievable. I mean, at least they're respecting it. That is a ton of money. But 94% of cash on the Bulls. Also, they've moved it to 250.5 with 66% of the tickets on the under and 86% of the cash on the under, which tells us that we should bet the over 250. I mean, it's insane to say that out loud, but that is, I guess, the plan. So why is this total so high? This is the fastest paced team in the league in the Heat and the third fastest paced team in the Bulls, and they're both playing very efficient and shooting the ball well. The Heat are shooting 48.3 from the field and 38.4 from 3, while the Bulls are shooting 48% from the field and 39.4% from 3. Just very impressive work here. The Heat are on a 2-game winning streak, beat the Knicks and then beat the Warriors both at home. And now they head on the road. They play the Sixers on Sunday. We just discussed how this is the first of a back-to-back for these Chicago Bulls. They have won 2 straight. They won at Denver 130-127 and then beat Portland 122 to 121. And that was their problem all year, was they were winning at home and they were losing on the road. So it's probably important for this basketball team, and getting Kobe White back. And it's a home and home, or sorry, it's a back-to-back, but it's a back-to-back with no travel. They host Washington. It is, though. This is against Washington. It'll be the third in 4 nights. Justin McKelvey, take it away for us here. We have Heat Bulls.
Yeah, I got 2 official plays, and you can give me the best number for both of them. The highest point total cup game. 2 teams that play extremely fast. It wasn't really hard. I tried not to, and I missed like a half a point. But I'm on the over, and I'm on Josh Giddey's triple-double. Best number you can get me.
Wow, I like.
I just felt like with the pace that this game is going to be, that I'm going to trust Giddey to do everything. Yeah. He does everything. When it's not, they're going to be a high total, fast-paced game. It's going to be a cup game. They're at the crib. Just seemed like a Josh Giddey triple-double spot, and I just couldn't pass that up. And then all these points, and I even thought about, I've never made a bet like that in my life, including hockey, but I kind of wanted to sprinkle like a tie in this game. It just seemed like I don't know, like sometimes I think when these books make these points like so high, I feel like they know the game's going to go to overtime. It's hard to fathom 250 points and without overtime. They do it all the time, but it's just hard. And I can see these teams going to overtime. It's just something that I was wrestling with. Maybe I could find a little free bet. But definitely best numbers you give me for the Josh Giddey triple-double and the over best number.
I'm the line shop for the triple-double. We can get you a 249.5, a 249.5 flat. There are 249.5s. Most of them are minus 112, minus 115. We found one that's minus 110. For those of you who want to bet that 249.5, that's flat. It is, it was right here. It's at South Point. Take it away for us, Wine Time Sports. You've had a great read on these Chicago Bulls. You've had a great read on these very high totals. What's your plan?
Yeah, I'm attacking this game head on. There will be potentially 3 plays, maybe even 4 in this game, but for now, we're going to give out 2 to you guys. And the first one is going to be the Miami Heat money line plus 120. You can get it everywhere. Just made the play on my book, literally right before it came on, right before I started talking about this. I saw it. I took it. We are also moving. I just moved on it as well. Miami Heat team total over 64, minus 110 in the first half. Their team total is 64. And the Bulls is 65. I think both of these are going to go over. I might end up getting involved here on both team totals in the first half. And I also might be getting involved in the Heat team total full game. The more I look at this, I think the Heat are probably going to be able to name their number here. I don't think they're going to blow the Bulls out. I think this is going to be a pretty good game. But it just seems like the Bulls, they've been playing some really good basketball. I think the Miami Heat they've got a slightly better starting 5 out there. And I just believe that they're going to be up for this game, and seeing this much cash and money coming in on the Chicago Bulls. 66% of tickets, 94% of the cash. This line's not really moving. We saw 2s at some point at some books. Went back to the 2.5. We're seeing 2.5s everywhere. The money line's plus 120 for the Heat. Just go ahead. We don't need the 2.5 points in our back pocket. We're just going to take this full game money line, and we're going to take the Heat team total over 64, minus 110. I think the Heat probably score 70 to 75 points in this first half. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity to score in this game, not just for them, but probably for the Bulls early on too. I think we're going to see some crazy live totals, and all the people that came in, and I shouldn't say all the people, but 66% of tickets, 86% of cash on the under. They're going to see live totals of like 264 at some point in this game. Just throwing this out there, and they're going to be like, I'm hammering that under. And it's just going to go way over the full game total. I'm close to the full game total. This might be a game where we have 4 or 5 bets on. As of right now, it's just 2. I want to let it marinate a little bit more. It's still kind of early on in the day for me. This game doesn't go off for another 6 hours and 25 minutes or so. So I'm going to wait until the end of the show. But for right now, officially, Heat money line and their team total over 64 in the first half.
What was the money line?
Plus 120.
Plus 120 here. So let's go back to the Giddey props here and see if we can find the best triple-double available. I found one that looked appealing, so we'll just start with this number. I found one that's plus 254. But let's see if we can beat that here.
You're about to say that. No, I'm good with that.
Okay, let's. I wouldn't mind seeing if we can beat that though. I get why you're on the Heat. Is it not predicated on the situation as much as the fact that 94% of the cash is on the Bulls? Yeah.
It's more so of that reason. To me, these are two teams that are pretty even. I think by the end of the season, these teams are going to probably be a couple games over 500, maybe a couple games below. They're not going to be too far apart when it's all said and done. Two teams that have been playing some pretty good basketball, and I know Heat are still there. I mean, they're getting healthy at this point right now. Bam is he should be playing in this one, right? He's not on the injury report.
Yeah, Bam playing.
Bam's in. Yeah, he's not even on the injury report. So yeah, I do see Kobe White, Trey Jones questionable for this one on the Bulls side, but yeah, I'm on the Heat. I like the Heat in this spot. Be on the lookout for on Twitter, guys. I might end up placing like 4 bets on this game. As of right now, it's just 2 though.
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind looking at. Oh yeah, do you have action up? I wouldn't mind looking at actions numbers on the money line.
Yeah, I have it right here. Actually,
what is the money line?
So that angle that we were doing earlier in this year, we are 3-0 on the show. I think it's up 3.8 units when we've backed a dog when the market is pretty similar on action and wager talk. As of right now on the money line, it's 29% of bets and 26% of cash on Miami on the plus 120. On the spread, it's 37% of bets and 35% of cash. So it'd be more so with the money line, which is, I guess you could say why I'm on it here. I'm not going to count it for that. It's that system's 3-0 right now. I'm going to see how this goes still. I'm going to keep in mind and see where this closes at. But if it's around the same number, we will count it. But action's pretty much telling us a similar number. They're not saying as much of the public's coming in, but they're still saying the public's coming in on the Bulls.
They're certainly saying that. They're certainly saying that. I get the look here. Oh wow, Bussy net for the Canes. I wonder how that's going to change the line, Peanut. Okay, sorry guys, that's the afternoon action here that we capped off the top. It ends up 4 p.m. here, so we're 1-0, but long way to go. All right, let's roll on. We got our guys moving heavy here. Wine time on the Heat first half team total over 64 and Heat money line plus 120 full game money line. Justin on the over 249.5 and Giddy triple double at plus 254. Wow, I didn't know that, Peanut. That wasn't in my. I guess. Oh, because sorry. I think I already thought Sheffield was out here. One thing here before we roll, big shout out to our guy Kong's Clips. His son Benny, 17th birthday.
Let's go
tomorrow, Saturday, November 22nd. Shout out to Benny. Shout out to the Kong's Clips family, man. I love it, man. I love how important family is to all of us. It's so when you meet us, almost half of our guys are coaching youth sports, leading our future. Justin, one of them, coaching football, and of course Justin leading his family, leading by example. Wine time, about to have his first child, and Kong, you fit right in with this group, man. Respect. Drinks up to our guy Kong's Clip son Benny. We roll on here, and we got AM. Now, we've been watching these trends, angles that he's been working on at a very high rate. It's fun to work with. He is on the Pelicans here, plus 4.5. Cold teams matchup. Bet on a road team losing 6 straight games. There's a home team losing 1 to 5 straight games here. I almost said hose, and it's not why you think. It's because of the Presbyterian Blue Hose. They're the hose I'm after this evening. They play Wine Time's UCLA Bruins, and the first half wasn't available to me. But I want Presbyterian first half. It wasn't available, and so it's still listed on our games to talk about. There was 2 that I might add if time permitting, but that one's in, even though I haven't been able to bet it yet, because those are the.
That's wild that you said that. I think I got like a 23.5, 24.5 with them full game.
Oh, because I was looking at 26.5.
Yeah, I think I got like a 24, I want to say.
Oh, yeah, I want.
It definitely was not 26 that I got.
We have a market in that game? I can't find it.
Well, no, there was. I couldn't even bet the first half.
Oh, wow.
before the show started. So I just them hoes on my mind, and
The blue hose.
blue hose, man, they're on my mind, man. They're on my mind, and I want them first half tonight, especially UCLA had their bounce back. I think. How do you not? If you're UCLA and you see these blue hose walk in, how are you not telling jokes?
Yeah, they're not going to take them too seriously. And this UCLA team, guys, I mean, I think they're very talented. I think grabbing Dent was a huge upgrade for them, but I still don't. I mean, it's still UCLA to me. Whenever they lay these big up spreads against anyone less superior teams, like a team like the Blue Hose, I would only be on them. I would not lay the number with UCLA here because I don't know how much they care. Mick Cronin wants to win games. He doesn't care about covering.
Yeah, I want to bet it as soon as I can. Let's roll on. Stand on Biz rocking with us again. So we got Pelicans, Mavericks, and we have AM on the Pelicanos plus 4.5. Let's get this one all set up here and break it down. The Mavericks, man, it's I kind of like that they're falling apart. Honestly, I'm a big believer and proponent of you have to be accountable for everything you do at all times. Doesn't matter how drunk you are, doesn't matter how whatever. You have to. And if Nico thinks he knows what's best and doesn't care about his fans, doesn't care about people, well, get fired, deal with the repercussions. You can make mistakes in life. You just have to deal with the repercussions. I mean, I'm not saying you're going to, and Nico's repercussions is he's fired. If you think you know more and you're smarter than everybody else, and these guys are idiots, they're all idiots, I know what's right, well, then deal with those fucking repercussions, Nico. And you're never going to have a job in the NBA ever again. And you're going to be a laughingstock everywhere you went. Why? Because you thought you knew better than everybody else. You thought you were smarter than everybody else. We have these Pelicanos first and foremost losers of 7 straight games. And been playing at home for a long time, 5 straight home games. And there were times where they looked good, like that 125-118 loss against Denver wasn't bad. Then we have the Dallas Mavericks. So they're not chanting fire Nico at the foul line, but they're not showing up. Back-to-back losses. They played the Knicks tough. Did you guys think that was a foul? Offensive foul at the end of that game?
I did not
Absolutely.
see that.
You thought the hook was in there and that should have been
Yeah,
called?
he hooked him, but I think it was a foul, but it's something that they rarely call. So I feel like you got to be consistent. And at the end of the game, you can't make that call then.
I don't make that call. I think,
But
again.
do you think it was a foul, though? Difference between making the call and thinking it's a foul.
I needed to see a different angle. I was trying, I watched it 4 times. I wanted to see the hook. Like what, when I was reading comments about it, they were all like, "That's a hook. He hooked them. That's an offensive foul." So I don't
think it's as bad as I've seen, but you rarely see them call that. Like every time they spin, that's exactly what they do. They hook you. So if you're not going to call it consistently all game, don't call it then. But I do think it's a foul.
It was it's just a wild ending of that basketball game.
You can't make that call at that time.
It was a beautiful shot too. It was so beautiful.
Like I feel like there's a foul and then there's, swallow your whistle, pause. But that's just how I feel. Like not at that time. You can't make that call to decide the game.
Yeah, it was a tough one. So how do the Mavericks deal with that? They're on the first of a back-to-back. It's a back-to-back with no travel, so they're at home here. Not a big deal. Yes, Eli, absolutely. So now that it should all be set up. I believe it's set up automatically, but you just go to Pub Sports Radio and then the pubsportsradio.com on the top right, it'll say account. You click on the account and then your information will come up. I'm sure it's already set up because I think Swiggy's got it all automatic as soon as you sign up. So then you go to account and then you'll see the invite. Big Show invited you to the Discord. It's blue. You click on that and you're in, man. And look forward to it. Bruce Honcho, our guy BJ, he is on whiskey in that one. Yes, the line's coming down. I am on BYU first half though, but I the line is coming down. So look, whiskey might be the spot. They might have the revenge and all of that, but they haven't traveled, and I'm challenging them in the first 20 minutes here. But let's roll. Pelicans, Mavs. So the Pelicans playing 23rd fastest pace in the league, 100.37 possessions a game, 44.2 from the field, and 34.2 from three. Dallas, 103.3 possessions a game. That's fourth fastest, which also doesn't really make sense. I mean, you don't have a true point guard a lot of the time out there. Why are you flying up and down the floor? 44.6 from the field and 31.5 from three. It is very, very ugly what the Pelicans are doing. Let's get into the line history here for this one, and then we will hand it over to Wine Time. We have this total at 233.5. It has just climbed and climbed. Opened up at 228.5, now 233.5. A 5-point move towards the over. And then on the point spread, we have this sitting right now with the Mavericks minus 4.5. Opened up at 3.5 and immediately went down to 2.5. Now back up to 4.5. And then the injury report here, we have Poole out, of course, Murray out as well, but Nembhard, not the, it's Ryan. Kyrie and then Davis out, of course. And then D'Angelo Russell is questionable here. So he's sick. We just found out about this. And it's the first of a back-to-back. So I think the guess would be that D'Angelo won't be in the lineup. But again, I don't like really saying that out loud. Here we go. Wine Time Sports, Pelicanos, Mavericks, take it away.
I don't think I've ever came into an NBA slate so far this year and I've wanted to take so many totals in these games, guys. But, I mean, does this not just look like an absolute over spot here in this game, over 233.5 minus 110 right now? To me, it does. I mean, 88% of bets, 88% of cash coming in on the under, and it's moving towards the over. Man, that tells you everything we need to know here is that both these teams are probably going to move the ball at a fast pace today and probably both be able to score. We're not going to see a lot of defense. Who's the best player on the court in this one? That's Zion Williamson. It's probably not even close in that way either. And yet they're here being the underdogs. At the same time, though, 78% of tickets, 89% of cash on Dallas, and yet the line has moved a little bit towards their way. I'm seeing some spots open this up at a 3.5, and we're seeing 4.5s with all these tickets and money on Dallas. That makes me not want to back the Pelicans here in this spot because originally coming into this card, I kind of wanted to be on the Pelicans, but seeing that many people on Dallas and seeing it move the line a point and a half is enough for me to stay off this game sidewise. Total wise, I mean, it just changed. I think I said 88 and 88 is now 92% of bets, 92% of cash on the under. Line still not moving. I want to read out Circa's numbers really. They have 77% of tickets, 72% of tickets, and 94% of cash. They have moved this a point and a half. I'm going to stay off this game entirely. It would be Dallas, and I don't know how I could back Dallas here. It would literally be from a market perspective only, not from an X and O standpoint. I don't think they're the better team on the court. Playing at home, yeah, but I don't know. I think the Pelicans would probably be the spot in this, but the market's going to keep me off them. Seeing 91% of cash coming on the Dallas Mavericks and seeing it move towards that way. It's a little surprising seeing that much cash coming on the Mavericks. I'm guessing people are going to think Cooper Flag is going to play today. He should be playing. He missed Wednesday. I think he was at shoot-around if they did have shoot-around. I think I read earlier that he is going to be available for today.
Yeah, he's in.
Jordan Poole, we talked about it already. I mean, he got injured earlier this month. Still not going to be ready to go for this one. Still got Trey Murphy and Zion Williamson out there. I don't know. This is a game that's two really bad teams and two teams that I didn't think would be this bad. 15 games in or so going into the NBA season. I thought they'd be a little bit better. I thought Dallas was going to be a little bit better. There's just so many issues going on over there in Dallas right now, guys. That organization is just slowly going down right now. And not saying the Pelicans are going up because this is a really bad basketball team as well. Zion Williamson's probably going to go in there and get whatever he wants, but I don't know if it's enough for me to back them on the side. I'm going to stay off this game entirely. It would be over or pass at the 234. 233 is what I'm getting, but I am seeing some books move it to 234 right now. No bet on this for me right now, guys. There's a lot of spots where I keep saying I'm like, it's a total like. It's like, do I just not move on a total all season long, and then all of a sudden today I come on here and move on 4 or 5 totals? I don't think I should do that. Although I don't want to leave money on the table, which I do think I am doing somewhat. As of right now, it's a pass. I have question marks next to it. I'm going to go back over this game later.
When I first started cutting out totals, I would bet one a week. just so I was still sort of scratching the itch. And
Yeah.
my ROI was fine 1 a week.
Yeah.
But I think it's important to see you're succeeding at a very high level right now, and I would trust the process here. Let's hear what Justin has to say about Pelicanos Mavericks, because Dougie Wise, fresh off the free bands play today, cashing with the Texans last night. He's on Dallas -4 at -115. Justin, take it away.
I don't got absolutely nothing in this game. Like, there's no props. I officially started looking at Zion, and I had him wrote down, and then I thought about I like his matchup. But I can't bet on somebody like Zion. Like, he's always hurt. He's always
He's always drenched in sweat after a couple minutes of playing.
yeah. It's like the first 2 minutes of the game, like you're drenched. Like, and I just felt like I usually like toilet bowl games. I'm just like you. Like, I like the bums, but this game here, there was absolutely nothing I could get to. I couldn't even like free bet or no free bet. I couldn't even. I'd be like, here, just take a bet. Or I'd run to the talk table or something. Like, it's just a battle of the bums. And they just didn't. They just played this game, and I swear there was only like, what, it was barely 200 points scored. Was there 200 points scored? I want to say it was like 101. Am I tripping?
I'm pulling this up right now. 1 second, Stacks. I got
They
it.
just played
right.
not long ago.
Did have it head to head. Oh, you're right. 101 to 99.
That's what I'm saying. So, and now you got a 233-point team, a total like. That was the only thing that got my attention.
Was 220. That total was 225.5. And yet here we're seeing 234. So 9 points difference after that game went way under. I think you're on to something. I don't know. I think this over is
it's like it go way under. There was only 200 points scored. Now it's 233. I feel like, but that would just be me trying to read the market. And I ain't really been a good market reader. So, but just looking at the numbers, like after Zion, that was the first thing I noticed. I'm like, they just played. There was no point scored. Now this total is high. Why? Because it's a cup game? Or do y'all know something? Like, it makes you want to bet the over, but I'd be pissed off if I bet it just because of that and thinking I'm so damn smart.
Not only that, but it's moved at such an if you made that decision yesterday at 3 p.m. saying the last game went to 200 points scored and they're opening this line at 228.5, I'm gonna bet it right now. Then that's
what it opened at 228.5.
228.5.
Wow.
What's your number, Jim?
I've got 233.5.
No, I'm saying what's your number of is it 6 or 7 over the number under the number?
I think though, if it's a cup game, that should be you should put a line through it. It just doesn't follow the right
So that rule don't apply to cup games.
I think so. Now again, like we're working with all these things for the first time, but I just think it changes. It adds an element that it changes things. So yeah, I would say that the number is 7. When it's a 7, I truly believe the models aren't wrong. But what if they're saying, well, now these teams are going to be pressured to put up points? I don't think these two teams care about the cup. They're both 0-2.
Yeah, that's the thing. Neither one of these teams is winning the cup. So part of the cup angle and the high scores is one or two teams playing for something. These two teams can't win.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I still am hesitant including it here.
Let's 233. I swear I want to bet that, but
let's roll on. A couple things going on in college basketball. I just want to take a second to talk about here. Our negativity towards Gottlieb that shouldn't play in our action. And Wisconsin Green Bay is going to cover against Yale. Then we have. This is so important to think about this. We have our guy, Wager Detective, on the better basketball team in a basketball game, and I'm on a situational spot. So what happened? The first half was 40-40. The situational spot for Tulane cashed for us. Wager Detective is right. Utah State has opened up 11-point lead and has scored 21 points in the first 5 minutes and 54 seconds.
Wow.
So if you're going to be on the better basketball team, you always have to make that. I know you guys know you always have to make that full game bet. I'm on Butler, South Carolina. I'm on Butler. They're up 7-4, 4 minutes in. Again, we'll see how that bangs out. And then Alabama State, IU, Indianapolis. That was going to be on my card. I was going to bet Alabama State. Then I think that the question about how much time do you want the market to marinate before you have real conviction in your action, the line moved towards IU Indianapolis, and I was like, okay, well, that doesn't make any sense to me. I'm going to put a line through it. And then when I came back, literally an hour and a half later to like load everything in and bet everything, it had come back to Alabama State. And then Alabama State gets out to a 15-6 lead, and I'm like, oh, God, I left. But now IU Indianapolis come back. But that's the only reason why if I've got too much action volume-wise and I want to make cuts, if there's U-shaped movement, I don't know what's going on, and I'm going to cut it. And it may be right to cut, it may not be. Just a little update here as we roll through here. Oh, wow, Johnny Gunn. See, that's so funny because I see the opposite. So interesting. Let's just touch on this quickly. He says, which is why he likes whiskey first half. He thinks the first road game factor only plays a factor in the second half. And I'm the opposite. I think that first road game affects you in the first half. I think the concern about whiskey BYU is that whiskey is a better basketball team. I think that's the concern. That's what the market's saying, that in 40 minutes, a whiskey will gather themselves. But interesting, Johnny. And again, like, it's not about right or wrong. It's just you feel that way and you have proof as to how it's succeeded for you. And I am on the opposite because I think it's tougher in the first half. And these are all things that we need to talk about as we achieve our goals. And of course, for a lot of us, it's doing this professionally in Vegas with a unit size of 2K. So you don't need to be in Vegas anymore for that either. You can do that from wherever you are. It's just about building your bankroll. Now, it is harder to not do it in Vegas because you'll get kicked out of books. As your unit size goes up and you are succeeding, you'll get kicked out of books. It's a little different when you're in Vegas, depending on what casinos you're betting at. But again, we'll be talking about this for years as we move forward together as a group. We move on. Next spot on the board here is two teams. Oh, and the tweet saying Campbell and Davidson. Well, I did go over it. I'd have to stop and pull up the notes because it was going to be a spot here. So I did go over it, and I watched Campbell play. I think I bet against Campbell and I cashed. I think Campbell's a pretty good team. They got length. I didn't move on the game. I'd have to pull it up, and we have time factors right now. I got to make sure that Justin's out of here in 42 minutes, which shouldn't be a problem, but I got to focus. Gorky is on whiskey to win a plus 140. Yeah, no, I get it. They're a good basketball team. I get it. I'm just on BYU first half. I like them coming off the loss, sitting in it for 6 days against UConn. We've talked about it. But this is not me the best man win. Just good luck with your action, and whatever happens, we'll live to fight and hammer the next game. It's all about bankroll management. Minnesota Timberwolves 10-5, 5-2 on the road. They are 2-0 in the NBA Cup, Justin, plus 54. Wow. And Phoenix is 1-0, and they're plus 22. 9-6, 6-2 at home. I did not think, after watching the Suns early in the year, that we'd be talking about a good basketball team. I did not think. Now, what did we think? Well, we thought, look, Jalen Green is a beast. He came back, he changed things. Now he's out again 4 to 6 weeks with the right hamstring strain, and they're still playing good ball. So then we have Grayson Allen out as well. So you know what? Look, I know that Dylan Brooks plays for Team Canada, so a lot of them kind of like him up here, but I like that he goes into the dirty areas and he's not afraid to get in somebody's face, and he's not afraid to be the bad guy on the court and take the other team's offense fouls and attention. I like him. But this Devin Booker, Dylan Brooks, Royce O'Neal, Ryan Dunn, Mark Williams 5 is better than I had expected it to be. Going up against this Wolves team, the only question mark really, because we know Shannon's out and we don't care what slow-mo Joe Ingles does. The question is Jaden McDaniels. So he's questionable. He missed the last game with the left wrist sprain, and we don't have the update from shoot around at this point, and we'll take a look at it a couple different times here. So that's the situation. Both teams playing at a middling pace, just a little above 100 possessions a game. Phoenix at 100.7, Minnesota 101.4. The fact is they're just both playing very efficient, and almost nobody is playing as efficient as the Wolves. 49.3 from the field, 38.2 from three. Very, very good. Phoenix 47.4 from the field and 38% from three. So we have the Timberwolves off of 2 straight wins. They went 3 of 4, and they're just finished homestand, and now they come out on the road. That was an impressive victory on Tuesday for the Suns at Portland. 17-point win on the road. That was their second straight win on the road by margin. They're back at home. They did lose 124-122 at home to Atlanta, and that was on Sunday. And we have the Wolves last beating up on the Wizards on Wednesday. The Wolves are a very good basketball team, but they turn it on and off, and you saw it in the Wizards game. They turned it on in the second quarter, took a huge lead, and all of a sudden the Wizards are 5 points back in the fourth quarter, and the Wizards covered that spread. So that's our situation here right now. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We got Justin hitting lead off. We have this total. Oh, I think no. This is a. Did I go over this already? No. Yeah, sorry, my bad. We have this total right now. It's the same number as New Orleans, Dallas at 233.5, but it's now down to 232. It just moved 8 minutes ago. 8 minutes ago, there was a 1.5 move to the under. It's now at 232, a big move to the under. From a spread perspective here, we have Phoenix plus 4.5. They open up plus 3, and they're now plus 4.5. I think a lot of this is telling. Is it possible that the Wolves were, caring about this game at Sun Mortgage Center, Matchup Center, and overlooked the Wizards because they cared about playing the Suns because it's a cup game? I don't know. Let's hear from Justin McKelvey. Take it away. Wolves, Suns.
Yeah, this game, outside of everything that we've seen between these two teams, like the Suns, this is where you want them, like, especially as a dog. Like, you want them at home. Like, they play ball at home. They did drop that game at home to the Hawks where they was winning and let the Hawks come all the way back. And then you look at this Timberwolves team, like, it seemed like they care a whole bunch about this cup thing. But the thing is, I want to say it's like 7 straight or 8 straight. The Timberwolves just keep beating the Suns, like, no matter what. But they keep beating them straight up. It's not guaranteed ATS. And I don't really want to stand in front of that with the recent trends because of the Suns being a cash cow at home. I think the Suns team, like, maybe I misjudged them, like, or maybe it's just early in the season. But what I had to get to, I was going to be on Booker, like, hopefully that all the injuries they was going to fight. But then I went to Julius Randle. Do you give me anything you got for his PRA? I want everything involved. I feel like no matter where this team goes, can't count on Anthony. But I don't know, Randall, he a dog, like, and he's been dog recently. Like, and I want everything because he does everything. And if I think the Wolves going to win, which I do, I just don't want to lay the points. This is my way of backing the Wolves without backing the Wolves.
I kind of want to lay the points.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of want to lay the points. I don't. Maybe I'll hear from Wine Time to see if we can get there. I didn't give the cash flow. I think maybe that was a problem here with the cap for me. We have 64% of the ticket, 64% of the cash on Phoenix. If the Wolves care, they can beat this team by margin if they care. And I think we agree that they care. Here, 62% of tickets on the under, 94% of cash on the under. Then we just saw this big drop down to 232. What is the exact bet I'm looking for before Wine Time gets into it?
Julius Randle, over points, rebounds, and assists.
All right. Okay, cool. I got it. Take it away, Wine Time.
Yeah, this is a fun game right here, guys. I'm on the Timberwolves here. I'm laying the 4, -4, -110 here in this game, guys. You can still get the 4 at a lot of spots. It is moving up to 4.5 at the sharper books right now. You can still find 4s available. I think if you're going to move on the Timberwolves, you move on it now. I wouldn't be surprised to see this go to a 4.5. Pretty much consensus everywhere, maybe even a -5, even though tickets are coming in on Phoenix. I'm looking at a couple of these books individually right now, and a lot of them have 50% of tickets and 59% of cash on Phoenix right now. But yet they're moving the line towards Minnesota. So it's looking like sharper bets on some of these books are coming in on Phoenix, but these sharper books are moving it towards the other way. I think that kind of tells you something here too. I'm on Minnesota. Give me the -4, -110 available right now. I think Minnesota takes care of business. I think they have the 2 best players on the court in a 2v2 situation. I mean, I guess you could say the 2 best players on the court for the Suns are Devin Booker and Dylan Brooks is averaging nearly 21 points right now. So I guess he's the number 2 option, which is kind of crazy to say. He's been playing some good basketball. But I think Julius Randle and Anthony Edwards out there, I think those guys are going to do their thing. This is a little worrisome, though, guys. I mean, they pretty much own the Suns. I mean, they're 5-0 straight up against them the last 5 games they've played each other. And I believe they covered 4 out of the last 5 games they played as well on that number. So I think only one time they were a dog. Some other spots they were like 8.5. That was also last year when there were some injuries, but whatever, all that. But I just think this is a Timberwolves spot. I think that they're the better basketball team. I think the market's kind of telling us that way. So when you put the X's and O's together and the market together and seeing the market move towards my way, when you're seeing more money come in on the other side, I like that here. So give me the Timberwolves -4, -110. I love it.
You are in business here. This is a interesting spot. Justin, if you could keep an eye on these spots here, and I'll tell you every time we get there. When I was starting out down south, I would look at the player props that I thought Pinnacle did not want you to bet. And what they would do was, instead of moving the number, they would just heighten the juice. They would not move the number. They'd take it to -180. And I there was a time 6 years ago that I did track this, and it was right. These were cashing. So Pinnacle has the Julius Randle PRA at 36.5, -161. They don't want anyone to bet it. I'm looking at a 38.5 at -115. The Godfather found one at -130. What can you find?
What's his points? I'll just take his points then.
Okay. The Randall points 23.5.
I'll take that. Well, what's the juice?
-115. And
Yeah, I'll
here,
take that.
see what it is here quickly.
I'm pulling it up too.
Under we have, it's 5 cents worse at 365.
I have Randall over 23.5 at -108 right now. Let me look at his PRA. His PRA stacks for Julius Randle is over 37.5 -110.
Well, that's good.
Oh yeah, I'll take that.
That's a good number.
Yeah, I'll take that number then.
Okay, that's a good number. That's a good one. Over 37.5 -110. And I'll try to do it too. I'll put these asterisks and I'll just call it a penny angle.
It's probably not. It probably doesn't apply. And I hope, I don't want to turn this into like a whole conversation, but you seen Ron Carver put that Gobert was in the Epstein thing. He didn't have any, like, it's funny, but he didn't have any impact, like, as far
I
as
haven't
like
heard that. What, he went to the island, or he was in the?
There's no way.
He put it in the chat.
Rudy Gobert. Let me look this up really quick.
Yeah,
I've got nothing on him saying that in the last 3 days. So yeah, that's he might have seen that on Twitter and it was like a fake account. That's fake. There's no way that's true.
Yeah, everybody hates Gobert.
Yeah.
I'd say if it's true, like, it's just wondering, like,
basketball during like I'll never forgive him for that. We had no sports for fucking. We could have had him for at least another week.
It wasn't his fault, obviously, but he was such an ass clown around it, and he's the last thing we all remember.
Yeah, like he did that when he did that interview and shit.
We at least had another week of sports before he did that.
Yeah, we probably would have had another week here. Okay. We've lost the Jose's internet here for a second. So,
oh, you're good.
Can you put up the I can't see the. Can you put the graphics up for our next game? Okay. I actually you do. So the next game's Nuggets Rockets, and I think that Winetime's right. I think if we want this 4 for Minnesota, I mean, I'm not getting a 4 at -110.
I got one. Let me refresh it really quick. Let me just see if it's still here. I got it at the -110. Let me scroll down. Yeah, I can still get a -4, -110.
I'm going to bet this now because the sharp books are moving this quickly. The best I can get is 116. And the Godfather did find a 36.5 at -130. So I just want to get this bet here. I'm a little nervous about the number moving. So, and then this is such a great basketball game. Next one up, but I want to get this in. Nuggets Rockets. Wine time. Do you mind setting it up and handing over to Justin? I'll come in third.
Yeah, of course. Let's go right here. We are going to H. Is this in H? Yeah, this is in the H Town. Shout out to H Town here. Shout out to our guy LJ. H Town took care of business in the NFL yesterday. All right, let's look at right here. So we've got currently sitting the Houston Rockets as a -2.5 favorite, -110 against the mighty Denver Nuggets. These are two powerhouse teams in the NBA, guys. When it's all said and done at the end of the year, these two teams are probably going to be there deep into the playoffs. I like both these rosters. Currently looking at the market, we have Houston, 58% of tickets and 58% of cash on the Houston Rockets. This line opened up. We've seen some twos at some spots, guys, and we are seeing it move towards the Rockets here. I mean, this is a pretty even split here. This is exactly what I'd see because I know a lot of people are pretty high on Houston this year because of Kevin Durant coming over there, and he's done a pretty good job. I mean, we know what KD can do. He's got a good coach over there. He's got some good role players. Then you look at the Denver Nuggets, made a couple they got rid of Michael Porter Jr., bringing Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson necessarily hasn't probably been the guy that they were hoping for. He's a good role player still, but this is an interesting one, guys. We've got a total pretty much 236s across the board right now. Are seeing some 236.5s at some spots and even some 235.5s, I guess, depending on where you're looking right now. This line opened up at a 234.5 yesterday at some spots, got up to a 235, went right up to a 237, and now we're seeing kind of 236 and seeing it fluctuate at certain books right now. This is an interesting one. I want to be on the Rockets here. I like this Houston Rockets team. I've been backing them in certain situations this year. They've been doing good to me. I like the Rockets, -2.5 right now. I want to see what my book is currently giving me on my end, not just the books that I was looking at. And we are seeing the Rockets -2.5, -110 pretty much everywhere, -140 on the money line. If you guys like the Denver Nuggets, +120 on the money line right now. Stacks, take it away. I'm close to the Rockets here. I want to talk this one out with you guys here, what the chat has to say, but take it away for this one.
Yeah, I can't talk you off the Rockets. I got two plays, and I'm not on the side. I'm on a total. I'm on over 235.5 and -113. And best number, I just added this right before the show. I just didn't get a chance to actually bet it. But best number you give me for Jokic triple-double. I think this is going to be one of the best competitive games in the Cup. Both these teams, I want to say they're 1-1, 1 win, 1 loss. So pretty much whoever loses is going to be out of it. And matter of fact, that is what it is. And the Nuggets, it's a hard team to stand in front of. Like any team with Joker as a dog, they're already. It was only a dog once earlier this year, and they won. And I really don't want to be standing in front of this Rockets team. They play extremely fast, especially at home. Like their pace of play, like it started off like early games didn't seem like they was playing that fast, but now with the Cup game, they're already playing a little bit faster. I think it's going to be Sengun and Joker going back and forth. I think Joker's going to fill up the stat sheet. I think it's going to be an easy triple-double against Sengun, and there's going to be a lot of points scored. And I can't talk you off the Rockets.
Well, I've got some news for you, Stat. This is crazy to me, guys. A recorded triple-double, Nikola Jokic, -120 here. His PRA is at a 50.5 at -110. That's telling you everything you need to know here. I think he's probably going to go out there and be a one-man show tonight.
You said -125, you said?
-120.
I'll line shop too here.
Yes, Jimmy can line shop as well on that one. His PRA is 50.5, which is absolutely wild to me. For someone, I don't pay attention to triple doubles numbers and stuff, guys. Is he usually around a -120? Is this normal, or is he usually like a plus?
No,
he started when Justin was betting at the beginning of the year. It was like +150.
Yeah, like it's been slowly going down. And Bet Rivers, the worst that I got at Bet Rivers was like 105. I think the last time I gave him out. But
yeah, it's -120 at my spot. I think for Ray, I like that look right there, Stacks. That's crazy.
Yeah, regardless, as long as it's like not nothing crazy, I don't mind 120. But Jimmy probably find better.
I can get you a -102. I can
Yeah,
also get a
okay.
-110, but we'll go with the -102. And what was the over that you have?
Over 235.5, -113.
Did you put that out on X already?
No. So if you could give me a better number.
I think so. And the reason why I think so is just because you guys are always going to get screwed over. I mean, Wine Time is in a non-gambling state, and he's getting like that's why when you see Wine Time's record, you should think that it's 5% better than everything that you're seeing just because of the lines that he's getting. The best total here for this one. Oh, no, you're right there. It's 235.5 minus 110.
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing doing there. This one is wild to me. I think it's a very interesting, as you were saying one time, it's such a fascinating basketball game. Let's just quickly touch on this injury report. And did you want to, I think I interrupted you. Were you adding here one time? Did I interrupt you?
Listen, I've been doing pretty well back in the Houston Rockets this year, and if I was going to move on something in this spot, it would only be the Houston Rockets, and I'm pretty close to being there. Shout out to our guy Jeff Slaughter in the building there, right there. Shout out to Jeff Slaughter. Shout out to you, my guy. Can't wait to kick it with you here in a couple months, my guy. Let's go.
Nice. And let me tell you that getting paid for the Survivor pool is fucking awesome, man. Shout out to Jeff, always taking care of us, man. And so Jabari Smith here, questionable. I guess so. The first thing I think of is not this. I think it's a fishy line that Rockets should probably be a bigger favorite at home. They're 5-1 at home. Both teams are 1-1 in the cup. Nuggets plus 23, Rockets plus 13, and Trill OG is the first quarter over 60.5. So I guess you would say that with now Adams is questionable too. Because you would want to have you just want his fouls, right? You would want him to bang down low. He is with a right ankle injury. Oh, he's down. Oh no, he's not downgraded yet. Not great. So, but look at all the options you have: Sengun, Capella. Huh? Because I think that at 2.5 with the public on the Rockets, they're telling us Nuggets are live. I mean, is that what's keeping you off of the Rockets?
I think so. I just couldn't really. I just think this is two pretty evenly matchup teams. Like I think these are two of the better teams in the West, and I think that they're going to have good seasons. And I think this line's probably we could maybe see a -3, maybe 3.5 for the Rockets. I don't think we would have seen 4s, but the 2.5, 2. I get that. What did this open? Did this ever get to a 3 at some spots? Or it never got to a 3, right?
It did. It opened at a 3.
Did it? Oh, wow. Did it?
And not only that, it opened up at a 3. It moved to 2 in the first 40 minutes it was available. And then 7 hours later, it moved back to 3. It didn't move back to 2.5 till 7:30 this morning.
Yeah, then that's what will keep me off this game. This is must-watch TV, I think, from a basketball fan. I think this is a really good basketball game to bet on, too. It just, I don't. It couldn't quite correlate for me, I guess, in this one. So I'm going to take a pass in this game.
I'm interested in the Nuggets. And also we have our Pubapalooza dates up top, man. God, I just can't wait till I'm sitting in Jeff's bar.
You said you're interested in the Nuggets, Jimmy?
I am, yes. I am. I mean, they clearly didn't care about that Pelicans game because they had the Rockets on deck. So they haven't been playing well. They have 2 straight games they haven't been playing well. We watched them go into Minnesota and take them out by 9. I mean, in Minnesota, that's a tough place to play. It's a great basketball team. And then you just have the Rockets doing everything right. Everything right. Winning and winning and winning. I mean, would you expect a team that's won 5 straight games and 10 of 11 would be only -2.5 at home?
Yeah, that is interesting too, right there. That's a good point, Jim.
Wow.
I didn't really. I saw that they'd won the last 5 straight games. Yeah, that makes sense.
And even LJ. I mean, LJ is at all of these games, and he says Nuggets have the better bench, which makes them live to win. I mean, it's one thing. See, when you're betting the Denver Nuggets, you have to ask yourself, do they care? Are they trying? Am I getting max effort? And it's a very difficult question to answer.
Yeah.
And I would say, 15-20% of the time you are getting max effort? You're getting it here. Got to be getting it here. Old E's been repping his Houston hat all day. Troy says almost time for football. Another 3-0 game for Troy Torrance. Good God. Is he running hot? So I'm interested in the Nuggets. We have Justin on the over 235.5 -113 and Jokic triple-double at -102. And at this point, you are staying off wine time.
Yeah, staying off for me. Shout out to my guy Troy. Yeah, that's unbelievable work, man. That's like and everything being tracked at one unit as well is just like that. Just I know my guy Troy probably has a couple units on some of these games that he's really heavily invested on. So shout out to my guy Troy. That's great work right there, my man. That's God's work. That's like I think that puts him up almost 60 units so far.
Well, he just crossed 55, so he's
That's
over 55.
crazy. That's insane.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I've never worked with someone who's doing this at this level with this volume.
I'm glad we have him in our circle.
We are
I'm
very
glad you're on
fortunate.
our team.
Yeah, and also we're going to be going to Pubapalooza early because he can't be there on the weekend. So we're going to figure out him coming in early and us being there early, which works for me.
Yeah,
I want to be there early, and this way I can actually sell it to the family. Why I have to leave. Let's roll here. We have the Oklahoma City Thunder, Utah Jazz, next spot on the board. Thunder 15-1, 8-1 on the road. They're 1-0 in the Cup, and they won that game by 31 points. They're plus 31. Jazz 5-9, 4-3. Not only are they 0-2 in the Cup, but they've lost their two games by 62 points combined. Bums. Delta Center, Salt Lake City, Utah. Now, as soon as you call them bums, they play a good basketball game and take money out of your wallet. They're a tricky team to cap. We watched them take out the Bulls in double overtime. We watched them destroy Indiana at home. It was a pretty interesting homestand. And then they go out on the road, and they were, LeBron's first game. They were up at half. I think they were up at half. So they've been off for a few days there. That was a Tuesday night basketball game for the Utah Jazz. They have come home here. They play the Lakers on Sunday. So these are two games. And then they head to Golden State on Monday. That's a tough back-to-back at home against the Lakers and then at Golden State. But that's Sunday, Monday. We're talking about Friday night NBA Cup action here against the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder. We're going to take a look at the injury report and set the line movement up, and then Justin will hit leadoff for us. The Thunder, I mean, can you believe that one game that they lost, they barely lost with, half their roster? I mean, 73-9 is possible, but the problem with 73-9 is you put up so much effort in the regular season. At the end of the regular season, when you probably want to be resting some of your key members. 7 straight wins right now for them, and they head back home after this, and they have a Portland on Sunday, Wolves on Wednesday, Friday, Phoenix. So 3 games coming up at home. We'll take a look at the injury report here for the Thunder, as it's been a tricky one for them. It's not tricky. Everything's clear. Utah's healthy and playing everybody. Of course, Kessler gone and shit like that. But Nurkic, Markkanen, Ace Bailey, Mikhailiuk, and George and it's just Nang out. Who cares? For the Thunder, Williams is out still, and Kenrick out as well. And then Wiggins out and Topic out. But no one questionable. We know the situation here, and we know that they're going to be trying. Line history-wise here, we have the Thunder minus 16.5. They opened up at minus 14.5. 30 minutes later, it was a 15.5. 11 minutes later, it was a 16. And then it took a little while to get to 16.5, which is where it is right now. So a big move towards the Thunder. And then on the total here, we have a 233.5. This one opened up at 235. It got up to 236. It was at 236.5 at 2:30 in the morning. Now we've dropped 3 points since then. And when we get to the cash flow, we have 60% of tickets, 52% of the cash on the Thunder, 59% of tickets on the over, 54% cash on the under. Justin Mcelvy, take it away here. Our second to last game on the board before we get into football, Thunder, Jazz.
Yeah, I kind of like this spot. I got one bet in it, and I got two bets in the last game. One thing we know with this Thunder team, I feel like they take these Cup games very, very serious. And one thing I like to do is I like to back Utah in normal circumstances at home as a dog. I don't feel like this applies. I wouldn't mind them plus 6.5, 16.5. But what I got to was I'm on the over, the best number you get. I didn't post it nowhere. I think with the Cup game, I think the Jazz is going to do. I do think they're going to cover this game. I think they're going to put up a lot of points. I think the Thunder is going to put up a whole lot of points. The only reason why I'm not on their team total is because I do believe the Jazz are going to score. And maybe I could be wrong about the Thunder carrying a whole lot, but it just seems like that they care. But Utah at home, I either want the overs in them games or I want them as a dog. And they just came off of getting blown out on the road, but by the Lakers when LeBron came back. So put that in there, like fresh taste coming off a fresh blowout to contribute to this total. Okay, see, we know what they're going to do. They're going to put up a whole bunch of points. in Utah. Altitude don't seem to matter to OKC, whether they go to Utah or wherever, business as usual. So I love this over.
It's dropping.
That's okay.
Down to 232.5.
I'll take that.
2.5 and minus 110 here for Justin. Take it away for us here. Wine time.
What was the juice on that? 32.5 for what?
Minus 110.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. Take it away. Wine time.
Yeah, this is a game I want nothing to do with. I think that this line is right where it needs to be, 16-17. I think that this is probably going to come down to if Jazz can get a backdoor cover. I mean, Thunder can name their number against anyone in the league. It seems like at this point, the kind of basketball they're playing right now, even without their number 2 guy from last year, Jalen, it's crazy seeing how good this Oklahoma City Thunder team actually is. This is going to be a team that's going to be really good for the next couple of years, and they're going to be fun to watch. I would only be on the Jazz here. 92% of tickets coming in on the Thunder. Would never want to be on that side unless the line is moving a lot my way, which is pretty much not. I know some spots open this up at the same number that it's at. Some other spots open this up at I'm seeing 16s, I want to say, at some spots. It says open here on that some spots did at 14.5. I don't think that if it opened up at 14.5, that'd be crazy, but I don't really think
it did in the afternoon.
Oh, wow.
At 2:30 p.m., around 2:30.
That's crazy. I'm not going to have anything to do with this game. This next game we talk about, I'll have more to say in that one. Nothing for me in this one. I'm not going to lay this many points with OKC. At the same time, I'm not going to be on the other side with them, hoping that they bench their players in the last couple of minutes and Utah gets like a backdoor cover because OKC is just way better than this basketball team. I'm not going to move on it, though. It'll be a pass.
It just seemed like this is a totally different version of the Warriors back in the day when they was the Splash Brothers. Like, only you can't call OKC Splash Brothers. They just business as usual. Like, next team up, we're gonna come out here and like Shea don't never play the fourth quarter. Like, rarely does he get any play in the fourth quarter. That's why I would never bet his props. But this team's dangerous. And I would always back Utah as a dog. I wouldn't care who they play. I can't get in front of this OKC team. Road, home. I've done it a couple times and it ain't worked. But 16.5, I don't know. But I get a couple wins early. I might start feeling myself. I might sprinkle the little Jazz plus 2 touchdowns and a field goal. That's just a whole lot of points for a home team. Like, especially a home team that just got blown out by what? 13, 14 last game, 140 to like 127 was it when they played the Lakers? So like, you got any dignity? Like, I mean, I know Laurie can't do it by himself, but holy shit.
Yeah, I don't find it appealing. Really, I am very angry that I'm off of that I got off of Alabama State. It's just the market got me off here, and then it came back, and I just couldn't explain it. It pissed me off. We do have more important news. Pig Milk Play of the Day. UT Arlington. UT Arlington is just about to pop off. UT Arlington Campbell. So Pig Milk is just about to pop off here. Shout out to our guy Billy Friedrich, co-champion of the Survivor Pool. Now we're playing for the title, but cash, co-champ. All right, our final spot in NBA, and then we'll do a review. This has been, I did move on the Timberwolves here. I was worried that I wasn't going to get that 4 for long, but this was a much more difficult card than I had imagined. It feels sort of like yesterday when I found it. It's funny, usually with the bigger cards, so many spots open up, but I'm a big believer in just taking what the league gives you, and if they're not going to give you too much, that's fine, because we kept all these different sports. Let's talk Blazers, Warriors. We're at the Chase Center here, San Francisco, California. Portland playing at the second fastest pace in the NBA, 104.18 possessions a game, and shooting poorly. 44.9 from the field, 32.4 from 3, and on a 4-game losing streak. They just lost at home to Chicago. They've lost the first 2 games of this homestand. We'll go over it. The Warriors playing at 13th fastest pace, 101.61 possessions a game, shooting just 45 from the field, but 36.7 from 3, which is a little better than they generally shoot from 3. They're a high volume team. We have Kuminga and Melton out, but Buddy Hield, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler all probable. So we expect to see them all in the lineup. And then for Portland, they're a mess. We know Thibault and Scoot out, but we have here, we'll go through these questionable players. Robert Williams, who's playing a little bit. We expect him to be in the game. He was held out Wednesday for rest. So we expect Robert Williams to be in the lineup. Of course, he's not playing that much. And then we have Shaedon Sharpe. Let's get into Shaedon Sharpe's information here. Shaedon Sharpe, Drew, and Jeremy Grant is probable, so we don't need to look at that one up. But let's look at Shaedon Sharpe here. So he's got this calf injury. He didn't play Wednesday either. And you won't know. And they're not telling us. I believe shoot-around happened, or it's happening now. But they're not giving us that information. And, he's been a monster. So we need to know about Shaedon Sharpe right now, dealing with calf injury. He didn't play Wednesday. So we have Williams that we expect in. Jeremy Grant's probable. Sharpe is, you're going to have to get that information because it's very important to the cap. And then Drew has missed 3 straight. So he's going to be at shoot-around. And then they think that he's going to get the green light. So there's, of course, the NBA issues here with those guys. But we do know that on the other side, Buddy, Draymond, and Butler are all probable. So the Warriors coming off, losing their last 2 games on the road. The Miami loss was, not. They're playing with half of their team, and they're back and they're healthy and they're ready to go for the NBA Cup. Speaking of NBA Cup numbers, both teams are 1-1, and both teams have terrible point differentials. Portland's -22. The Warriors is -24. The Golden State Warriors now come back for a big 5-game homestand. Starts tonight, and then they don't play again until Monday. So this is kind of feels like an all-in type situation for them. Line history-wise, here we have the Warriors -8. Seems like a fair number. Opened up at 7 and is now 8. It's juiced to 8, so it appears that it's going to continue to move. And from a total standpoint here, we have a 237. This 237 slightly juiced to the over. It got up to 238 for a while. It's got up to 238 multiple times. It's been down to 236.5 a few different times. And then when we get to the cash flow for our final NBA game on the board, 72% of tickets, 88% of cash on Golden State. Very public.
Yeah.
Very public. And it's the offshores that are moving it to 8. ESPN's bet's hanging 8.5, but Circa's hanging just to 7.5. They haven't given us the numbers, and they haven't moved the number at all either. They opened it at 7.5, and it's just sitting at 7.5. And then from a total perspective, we have 75% of tickets on the under, 59% cash on the under. Wine Time Sports, our last game on the board. Thank you, Swiggy. Swiggy's got all of our action up here. He did Lock Survivor just because we'd made the deal, but we want to play for it, and we both moved on last week. Billy had the Patriots, I had the Steelers. Wine Time, take it away.
Yeah, this is a game I wanted to get involved with, guys. I've done well back in the Portland Trailblazers this year. Haven't been on them these last couple games. I mean, they've kind of looking like their true selves right now out there. Drew Holiday did miss some time. He was injured. Warriors, yeah, they're coming off 2 straight losses, but that second game, they didn't have anyone out there. Everyone seems to be healthy, ready to go here for the Warriors. In Golden State here, this is a tough game. I would only be on the Portland Trailblazers here. I kind of want to let this market marinate a little more. This game doesn't go off for another 7+ hours. Right now, looking at the market, as you already touched on it, Jim, 28% of bets and 12. Wow, just moved again. 28% of bets and 6% of money on the Portland Trailblazers. There's 94% of cash on the Warriors here. If this line continue, if I see 8.5s, I will be off this game, guys. Right now, I can get a +8 with the Blazers at -105. I kind of think that might be I kind of think this. I want to see 7.5s here again if I'm going to be on the Portland Trailblazers, and if we see 7.5s, I'm going to move on it. Just going to let this market marinate a little bit more. I am most likely going to be on the Portland Trailblazers in some sort of fashion here. It's probably going to.
Do you need Shaedon Sharpe to be in the lineup, or you're comfortable betting them without Sharpe?
I'm comfortable without Sharpe. I do think he's going to be. I think I'm guessing he's going to be in that, but it's not going to keep me off this game unless it moves. It just depends on where this line is, I guess, in like 3 or 4 hours. It's a 7 p.m. game out here on the West Coast. This will be one of those games where I move on probably a couple hours before the game because I'm going to want to let the market marinate, see who is for sure playing. But just seeing 90% of cash on any NBA team, and right now the Dallas Mavericks just have 90% of cash. Any team that has 90% of cash, and if the line's not moving in your way in a big way, like 2 points at least, 2.5 points, I don't like it. I do think the Warriors are going to have the better 5 guys out there. I do like the Blazers bench at time. I like Jeremy Grant coming off the bench, obviously, but this is going to be an interesting game here. I'm not going to be on it right now, but I might end up being on the Portland Trail Blazers. I got someone at my front door. I'll be right back.
No worries. I like that idea too. If this stays like 90, 95%, it closes at 7.5 or even an 8. I think he's right though. If it goes 8.5, 9, the books are respecting it. Justin, what do you think?
I was listening to him, and I just felt like you would kind of agree with him. But I'm gonna be on the other side, and I'm still gonna give it out. Yeah, the one time breakdown didn't really give me the percentages. I didn't think it was gonna be this public, but I love this spot, and I'm gonna tell you why. But Stacks Play Day number 2 is the Golden State Warriors team total over 122.5.
Oh yeah, I forgot. 122.5. And what was the juice?
Minus. I posted it on X. I want to say minus.
I'll get it. You know what? I've got it up here. I'll grab it.
Yeah, I think it was minus 117. I think it was, or 15. It was a little bit juiced, but I got another play, but I'll get to you for that. One, we just seen this team. We just seen these two teams play when the Golden State was off the second leg of a back-to-back, and Portland beat them by 20. Then this is usually the time I don't really want them on the first game. They're coming off a 6-game. I think it was a 6-game road trip, but they lost the last 2, and I feel like they punted the last game. Like everybody said, Miami blew them out. They only scored 90-something points, like 96 points. I feel like they punted that game and said, okay, we're going back home. So they pretty much punted. Everybody nobody was, I mean, there was people in, but I just felt like for them to have 96 points and the way that game was played in the second leg of a back-to-back, like they just pretty much punted. And that's how I got to the team total. But I also like the Warriors minus 8. And I want to get it now for the Portland Trail Blazers. Best number you could get me. If you get 7.5, because I didn't post it nowhere. I posted Stacks, but I didn't post this Warriors. I think this is a smash spot. On top of the Cup game, you got in-season revenge where they just beat these boys by 20 in Portland. It was a high-scoring game. Now you got a Cup game off a subpar game where they only scored 96. I think this is going to be a smash spot. I think Portland got blown out today.
It's interesting. I just, they sat people. It's last 2. I mean, they were playing at an elite level, but I wonder if that rhythm is going to be just intact again after, bringing people back.
I just feel like it was a 6-game road trip that they turned into a 5-game road trip.
Yeah, no, I understand.
They lost to the Magic. I was on the Magic that day. That was one of the Stacks plays. I was on the Magic +4. Then they turned around they traveled, but they stayed in the same state and played Miami and got blown out. And usually after a 6-game road trip, I usually wouldn't want to be in the first game at home, but I think this is a smash spot. I think the Blazers are going to get blown out. I think the Warriors are going to score a boatload of points, and I don't think y'all should bet Portland, regardless of the injuries, regardless of the market.
Yeah, I think that if 95% of the cash is on the Warriors and if it closes at 7.5, that it's just I have to bet it. I have to bet that situation every single time. My ROI is insane doing it. So now
if it closes at 8.5, you're gonna leave it alone.
Yeah.
Or do you need to see a 9 with 95% of the money?
8.5, I probably leave it alone. 9, I just don't even think twice about leaving it. Like, of course, I'm not going to touch it. But if this at 8.5, I probably leave it alone. Likely leave it alone. But if this is 8 or 7.5, it's my wheelhouse. It's just the public takes a bath. They open up. Why the book's opening up their arms to that cash? If it closes at 7.5, I bet you the Warriors win by 7. It's just. But I get it. I understand the angle from X's and O's, and All right, so there we go. Warriors team total over 122.5 at -117, and the Warriors -7.5, -110. Let's review all action here on the card. Now, both our guys, Justin and Wine Time, may put more action out on X, but let's roll here. So Justin gets his card started with the Cavs team total over 126.5 at -115. I still have interest in the Celtics here. I know it's a big number, and I've got to sit with it a little bit longer. These are big numbers, make me uncomfortable. Then if Bagley and Sarr are not in the lineup, then the Raptors are going to be able to pick their number. It's just, are they going to be up 30 and rest people? Probably not, because it's a cup game. They are 2-0 right now in the cup. If Bagley and Sarr are out, the Raptors are just going to run a train. So.
And something else, real quick, not to interrupt you, my fault.
No, it's all good.
And I'm gonna start tracking. Probably, I should start doing it today because the cup's not gonna be forever. The teams that blow people out, we'll say the Cavs, for example, if they blow these boys out and put up 135, 138 points, you want to look to fade them the next game. I feel like that's the games that these teams put all their effort into the cup games. And you want to fade them the next game they play, even if it's not the next day. I don't care if it's on Sunday. I just want to start tracking it because it seems like off the top of my head, when I see the scores, it's not something I never wrote down, but it just seems like the teams that care about the cup that are putting up these big numbers, and you just want to fade them the next game.
I think it makes a lot of sense. So I'll keep an eye out on it as well. Then we have Justin on the over 249.5. And Giddy triple-double plus 254. Wine Time on the Heat first half team total over 64, and the Heat money line at plus 120. Tariq saying that I should have interest in the Celtics team total over. I hear you. I still, regardless of the need for them to succeed and put up points because they're -12 overall, they're still the slowest pace in the league at 96.4 possessions a game, and they're not playing with offensive efficiency. So my look on the Celtics would be hoping for some defensive intensity. I like your team total overs, Tariq, and I've got them here listed, so I'll be keeping an eye on them, my man. Don't worry about that. I'm interested. So then we have, I'm back here. Okay, so then we just did that one. And then free bands, Dallas -4, -115, but the three of us didn't move on that game. We have Justin on Julius Randle, PRA over 37.5 at -110. And I've got the penny angle listed there. I'd like to try to keep an eye on these spots where penny is only elevating the juice. I did that at 6 years ago, and it seemed like a great spot. Wine Time's on the Wolves -4 at -110, and I went ahead and bet it. I went ahead and moved on it. Then we have Justin on the over 235.5 at -113 in Denver, Houston, and Jokic triple-double. I'm interested in the Nuggets. I'm interested in them playing their best basketball game here. Now, they could play their best basketball game, and the Rockets could still win. I was very impressed with what the Rockets did against the Cavs in Cleveland. I didn't expect them to be so dominant. Justin's on the over 232.5 in Oklahoma City, Utah Jazz. And then he's on the Warriors. Team total over 122.5, and the Warriors -7.5. Justin, excellent work. Did I get your action right?
Yep,
Beautiful.
exactly right.
Beautiful. Justin, go get that cash. Thank you for your time rocking with us, my man. I'm going to pop Justin's X handle in the chat. You can catch him every Tuesday on the Peter Loshak Show, every Friday right here on Betting with the Bag. And we are always going to have these giant NBA cards. It's a perfect time to have him rocking with us. And he's been absolutely destroying the NBA this year. And we all love to see it. Here's his X handle. Please support Justin and follow. He just puts all his action out. Doesn't ever ask for anything in return. Just wants us to beat the books. I'd love to hear that coin. We're running together on Charleston. I'd love to hear that. There's Justin's X handle. Justin, any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
No, thanks for having us. Have a day. Wine Time.
Oh, good stuff, my guy.
Let's go. So Wine Time, I went over all of your action here, and we can hit it one more time, but I've got Wolves -4, and we're expecting additions, but Wolves -4, Heat first half team total over 64.5, Heat money line at plus 120, and that's it at this point.
That's it so far, guys. We're looking at that Blazer. I apologize, guys. So I don't know anyone that knows. It doesn't really rain a lot where I live. And last 2 days, guys, it's been like the streets were flooded. It was crazy. In the middle of the night, I wake up, my foot's in a puddle, and I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Jesus.
And there's a leak coming from like the room because there's just so much water outside, and the maintenance people just had to come check it out. So apologies for stepping away.
No way.
Yeah, California's just not used to that rain. But those are the 3 plays. I want to be on the Blazers at some point. I even wrote down the Nuggets, even though I said I was on the opposite way. I have the Nuggets money line with a question mark next to it. I have a couple of these overs written down as well that I'm going to take a look at as the day goes on. Probably just going to stay away from the totals. It's going to be hard today, but we'll see. But 3 plays locked in so far.
I love it. You are in business. You are in business, my man. We move from the hardwood to the gridiron. Carter Finley Stadium in Raleigh, North Carolina is where we get things started. Florida State Seminoles 5-5, 2-5 in the ACC at the Wolfpack. 5-5, 2-4 in the ACC. It's beautiful weather tonight. Again, we've talked about it all week. I'm a real stickler for weather conditions, and it's perfect conditions basically all weekend in North America on Saturday and Sunday. We have both teams coming off, Florida State coming off a big win over Virginia Tech, 34-14, bouncing back from that 24-10 loss at Clemson. NC State, on the other hand, their defense is just getting pummeled. They allow 36 versus Notre Dame. They allow 53 versus Pitt. They allow 36 in a win against Georgia Tech, and they allow 41 at the U. It's just ugly. Not only that, Bailey threw for 120 yards. The NC State offense put up 143 yards and allowed 581. NC State is an absolute train wreck right now. So that's the situation. Seminoles, Wolfpack here, Carter Finley. Let's take a look at the line history and hand it over to Wind Time Sports. See his plan for Friday night action. And I did cash with the Raging Cajuns last night.
Me
the
too.
2.5 made no sense.
Yeah.
Like the longer I slept there, I was like, why? It doesn't make any sense. Look, it doesn't make any sense. And the more times I kept saying it doesn't make any sense, and finally I was like, well, we have to bet it. And I did pay for the 3.
Yeah, me too.
But
that's what I did.
So we have the Wolfpack opening up +5, moved to 4.5, got up to, and then it's just getting hammered now. Now they're at 6.5. So Florida State's now -6.5, a move in their direction, moving through a key number. God, it just feels like NC State's just let go and given up here. From a total standpoint, we have a 59.5. It's dropped. Opened up at 62. There's never been buyback. This has gone from 62 to 61.5 to 61 to 60 to 59.5. We've not seen buyback at all here. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have 62% of the tickets, 70% of cash on Florida State. So yeah, they're public. I use the threshold of 60%. Bigger bets are coming in on them, and the market's moving accordingly. Circa's hanging at 6.5. It's not like they're giving you an opportunity to take NC State here. 72% of tickets and 93% of cash on the under. Our first game on Friday night here. Wine time. Take it away. Seminoles, Wolfpack.
Yeah, this is an interesting game right here. Friday night action here. 2 teams pretty much even records right now. If you do look at the last 4 opponents that both these teams have faced, though, NC State has potentially faced 3 out of those 4 teams almost had college football playoff berth. And they didn't look too good out there. I mean, no one's been looking good against Notre Dame lately. But yeah, NC State has definitely not been playing their best football as of late. Do like the quarterback, Ace Bailey. I think this kid's got a bright future. 6'6", 205. He's going to have to put some more weight on this next offseason. But it's really the personnel over at NC State. I mean, it's kind of hard to recruit over there, to bring guys in. I mean, you look at their transfer portal. They didn't really get a lot of guys out of the portal this last year. They do have a guy that goes by the name of Noah Rogers, who I do expect to be getting involved in this game. Ohio State transfer wide receiver. He's looked pretty good this year. Wesley Grimes, a senior, he's been doing pretty well as well. Florida State, on the other hand, beginning of the season, they kind of had high hopes. People were saying like this is going to be a college football playoff contender. They beat Bama. Tommy Castellanos was feeling himself. They kind of came back to life these last couple weeks. Do think Norvell probably is going to need this game a little bit more than NC State's head coach Dave Doran for sure. Because if FSU doesn't win, at least get to a bowl game, he might be done. But at the same time, so many coaches have been fired. It's like how many there's so many, there's only so many options you can really go after and get. So I don't think Norvell should be fired quite yet. But that's going to be interesting to look at. Personnel standpoint from Florida State, I already mentioned Tommy Castellanos, the quarterback. Deuce Robinson, transfer wide receiver coming over from USC. This kid, is every bit of 6'6", 225 pounds. This guy's going to be playing in the league. If he doesn't leave this year, next year, whenever he wants to go to the league, he's going to the league. He's got nearly 1,000 yards through the air, averaging about 20 yards a catch. This guy can work vertically downfield. If you're a corner and you're below 6'1", I don't think you have a chance against this guy in college football. This guy is really good. Same time, I do think NC State, their corners aren't very impressive at all. They've got a couple young guys out there as well. They've got 2 freshmen in that secondary. One of them is a true freshman that plays the high safety, and Tristan Testel. This is a game that coming into the show, I didn't have a plan, and the only way I could really go here is NC State. I kind of wanted to see the market move a little bit towards them. Right now, 38% of tickets, 30% of cash on NC State at home on a Friday night. Lines I've seen circa hanging 6.5. Pretty much everyone's hanging a 6.5. Some books are still hanging a 6. I'm still getting a 6 right now. If I can get a 6.5, I might be on NC State here in this game. I just think the competition that they have faced the last couple weeks, don't get me wrong, they haven't looked good against these good teams that they face. Pitt's still a pretty damn good team. I know they got blown out by Notre Dame, but if they would have beat Notre Dame, people were saying that they were going to be in the college football playoff. Played Miami. A lot of people are saying they're going to be in a college football playoff. Notre Dame, they're going to be in the college football playoff. The team has played some good competition this year. As of right now, I'm off this game. I want to be on NC State. That'd be the only way I move. There's no way I'm laying points on the road with Norvell and Tommy Castellanos here. There's absolutely no way. I can't do it. Laying 6.5. It would only be NC State. Might still get there. Follow me on Twitter. I'm not going to move on it quite yet, but I'm leaning NC State in this game.
What do you think of T-Moss talking about State looking ahead to the Tar Heels next week?
That is a good point. I don't know if I could see Florida State maybe squeaking out a win here, but I don't know. NC State's they were playing hard at the beginning of the year. These last couple of games, like you mentioned, they've gotten blown out, but it has been against a lot better competition than Florida State. It's tough. That is definitely a look ahead spot because it's the rival, and they just need one more win pretty much to get to a bowl game. And if you're at NC State head coach there, 6-6, it's pretty damn good. You ever win 7 or 8 games, you're going to probably be getting offers from a bigger time school if you're able to win at NC State. Matty Ice says, what about the total, guys? That's interesting. 93% of the cash on the under. We're seeing a total at 59.5. That was 61.5 days ago. If that was actually available, I'm seeing them at some spots, but yeah, this might be an under. And if it's an under, it's just a high total though. And the only reason I could explain that is because NC State hasn't been playing good defense, but yet I still want to back them here. Florida State's defense, nothing to write home about. I love Tony White over there, their defensive coordinator. He's like the third odds-on favorite to be UCLA's next head coach. I hope he's not. I hope he stays at Florida State, but the guy can definitely run a good defense. So this is a surprisingly high total. I want to look at these last couple games for NC State and see what their totals have been. 54.5, 58.5, 53.5, 59.5 against Notre Dame. That went way under. 61.5 against Campbell 5 weeks ago. So this is a high total. I'm looking at Florida State's total. They haven't had a high total like this either. So why is this a high total? That's why I really couldn't move on this game. It's too many things that don't correlate. The only thing I can move on is saying that a lot of people are coming in and betting Florida State as a big road favorite, and the line's moving a little bit. Yeah. If this gets to a 7, I definitely won't be on NC State, but it'd be NC State or pass. I'm going to stay off it for right now, though.
Troy says we're blessed to get NC State off a 40-point blowout loss.
That too. And like I said, guys, look at their last 4 losses. Notre Dame, they get completely shut down. Pitt, they lose in a shootout. Pitt's a good football team. They beat Georgia Tech, who might be in the ACC title game. They get blown up by Miami. Florida State last 4 opponents. Virginia Tech, bad football team. Clemson, good personnel, but a bad football team. Wake Forest, not a bad team. I like what Dickert's doing over there, the head coach, and barely beating Stanford. I don't know. The competition doesn't come close. Who's played better competition these last 4 games? I'm not saying NC State's battle tested, but at the same time, they were able to put 48 up on Georgia Tech. And you got a guy like Ace Bailey who has all the talent in the world. Like I mentioned, 6'6". I mean, this guy can make the throws. It's just he's been very inconsistent at times this year against good defenses. Do we think Florida State has a good defense just because they only gave up 14 to Virginia Tech? Virginia Tech hasn't been able to score against anybody this year. So I don't know. It's a tough game, difficult game.
Well, let's roll on. I agree with you guys. I agree with Troy. I agree with everything that the optics is nice for Florida State. I am saying Florida State with the Gators on deck at the Swamp. I mean, both teams have look ahead rivalry spots, but the issue for me is that this isn't my wheelhouse. It'd be my wheelhouse if the line wasn't moving. But now, I mean, Caesars is about to move this to 7. They've taken the 6.5 to minus 118. So I agree. And Troy's saying the line has gone too far, but he's also saying the line movement is scary. Like we're not.
That's exactly how I feel, because it's like the fact that it's moving like this. I mean, if it gets to a 7, I definitely won't be on NC State. But at the same time, I think it's gone too far. I mean, I don't think Florida State should be this much of a favorite on the road in North Carolina. To me, that this place should be. I mean, they're still going to have fans there. This is a Friday night. It's going to be cold up there too. So I wonder what the weather. You have the weather report or no?
Yeah, I had it up. Sorry,
is it cold or no?
No.
Oh, that's not bad at all. Never mind.
Yeah, it's like 58, I believe. Let me just go back to it. I had it up a second ago. When I don't mention it, it's because it's just a non-issue. It's a very warm. Saturday's a warm day, a nice day across North America. Oh, sorry, Friday too. Friday it starts cold. Like it's cold right now. It actually gets starts getting warmer. So we have at kickoff tonight. It is 60 Fahrenheit, cloudy with 4-mile-per-hour winds.
Oh, okay. So the weather ain't too much of a concern in this one. For me, the high total is just like they obviously think this is going to be a shootout.
All right. Thank you, Nasty Nate. Let me know if that's getting fixed here. I don't know why that happens. Let me know if that changes anything. Kyle Field says, I think NC State pulls it off probably on the under. And the stand on Biz says very comfortable. Dougie Wise says he sees NC State public. I certainly don't see that at all. But again, if you trust the sites that you are looking at, Dougie Wise, and we're obviously watching you cash, so I won't tell you otherwise. We have Cameron Sinnott in the house. Nicholas Dalby to win inside the distance at plus 900. Plus 900 banger. I love these spots. I love when someone comes in with a banger like this. Let me pop this in. Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you, Cameron. About 4 Nicholas Dalby. Got it right here. Also, Matty Ice is on SGP NC State plus 10.5 in the under 69.5. So thank you, Cameron. Not only is he giving us a plus 900 banger, but he's blessing our action. Shout out to our guy Cameron Sinnott. Go get that cash, man. Copied and pasted. So we roll on to our next spot on the board. 2 Friday games for us, and we bring in a ringer. Moving on this very football game. He is fresh off cashing the Texans money line on Thursday night. Arizona money line plus 200 in basketball on Wednesday night. Let's see what he has in store for us here. Please welcome the Gorkle in the house. Gorky, what's good, man? How are you?
Brothers, I'm great whenever I get a chance to be on screen with you guys, man.
Well, we are listening. We're going to be listening intently to your action. We have Hawaii UNLV. Hawaii coming off a bye week of sorts. They haven't played since the 8th, so it is they basically have 2 bye weeks, semi-bye weeks this year. They already had one in between Colorado State and San Jose State. The issue with Hawaii is they're very tough to beat on the island, and when they come off the island, they're pretty vulnerable. Their last 3 road games are against, other than Nevada, the 3 worst teams in the conference. And, they beat Air Force by 9. They beat Colorado State by 12, and they lost outright at San Jose State. But they're coming off of a break. UNLV, on the other hand, they travel better, but at home they've looked okay. I guess there's no shame in losing to New Mexico by 5 points, really. Then they played Utah State. They needed double overtime to take out Utah State. Utah State is okay.
Game was nuts. I watched it. I watched the end of it, Jimmy. That game with Utah State last weekend, it was crazy, insane. They were very lucky.
Yeah, it's a double overtime, low-scoring game here, there. So let's see with the thoughts here. We're at Allegiant Stadium here. The Rebels are 4-2 in the Mountain West, same number as the Rainbow Warriors. Let's take a look at the line history and hear how Gorky is attacking this. This total is a 64. It opened up at 64.5, dropped down to 63.5, up 64.5, back to 64. After this one, we're going to hear best bets on the Saturday card from Wine Time. Remember, he wasn't with us on Wednesday, so it's the first time we're going to hear these best bets. We have UNLV right now -3. It's not a real -3. It opened up at -2.5, and then within 2 hours, it moved 20 cents to -130. Then it moved to a real 3. That all happened in the first 8 hours the line was available. This was a 3 to pick 'em. And the 3 got juiced at times. I mean, over on Monday, it got up to -116. Then the money started coming in on the Rainbow Warriors. They're juiced right now. So you can pay for the 2.5. It's either way. You pay for the 2.5 on UNLV, or you pay for the 3 for Hawaii. And then cash flow for our Friday night late spot. Hawaii slightly public. 62% of the tickets, 62% of the cash. 71% of tickets on the over, 58% cash on the over. Goracle! Fresh off a couple bangers. Do you have another one in store for us?
I hope so, Jimmy. I'm on the Rainbow Warriors money line. I think they have the ability to stiffen up on defense, and you know that's the way I like to get these wins with what I think are the better defenses in outsider positions, like at plus money positions. But we will see, because the quarterback for UNLV, he's a good one. But here I hope we can get enough stops to get them to across the finish line.
Well, let's see if Wine Time agrees with you here. Kyle Fields, a lot of people interested in Hawaii. Ron Crawford also moving on Hawaii at +3. His site saying 30% of the tickets, 56% of the cash on Hawaii. Dougie Wise doesn't like Hawaii on the road. And that's a question I have for you, Wine Time. I would imagine that Allegiant Stadium is not the toughest road spot. And we know that there are tough road spots in the Mountain West. And is it fair to say this is an easier one?
Oh, it's very fair to say that. I mean, you guys know where Hawaii recruits out of. It's Las Vegas. I mean, this is Michael Alejando's home city. I mean, he's from Las Vegas. He went to Bishop Gorman. A lot of the guys they've been recruiting, quarterback that they got is the Bishop Gorman quarterback. They love to recruit in Vegas. This is a regular visit. There's a reason why these kids in Vegas want to go play in Hawaii rather than Allegiant. I get it's an NFL stadium, but you're talking about Hawaii. I mean, that's the most beautiful place in the United States, probably, in my opinion. And I don't know who wouldn't want to go there. And Timmy Chang has got this team just rocking and rolling right now. I mean, this is, someone said in the chat, this is the best team Timmy Chang has ever had. It is by far. Starts with his quarterback, Michael Alejado. Been high on this guy since last year when I saw what he did in that bowl game. He's got that no fear mentality. This kid's probably going to be the all-time passer for Hawaii football when it's all said and done, because he's probably going to be like a 3-year starter or potentially 4. He's small, so he's not going to have an easy way to the NFL, but he's a gamer and he's a winner. Proved that last week against a really good San Diego State team that was potentially, in my opinion, if they won out and won the Mountain West Championship, that would be the only G5 team that should make the college football playoff, because these other teams with 2 losses just shouldn't be in there. It just makes no sense to me that it's a rule that one of these teams has to get in there. It should be the best 12 teams, not just because there's a rule saying that. that being said, Hawaii took care of business, and then they had a bye week, got healthy. I think it was much needed for this group. Talk about UNLV, Dan Mullen coming in here, picking up right where Barry Odom left off, 8-2 record. I saw them take care of business at Allegiant Stadium against UCLA in a crowd that holds 61,000, but I think they were lucky to have 25,000 there. This team is rocking right now. It is a Friday night in Vegas. I mean, I'm sure you have a lot of better things to do than to go to a Hawaii UNLV game, probably being at the casino watching this, you know what I mean? Placing bets on this rather than going to this. Unless you're an alum, I guess you could say. I actually went to UNLV's old stadium before they went to Allegiant when Josh Rosen was playing. Made a trip out there for my 21st, and that was a good time. But back to this isn't going to be a hostile environment. At the same time, a lot of these Mountain West conferences, I wouldn't say are very hostile. I mean, Hawaii holds, I think it's 15,000. They'll be lucky to get sellout sometime, and they've got a really good team over there. Mm-hmm. Experience-wise, guys, up and down. You look at Hawaii. I'm sorry, I'm kind of going on a rant on this one, but you look at this roster from Hawaii, every single person on this defense is an upperclassman. Not just that, most likely a graduate student that have been here for a while. The entire offensive line, all Hawaiian-born players. Micah always is hanging out with these kids in their off time. He's really close to this offensive line. He's got probably the best group of wide receivers in the Mountain West. And here I am saying that I might be on UNLV. And you're asking me why. I mean, it makes sense, I guess, to back Hawaii here, but it's just coming off that big win. Yeah, they had a week off, and UNLV's just been squeaking by some of these games. Dan Mullins is still a really good coach over there. He's probably going to have a job offer right after this year to go back to a Power 4 program. I'm going to guess if he wins out. He's going to have to win this game right here. I don't want to be on the other side of the Goracle in this. I don't have a play in this game, but it would be UNLV. Who do I think is the better team? I would probably say Hawaii. But at the same time, this UNLV team has been playing some good football. Still got, from a roster standpoint, they've got some good talent over there at UNLV. They've got a little bit of NIL money. I like the quarterback, Anthony Colindra, whatever you say his last name. Been everywhere. I think he was at Virginia before this. Right now, it's a pass. Sorry, it's a long breakdown for me to pass on this game, but it would be UNLV because I think the line's telling us that. But at the same time, I just the X's and O's don't point me towards UNLV. So if I do move on this game, it'd be from a market standpoint. And is that market standpoint strong enough for me to move on it with 38% of bets, 38% of cash on UNLV and the line? It's really only a 3 at Circa right now. I don't know. It's a late night game too, 7:30. So if I do move on this, which you guys might see me move on this, I don't know who. Right now it's UNLV for me, guys. But I'm gonna wait on this one. I'm gonna let the market marinate a little bit more and see what happens. But it's a pass.
Andrew G says he's passing on Hawaii. Seems too easy. Too many people on them. Dougie Y says Hawaii can't stop the run, and I guess the issue here is that we want to fade Hawaii on the road. And this is probably their favorite road spot of the year.
But look, the fans, there are going to be Hawaii fans in the area because not only the quarterback's parents and family, but there are a lot of Polynesians who live in Las Vegas and LA area. You guys know that.
Yeah.
So this is for me. This is going to be people who don't want to go to Hawaii, but yet support this team from afar. They get an opportunity to watch their team from up closer, and this is their chance.
I mean, will there be more Hawaii fans here, you think, Gorky, than you? Because, I mean, you live in Vegas. I mean, is this a game where you're it's Friday night, let's go to the game rather than, like, go to the casino, go out to go do something fun, you know what I mean? I don't like – there might be more Hawaii fans here, actually.
I believe that the Vegas Golden Knights also play tonight, don't they?
I don't know. I'm not sure. It's just difficult because I hear what you're saying, Gorky, and I do think Hawaii's the right side. I didn't expect them to be super public like this. That's what I'm a little shocked at, is seeing them public. Like, I thought it was probably going to be the other way, just because they're on the road. But Hawaii's been playing good on the road. They beat San Diego State on the road. So
don't worry about public, not public. The point is to cash. If the public cashes, you want to be on the right side. You want to be on that side, you know.
Truth Teller rocking with the Rainbow Warriors tonight. I think something very interesting in that, you know, again, it's not like things change and ebb and flow. But for that Cowboys game on Monday, the only time I think you can be comfortable on a public side on a Monday night is if the public has lost their shirt all weekend long. If the public's destroying, then the last thing you want to do is be on the public side on Monday. But here we go. We have, yes, that's a good call. The kickoff time on the matchup banners on the screen. That's a good call, Kyle. Gorky moving on Hawaii money line. We're about to hear Saturday best bets from Wine Time, so we got to roll through there. But Gorky, we need a birthday pick for Viper and B, the great Vipe in the house. Gorky, your birthday pick doesn't have to be today. It can be any bet you want, but the spot you want to give a birthday gift to our friend Vipe. What is it?
Oh, it can be for tomorrow as well?
Yep.
Okay, then BYU football.
All right.
Money line. I played it. I'm going to move on it. I have it as part of a parlay, but I have it also. Actually, no, sorry. I mean BYU basketball. Sorry. It starts in a half hour.
Okay, BYU basketball. And are you're
but I'm sorry, I'm on Wisconsin. I'm on the Wisconsin side. Yeah, the BYU basketball against Wisconsin, and Wisconsin wins.
You are on whiskey here. Okay. It's a little convoluted, but
are you on the spread, Gorky, on whiskey or money line?
No, sir. Money line, straight up Wisconsin.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Whiskey money line is the birthday pick for Viper. Beautiful. There you go. Whiskey money line for the Goracle. Goracle, you will be starring on the tailgate tomorrow. Go get that cash, my friend. I'm going to put Gorky's X handle here.
I just want to say I apologize for this. I'm following about 3 things as well as being very into this conversation, obviously. And so I'm sorry for the confusion.
No worries. We got there. Whiskey. He's on whiskey. That's the Viper's birthday pick. Whiskey BYU. I'm on BYU first half, but as Wager Detective and I proved, I can be on one side first half. You can be on the other side full game. We can both get the bag. Excellent work, Gorky. Aaron guys are saying, Gorky, you are the man. Gorky, any last words for the Capper supporting the show?
No, just keep following with us if you want to make money. We may not make money every day, guys, but in the long run, if you follow Jimmy and the crew, we will be positive. So don't give up on Pub Sports Radio ever.
I love it, Gorky. Get that cash, my friend. Wine time. We move on to best bets here for the Saturday card. And we have 5 games we are working with. We have a quick question, though, from our friend, the Truth Teller. We have Duke, North Carolina, and he's wondering if he should be. Oh, it's not my most confident bet, Londo. No, the line's moving against me, and I love the situation. And we have a chance at a really nice start today. Still got to come home with it, but we have a chance with it for a nice start today because Butler is our second spot on the board. We've already cashed Tulane first half, but I wouldn't say it's my favorite spot on the board. Truth Teller asking if you like. His Truth Teller, as I don't know if you know, but he's been making big bets.
Yeah, he's been sending them to me. I've been seeing
big
them.
bets and using parlays with what he really believes are sure things. He's wondering if Duke should be on the money line parlay this week.
Oh, 100%. I love that. I'm looking at it a little. I was looking at that game yesterday. I think that they're going to cover that spread against North Carolina right now. 92% of cash coming in on North Carolina right now as we speak, and we are going to be seeing 7s pop up here most likely for Duke. I love that. Let me know what that parlay is, Truth. Maybe I'll ride with you on that one.
All right, we are getting it approved upon here. Let's roll. We're not getting all the information, the total information here for some of these spots on Saturday, which is fine. But I'm going to pull up the Action Network, albeit a site we don't trust, but I think it could be helpful here. So let me just pull this up quickly to get the information on the totals here for Wine Time. All right, Wine Time. Let's get ready to rock here. We start. Sorry about this. The kids are home, which is fine. I love them very much. Baylor Bears, Arizona Wildcats, Arizona Stadium in Tucson, Arizona. Baylor 5-5, 3-4 in the Big 12. Going up against the Wildcats, 4-3 in the Big 12, 7-3 overall on the year. Let's pull up the line history and attack or watch Wine Time attack the board. This is best bets from Wine Time. Remember, we didn't have them on Wednesday, so we're hearing all of these spots for the first time, which I'm very, very interested in. So this one popping off at 1 p.m. We have two teams that at once we believed in. I don't know if it's waned here for you. Certainly Baylor, losers of 3 of 4. Arizona seems to have gotten their shit back together again. They destroyed Colorado. Then at home, they took out Kansas. And then they impressed us by going to Cincinnati, taking out the Bearcats. Baylor, on the other hand, just got annihilated at home versus Utah. It's a defense that is very difficult to trust. I mean, they also went to Cincinnati. They lost by 21 points. That's the situation here. Let's see who Wine Time likes. Line history wise, sorry, I should have had this up here. Line history wise, we have, God, come on. Here, 1 second. Why am I apologize for the we have Baylor right now plus 6.5. I'm looking at a couple sevens. They're juiced. This one's juiced to minus 125. There was a 15-cent move at the 7 number towards Baylor, but this opened up at 6.5, dropped down to 6. It's still basically a 6.5, but some spots are 7s. From a total standpoint here, we have this right now sitting at a 62, which is basically where it opened. It opened up at 62.5, and it stayed there until Tuesday. It dropped a half point to 62. And then cash flow wise, we have 54% of tickets and 72% of cash on Arizona. So bigger bets coming on Arizona. And then when we go over to, which I'm hesitant to do, but when we go over to action, we have 52% of tickets, 64% of cash on Arizona here. So very similar numbers. The total, we have 82% of tickets on the under and 64% of cash. So only 18 and 36 on the over. It's dropped a half point. Here we go. Wine Time. Best bet number 1. Baylor, Arizona. Take it away.
Yeah, Big 12 is competitive, guys. Big 12 is definitely the third out of the Power 4 conference. I think ACC has dropped to 4th at this point. With that being said, yeah, Baylor, tough loss to Utah, giving up 55 points. I mean, that's a good Utah team, though. That's going to be a team we're going to be seeing in the college football playoff, which is kind of crazy to say. With 2 losses coming from the Big 12, you don't really hear that. They're going to probably still have to take care of business in that conference title game, no matter who they play. I think they'll be left out if they lose that. With that being said here, it's Baylor, Arizona. I mean, Arizona's been playing some good football this year. Noah Fafita, really surprising a lot of people this year, including myself. I've always liked Noah Fafita. Thought he's a gamer. Just always fed McMillan last year. And this year he's really been spreading the ball out. He's been able to do that with all these wide receivers that Brett Brennan brought in from the transfer portal. A lot of these guys coming from other Power 4 conferences, played good football there and came over here. Talk about like Chris Hudson from Washington State and Oregon, Trey Spliffy, Javen Watley, who played at Chattanooga. He's been playing this good out of the slot as well at 5'10", 170. The guy's really quick. And Noah Fafita's been getting out the ball really quick, and that's what's been his benefit here. Baylor has to generate some kind of pass rush here in this game, I think, and they've got the guys to do it. I mean, I know this defense has just been getting torched week after week, it seems like. Got so many guys on this defense that have been in this program for a while. I'm very surprised at how bad that they have been. Hope that they're going to step up at some point. Got the redshirt senior quarterback, Sawyer Robinson. I don't know why I always say Robinson. It's Robertson. For some reason, it doesn't sound right, Sawyer Robertson. But with that being said, this guy's a gamer. He was down by a lot in that game. He still was throwing the ball everywhere around. It's just his problem is the turnover battle. It's just been too many turnovers this year, too many interceptions. I mean, he's got 9 interceptions this year. He's got nearly 30 touchdowns. Guy's a big dude, 6'4", 225, transfer from Mississippi State. This is last year playing college football. And I mean, I'm not saying he's going to get drafted, but he's definitely going to sign a contract in the NFL and have to work his way for like a practice squad spot. Just he's got decent size, and he definitely can make a lot of the big throws. But they've got to open up this offense a little bit more against this Arizona defense that they've been playing some pretty good, damn good football this year. Arizona defense has been good, but I just think I got a 7. I got a 7 yesterday at minus 110. That same spot is a minus 120 right now. I jumped on this 7 last night. think Baylor's going to be able to stay within a touchdown in this game. I think it's going to come down to like the last possession. I think we're going to get a really good game from Sawyer Robertson on the road here. He's going to have to trust his receivers, got to get them ball in open space and just not turn the ball over. That's been his biggest hiccup this year. But I'm on Baylor. I think that they can stay within one score of this game all day long. Looking at the total a little bit, last week we were on Baylor. We were on the over. We got the over quite easily. It was just we couldn't get there with Baylor. We don't have a market right now on Odds Logic or Wager Talk for the total. We are seeing 62.5. My book's actually giving me a 62 right now at -110. Which is a slight move to the under, which I'm a little bit surprised at with both of these high-powered offenses and the fact that Baylor hasn't been able to stop anyone. And Arizona's defense has definitely been better, but they're not one of the better defenses in the Big 12. But yeah, I'm on Baylor +7 -110 here, Jim.
Baylor +7 at -110. Would you say this bet is predicated on X's and O's and not the market? That the market is a little concerning?
Yeah, somewhat. I don't want to see this move more towards Arizona. Like if we see 7.5s pop up like on Saturday, I will be a little bit worried. If we see 7.5s or 8s, I will definitely be worried. We're not seeing that quite yet. If we do see it, I will. I've been burned by this Arizona team. I've been in the wrong situational spots, either backing them or fading them. They proved me wrong. Maybe they proved me wrong here again. I'm going to trust this Baylor team one last time. I backed them, it seems like, almost every single week. Cash for me at times, but I've made less money than made money on them this year. So I'm back with them here, +7 -110.
Let's move on to the next spot on the board. Just want to make sure that I've got the latest weather. Yeah. More beautiful weather. God, it's funny. Just gorgeous weather tomorrow. Even in Iowa City, Iowa, the weather is gorgeous. So let's roll. Michigan State Spartans 3-7. 0-7 in the Big Ten. What an ugly season. At the Iowa Hawkeyes, 6-4, 4-3 in the Big Ten. We're at Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City, Iowa, where, as I said, it's beautiful weather for this time of year. Let's take a look at the situation here. The Spartans, a heavy dose of losing, coming off losing to Penn State 28-10 at home. That came on the heels of losing 23-20 in overtime at Minnesota. They're just losing. Every game's been a loss by margin, at least double digits of the last 5, except for that Minnesota loss in overtime. Iowa has had 2 very tough losses and played hard. They lost 18-16 at home to Oregon in tough weather conditions. They went to USC and lost 26-21 in another very tough game. Good football team that you've believed in all year long here. Let's get into the line history for this one, popping off at 3:30 p.m. and see what Wine Time's plan is. We have, here we go. We have this total at 42.5. God, I wish it was inclement weather. Opened at 43, got up to 43.5. Now we're down to 42.5. From a point spread standpoint here, we have Wine Time's Hawkeyes sitting here at -17. It's a lot of points for a total at 42.5. It opened up at 17 and it stayed there. It opened up juice to Michigan State. A 5-cent move just made it a pick 'em. So that's where we stand here. And then cash flow wise for this one, we have 60% of the tickets and 92% of the cash on Michigan State. 92% of the cash in this line is not moving a cent. So it's probably worth our while to see what it is over at Action Network. Again, we trust the Odds Logic site more, but let's see where it is here. Here it tells the total is 52% of tickets on the over, 43% cash on the over. Very simple. And then on the spread, it's telling you a different story. 57% of the tickets on Iowa and 76% of the cash on Iowa. A completely different story. Did not help getting that second look. Wine Time Sports, take it away. Spartans, Hawkeyes.
I mean, guys, come on. You guys know me. Iowa's the team that keeps on giving. I mean, they cash for us every single week, it seems like. Do they win their games outright as these dogs? No, but I watch them very closely, and I watch them over and over when they're all said and done with. You guys know me. It's almost, you probably think I'm an Iowa fan over a UCLA fan at times. And if you look at my bank account from Iowa, it's definitely a lot higher back in than UCLA in these last couple of years. And It's just that I'm not going to get too into it because you guys know if you guys ever want to talk Iowa football with me, just give me a call and we'll talk for hours. But with that being said here, this team, people were saying they weren't going to be motivated against USC last week going on the road. As I said myself, I still said we were on the points. I wanted to back them on the money line, and halfway through the game, I kicked myself. I said, why didn't I back these Iowa boys on the money line going to Southern California and taking care of business? USC slapped them in the mouth the second half. One of the better comebacks I've seen all season long. That USC team is rocking right now. They've got a lot of injuries, and Coach Kirk said after the game that Mekhi Lemon's probably the best receiver he's ever seen. In my opinion, you guys have heard me say nothing but good things about Mekhi Lemon. He's going in the top 10 in this year's draft. With that being said, Iowa, Michigan State here. Mark Gronowski, the most winning quarterback in college football history, never lost 2 games in his life. Now lost 3 games this year. I don't think he wants to lose another game the rest of the season, and I don't think they come close to losing a game the rest of the season. I think that they're going to blow these guys out by – you guys saw that – you guys remember that Iowa, Minnesota game when they just absolutely blew the doors off of Michigan State, had no answer for them on offense? It's going to be a very similar spot. Aiden Childs, the quarterback, I'm not high on this kid by any means. I was more high on him when he was a true freshman. At this point, he's made too many mistakes. He won't be playing in this one. He's been out. Got the other quarterback, the redshirt freshman, been playing. He's looked okay at times, but this Michigan State program is a sinking ship. They're not going to win a conference game all season long. They're not going to beat Michigan. This team's going to go 3-9, and Jonathan Smith will most likely be fired. And I think Coach Kirk is literally – I'm not saying he's pissed off, but I think he just knows they're 3 plays away from being undefeated this year. For one loss, I guess you could say. I don't think they lose another game. I don't even think any other team's going to compete with them. I think that they're going to be motivated week in and week out continuously these next couple weeks. They're going to get a good bowl game. We're not going to see him in the college football playoff. We're not going to see him in the Big Ten title, but this program's too prideful. Gronowski's a winner. He's got guys on the outside, Jacob Gill, Sam Phillips, get them the ball in open space against this Michigan State defense and force them to tackle you in open space. Continue to run the ball with Gronowski on some of these read options with Kamari Moulton in the backfield, who's another really good running back. I love the secondary from Iowa. They locked those boys up that first half in USC, and that defensive line was just pushing that offensive line back. Second half was a different story, but I think this Iowa team's going to be pissed off, and they named their number. This is going to be like a 40-6 type of ball game. this game's in Iowa City. It's going to be sold out. It's one of the last, I believe, the last home game of the season. Give me Iowa. Got it minus 16.5, minus 110 all day long. Take the 17, take the 18. If you want to alternate line this 21.5, I wouldn't stop you, because I think that this is a mismatch, and I think that they are just going to blow the doors off these guys.
What you need when you're playing a bad football team is accountability and anger. And they have that in spades right now after these 2 losses. Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Not just those 2. They still talk about the Indiana game. I mean, that Indiana game was just so close. They had a lead with a couple minutes to go. The Oregon game. Oregon goes down the field in a minute, less than 2 minutes, kicks a 39-yard field goal in the wind and rain. Last week, have a double-digit lead against USC on the road. It's crazy. Just a couple plays away from being undefeated. It's quite wild. And this is a good team still, and Michigan State is not a good team. I think that this team is going to have to be in complete rebuild for the next probably couple years. They're going to have to bring in a head coach that's going to be able to build a culture over there. It's hard to do that now with that program, I think. But Iowa's just going to name their number. I might even be involved on a Michigan State team total under at some point, because seeing this total, I could see this actually being like a 33 to like 6 type of game. Probably Iowa doesn't get quite to 40, but I do think this game goes under. And I do think if it does go under, Michigan State doesn't score double digits. So that's going to be interesting what their team total is. I could actually find it right now. I'm not going to move on it. That's going to be something I'll move on later. But as of right now, we're on Iowa minus 16.5.
It's going to be really low. I mean, they are a 17-point favorite, but we're talking about a 42 total. Why wouldn't this be a perfect way to double up, probably?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I think if I can get this available, I'm pulling it up right now, I could actually get this. I'm just scrolling down really quick. Iowa team total. Fuck. Still not popping up, my bad.
The public book, like 365, it's 35. Oh, sorry. Did I say that wrong? Sorry, I said 30.5. 30.5 at minus 120.
For Iowa?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Michigan State's team total is 13 minus 110 to the under. So
I have 12.5 for them.
oh wow.
That's
Yeah.
again at a public book. I could get better if I go to Penny or go offshore.
I might be on this Michigan State team total under 13.
What angle? That's the question. What angle do you like more? The Iowa team total over or Michigan State team total under? And what about the weather? Isn't the weather a problem? It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Perfect.
I mean, it's cold, you know what I mean? It's
Not
used
really. 60?
Oh wow, really? In Iowa City? Holy crap. And both these teams, though, I don't think the weather will. I mean, it's not going to. Iowa never has any problem. It doesn't matter what the weather is. They got 4 seasons out there. They'll play in the snow. They'll play in 100-degree weather. Michigan State, they're used to the cold too. So it might be a double upset. Maybe an Iowa team total over and a Michigan State team total under. I'm going to keep looking at these. It's Iowa for sure right now, though, on the ATS.
I like it. Let's roll on. Next up for us, we have saturated Illinois Fighting Illini, ranked 21st in the nation, 7-3, 4-3 in the Big Ten. At the Wisconsin Badgers, 3-7, 1-6 in the Big Ten. Camp Randall in Madison, Wisconsin. Let's get this one set up for wine time. Back-to-back wins for the Illini, but both have come at home. It's on the road where things have been more of a struggle. Last time we saw them on the road, they lost 42-25 at the Huskies. They came off their bye and took out Maryland 24-6. Very easy victories over Maryland and Rutgers. Both teams combined 3-11 in conference. Whiskey coming off a 31-7 loss at Indiana. And I said to you one time, we just didn't cap the game. I totally forgot to bet the under in it. And I was beating myself up all day Saturday as that game was a comfortable under. Here, Illinois, Wisconsin. Let's take a look at this line history and see how Wine Time's betting it. First off, the Illini opened up -9, went to 9.5, got down to 7.5. This was a 7.5 on Wednesday afternoon, and now we're back at 9. So we're back right from where we started. The circle is just. Let's move on to the total here in this one. And the cash flow, I've got that set up so we can move quickly here. Here we go. The total is a 42. I mean, it doesn't matter what number they put up, it goes under. But God damn, it's so upsetting I didn't move on it last week. Cash flow wise, here we have 57% of tickets, 52% of cash on the Illini. That's no information on the total. But if we go over to action, they will give us the info. They have 52% of tickets, 80% of cash on whiskey. So both books slightly, well, this one more, and the other one slightly on, and they don't have any information on the total. Wine Time Sports, take it away. We are in Camp Randall for the Badgers hosting the Illini.
Yeah, I've talked about both these teams quite a bit. Talk about Wisconsin all lie. I mean, this has been another team that's just made us a bunch of money this year, whether it's betting the under, whether it's betting team total unders, whether it's betting them on the spread at times. They've been doing really well to us, and I'm right back here, guys. Senior night at Camp Randall, Madison, Wisconsin. This place is my guy Jose gonna laugh backstage. This place is gonna be rocking. Like, this is legit gonna be rocking in Madison, Wisconsin. This is gonna be a 6:30 p.m. start time over there on Central Time, a night game. I mean, this is gonna be crazy. You guys know how crazy those fans get down there in the tailgate at Madison, Wisconsin. They go wild down there, from what I've heard. And I think there's gonna be no difference here. And I think a lot of these seniors that are on this team that have been with these programs the last few years are very upset how their season went. No one had high expectations from this year. At least I didn't. You look at their defensive front. I mean, this is one of the best defensive fronts in not just the Big Ten, but in all college football. I mean, them against the run this year has just been, it's been nothing short of incredible. That's probably why Luke Fickell hasn't been fired, is because he's able to get this defense in line. They're going to have to do something about an offensive coordinator. I don't know why you bring in a guy like Grimes to run an offense after the last couple stunts he's been at. He's just done absolutely awful. I think needs to make an adjustment there and get probably a younger coordinator over there, a guy that's going to want to open up the offense a little more, because that's what this fan base is asking for. Defensively, they're sound. I think they're going to match up really well against an Illinois offensive line that, beginning of the season, I said this was probably the best offensive line in the Big Ten. Been decent at times this year, don't get me wrong, but they definitely aren't living up to the expectations that I thought going into this year. Illinois' defense, Seems like they've been getting shredded a lot at times this year. This is a good Illinois team, guys. Like, I like Illinois. Like, it's crazy to think that if they went out, I don't know if they have a path to the college football playoff. They would have to get really lucky and have a lot of crazy things happen. So it's not going to happen. But at the same time, this is a pretty good team that the committee is respecting, because they're in the rankings right now, even though they've gotten blown out in a couple spots, including that game at Husky Stadium a couple weeks ago that we were on. But with that being said here, I'm on Wisconsin +9 -110. I think senior night, you're going to get the best effort out of this defense. I think these guys are going to want to go out there and play for each other. It's going to be a night game. It's going to be night. Like that. This is going to be a cool game to watch. It's going to be a really sick environment at Camp Randall. So give me Wisconsin +9. I want to take the under too, because why not? If you've been taking the under every single game, it doesn't matter what the number is, you're cashing. It's crazy like how many games these are going under, because Wisconsin can't score. 2 weeks ago when they won that game, their leading passer was the punter with 13 passing yards. You know what I mean? Like, it's absolutely crazy. And they won a Big Ten game. Like, that shows you how good the defense is. And go out there and play some whiskey football today, and they're going to cover tomorrow, and they're going to cover this 9 points. Give me Wisconsin.
You got whiskey +9 at -110 and a possible move on the under, or do you expect to get there? I mean,
I have the 42 right here.
Cover, then the under has to be bet.
Exactly, and that's why I have it written down here right underneath it. It's the only play I've written down that I haven't moved on yet. What are we seeing right now? Because I wrote down 42 last night. Are we still seeing 42s, or is it?
Yeah, we have flat 42s. There are so this has climbed a little bit, and it might continue to climb. Honestly, I see a 41.5 for the public book. I see a 41.5 for the sharp book, and then when we go to the legal books, the highest number is at Circa. I don't know if we'd like to see that 42.5 at Circa. They also have an 8.5. It's all 8.5s at the legal books. Actually, no, that's not true. ESPN bet 9.5.
I've got 9s and 42s right now. I'm going to stay off the total as of right now, just because I don't. But at the same time, like, that's the only way Wisconsin covers this 9 points is if it goes under. So I might double down here. We'll see. As of right now, it's just whiskey +9.
Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here for Wine Time Sports. The Goracles BYU Cougars ranked 11th in the nation, 9-1, 6-1 in the Big 12 at Cincinnati Bearcats, 7-3, 5-2 in the Big 12. We're at Nippert Stadium in Cincinnati, Ohio. Let's set this one up. I've got the total up here. It is climbing. It has moved to 50. It's climbing today. Opened up at 54. Was hanging around 54 for a while. It was a 54.5 on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, it started climbing to 55. Then yesterday, it got up to 55.5 and 56.5 last night. So we're up 2.5 points here on the total. From a side perspective, let's get up here for a side perspective. I got to get better at this because it's college basketball season, and it's always tricky getting the line shopping set up here for these giant games. But let's go. BYU is -2.5 at -118. They opened up at -2, moved to 2.5 within the first 25 hours, and then it's just sat there. At times it's being juiced. It's juiced right now at -118. We get to the cash flow for BYU Cincy. Come on. We have, show me, please. We have 87% of the tickets and 93% of the cash on BYU. Insane. 63% of the tickets and 84% of cash on the over. We have to see if this is legitimate. On the total here at action, we have 53% of the tickets, 66% of cash on the over. And on the spread, we have 61% of the tickets on BYU and just 14% of the cash. That's probably because of the money line. So let's hit the money line, and that's it. Here we go. On the money line, 87% of the tickets and 99% of the cash on BYU. All of this money on BYU. Can we fade it?
Oh, we are fading it absolutely here. This might be a double down spot here. Guys, I mean, you guys know me. I've kind of taken a bath fading BYU this year at times. Shout out to our guy Gorky. He's had a great read on this team. Made some backers a lot of money this year. I just think this is a really tough spot going on the road to Cincinnati. Cincinnati almost had college football playoff right ahead of them in these last couple of games. Took 2 losses on the chin, got blown out by Utah at Utah. I mean, everyone's getting blown out by Utah at this point in the season, other than BYU, I guess you could say. Took care of business on the road in Arizona. BYU, I was on TCU last week, guys, and that was just – it was not even close. BYU is the much better team in that game, and BYU has been a really good team this year. I just think you're getting 3 points at home with the Cincinnati Bearcats team that I think is going to be ready to rock and roll here in this game. I like the quarterback. I like Brendan Sorsby. I like Evan Pryor. I like Tyree Walker. Tyree Walker has been really good these last couple weeks, man. I really hope he gets a chance in the NFL. I know he's a little bit undersized and not the fastest, but I definitely want to see him at the next level. You got good wide receivers. I mean, going into this year, I was like, dude, how did the Big 12 go out and grab some of these guys? Guys like Cyrus Allen, Texas A&M transfer, has 10 touchdowns on the year through the air receiving. Got guys like Caleb Goody from Colorado State, Jeff Caldwell, who I thought was going to make a little bit more of an impact this year. He came over from Lindenwood FCS. The guy's 6'5", 215. He's not going to get a combine invite like I originally thought with his stats this year. But this kid at his pro day, whoever shows up at this kid's pro day, they're going to watch this guy jump and they're going to watch this guy move around. They're going to be like, holy crap, how fast he is at 6'5". Hasn't been able to put it all together here. So keep an eye out for him. BYU, I mean, this is a team that Bear Bachmeier, I mean, true freshman coming in here and just has been good, has been very good. It's crazy to see a true freshman come in here and potentially lead your team to a college football playoff. When your roster's not even that great, but they just always seem to win games, right situations. They're very well coached. They've got one of the best head coaches in all of college football in Sataki. This guy, I mean, BYU's paying him good money because BYU's got good NIL money over there. So they're paying him some good money, but don't be surprised if someone tries to steal that guy from this program because he's been great for them these last 2 years specifically. I just think Cincinnati's kind of a team that the last couple of weeks they've taken a couple losses on the chin, and there's too many seniors on this team. A lot of these guys are seniors. This is senior night again in Cincinnati. I'm on Cincinnati here. I'm on them plus 3 minus 120. I had to pay for it. You can still find that same number right now. I didn't want the 2.5. I wanted the 3, so I took the 3. Really thinking about doubling down and taking them either first half or taking them on the money line full game with the plus 3. Not sure what I'm going to do yet. Gonna wait on that one. Make sure you're following me on Twitter and I'll tweet that out. But we are on Cincinnati plus 3 minus 120 officially.
I'm interested in joining you. I too have lost fading the Cougars, so I have some hesitancy. But look, I have a sickness, and I'll move forward. And that sickness is not gambling. That sickness is so desperately wanting to fade the public.
Yeah.
You know, it's just I can't, and it does. If I can get burned by a team, and I'm still like, oh, I'll fade them again. You know, it's just this fucking sickness, man. So I'm with you. I find it very interesting. I'm going to look at it and spend time with it tonight before I move on it. But Wine Time on Cincinnati plus 3 minus 120. Let's go into Wine Time's final game here on our show. Excellent work as always. Wine Time, 10:30 p.m. East with the Washington Huskies, 7-3, 4-3 in the Big Ten. UCLA Bruins, 3-7, 3-4 in the Big Ten Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. We are getting close to the end of that Butler, South Carolina game. Charleston up by 1. I should not have gotten off Alabama State, but you know we're going to just keep trusting the process, and I would like to come home with it. Shout out to the Godfather, blessing our action. What a great guy. $10 dono to
go
get the winners rolling in. Thank you, Godfather. Respect, my man. Love capping with you. Huskies, UCLA Bruins. We're at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. Man, we've seen some horrific pictures of the fans not in attendance for these Big Ten games. This shouldn't be a Big Ten game, you know, but look, Pac-12 is losing money, and, I was talking to my pops about it. I miss it. I mean, I spent my whole life cap in the Pac-12,
love
Pac-10, and It's this would have been a nice game, and also I struggled in the pack. I always struggled. Like it was not easy. I enjoyed the battle. Here, Huskies are playing the Bruins. Let's set this one up for wine time and hear how he is attacking his final spot on the board. The Bruins coming off 3 straight losses. They went to Indiana and got destroyed 56-6. They came home and lost to Nebraska. That was the picture. How many people were there? 1,000? 2,000?
Dude, and not a lot. Not a lot.
It's the worst picture we've ever seen. It's the worst picture we've ever seen.
Disgusting.
Yeah. And then they go to Ohio State and lose 48-10. On the other hand, Washington feeling better about themselves. They had that tough loss at Whiskey, 13-10, the game that was being discussed by one time a few minutes back. They came home and they smashed Purdue, destroyed Purdue. But here we go on the road, and look what we've seen from this team on the road. They've lost to to Michigan 24-7. They lost to Whiskey 13-10. So they've put up 17 points in their last 2 road games. Now, this is a big favorite that we're talking about. UCLA right now, they opened up at -10, quickly went to 10.5, and then to 11. This is all within the first 4 hours it was available, then back to 10.5. Still a half-point move towards the Huskies. We get to the total for this one here, and I've got the cash flow set up, but let's just move to the total quickly. Come on. Oh, I know what I've done. Okay, here we go. From a total standpoint, we have this sitting right now at 51.5. It opened up at 53.5. It's just steadily moved down. 53.5 to 53 to 52 to 51.5. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have 55% of the tickets and 93% of the cash on Washington. 93% of the cash, and this line is not moving. I did pull up, just because I was concerned, I pulled up the Action Network, and this has got to be music to the ears of Bruins fans. 76% of the tickets are on Washington and only 20% of the cash. So it doesn't matter where you look here. They tell different stories, but in both stories, Washington is public. Take it away for us here. Wine time, Huskies, Bruins.
Yeah, I've been hearing all week how much the Huskies are going to blow out the Bruins. Just something to keep in note, guys. Last 8 games, Washington has been at the Rose Bowl 1-7 straight up. Last time they did it, I was actually at the game. It was Michael Penix against Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and UCLA was a +2.5, and I was like 8 rows back. It was a good time to be a Bruin fan at that point because had a nice little run that season. DTR almost 400 all-purpose yards. Latu had a sack on Penix on the 1-yard line to get them the ball right there, and they were able to upset them on that Saturday night at the Rose Bowl. Here, coming right back to Pasadena, Jedd Fisch is familiar with these grounds, man. I mean, the UCLA is pretty much where he kind of started after he left UCLA. After they made the coaching change to who was it? To Chip Kelly, I believe, and he moved on to Texas, wherever it was, but he moved on to Texas A&M, and then he kind of went to a lot of different stops and wanted to go to a lot of different programs and learn from more head coaches, and then eventually get a head coaching job of his own. And Jedd Fisch's ultimate job here is to get to the NFL. When it's all said and done, that's what he wants to do. He loves coaching college, but he wants to be a coach in the NFL. He's came out and said that that's his goal. He's got one stop until then. A lot of people are thinking he's going to be at he's going to be at UCLA next year. He's 2-1 odds right now to be UCLA's next head coach, the odds-on favorite. I liked him at the beginning of the year, but I don't know. I mean, we're seeing what Brett Brennan's doing at Arizona, and he's doing exactly what Jedd Fisch is doing at Washington right now, and he's going to come with a very high price tag. We've already heard his family's already moved away from Washington. They didn't like it up there in the rain. He loves Southern California. He probably wants to be the head coach at UCLA, being a little bit better of weather. But at the same time, I don't know if it's necessarily as good of a job as Washington. You're going to have to win the fan base back. And that's the whole thing with UCLA is the fan base, guys. Can't get people in the stands. It's an hour and a half away from campus. Traffic. There's a reason why UCLA gets a police escort on the way to the game in the Rose Bowl, because they took a normal bus. I mean, it would take them 3 hours to get there. Traffic's awful. This UCLA team has been fighting all year long. Last couple games, can't really say that against Ohio State and Indiana. That Nebraska game, Nebraska had 3 explosive plays that pretty much got their touchdowns. UCLA, I feel like, beat them in that game. The score didn't really indicate that. Yeah, they had a little comeback in that fourth quarter, but There's also the true freshman starting for Nebraska that he didn't have a lot of tape on. Go into Ohio State last week, get smacked with their backup quarterback, Luke Duncan. Nico was out in that one. Nico's been practicing all week. He was in concussion protocol. Pretty sure he's cleared, haven't gotten the 100% yet, but he's been practicing, full participant all week, along with their offensive lineman and fifth-year senior Garrett DiGiorgio, who's been there for forever. It's the last game for UCLA seniors at home. Yeah, they go over the crosstown rivalries the following week against USC, but this could be the last game we ever see UCLA play at the Rose Bowl, guys, because if everyone has heard correctly, a lot of people are saying they're going to SoFi next year. I don't agree with the move. I don't think it's going to get more fans in the stands. Build a stadium on campus, eliminate all that parking, put like 30, 40,000 people in there, let the kids go to the games and just walk to the games, and you'll get a nice sellout crowd. You can't put UCLA in a 90,000, 100,000 capacity stadium. Get to the pick. Washington, Jonah Coleman, expected to be back in this one, some people are saying. There's some question marks about it. We won't really know until tomorrow, and it's such a late game, but he is, in my opinion, the second best running back in college football. He will be drafted probably in the second or third round in this year's NFL draft, only behind Jeremiah Love. Been banged up. I don't know if he's going to be ready to go, and I think they're going to need him to go in this game. Look at Damon Williams, the quarterback here. He's a mobile quarterback. He definitely likes to move around, but he definitely makes a lot of mistakes at times. And I just think this is way too many points with the team of UCLA that's going to have a lot of seniors out there that haven't been there for forever, that have kind of came here this year, but this is senior night, last game potentially at the Rose Bowl. I think they're going to want to go out with a bang here. And it would also be nice knowing if UCLA could beat these guys and knowing that Jed Fish will be off the resume. He won't be in the interviews, because I think if Tim Skipper beats him, he shouldn't even be interviewed for the job. So hopefully UCLA wins this game outright. You're giving me 10.5 points with 90% plus of the money on Washington, and the line's not moving. Give me UCLA plus 10.5, minus 110. I think this is going to be a very close outcome. I think Nico, you're going to see a lot from him, because who knows if he's here next year, but he definitely wants to go to another school, and he's proved that he can play. I mean, he's a good player. I don't put a lot of blame on him. He's been bad at times, but at the same time, it's a lot to do with the play call in the beginning of the year. I like Nico, and I think he's going to go out there and probably give it everything he can at the Rose Bowl here. Give me the 10.5 points.
UCLA plus 10.5 at minus 110. I find these spots very appealing that you are on. Very appealing. I'll spend time on them tonight, and then we'll decide. I'll decide, because you've moved on. I'll decide which ones I want to join on, but they all sound very appealing. I love the angles on them. And Wine Time Sports in the house, rocking with us on Friday, putting in human type of work. Let's review action from Wine Time Sports here in NBA, and we're likely to get additions, so you must follow Wine Time on X. Miami Heat first half team total over 64.5, and Heat money line at plus 120. He's on the Timberwolves -4, minus 110. I joined him on that one, and I bet it. That's the only one of the games that we've talked about that I actually went ahead and just bet during the show. Then in college football, we have Baylor plus 7, minus 110. Iowa minus 16.5 at minus 110. Whiskey plus 9 at minus 110. Cincinnati plus 3 at minus 120. And UCLA plus 10.5 at minus 110 from our guy. Wine Time Sports. I'm put Wine Time's X handle here in the chat. 124 days. Although I will pitch to you to meet us early, of course, if we get this set up for our guy, Troy Torrance. But 124 days till we are in the warmth of San Antonio. And it's not just the weather that brings the warmth. It's us gambling together and the booze.
Yes.
Goddamn booze warms me up as well. I'm going to pop here. Wine Times X handle in the chat. Support our guy. He puts so much energy and effort and angles, successful angles. You see what he's doing across all sports right now. Wine Time Sports, thank you for rocking with us. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Oh, appreciate you as always for having me on the show, Jimmy. Good luck to you. Good luck to everyone in the chat. Appreciate you guys for all the support. Yeah, guys, if you guys can make it, please, March 25th, March 30th, whatever days you can make it in that 5-day period, get out to San Antonio, Texas, Popalooza, Southtown 101. Come meet all of us, hang out with us. It's always a good time, guys. It's nothing but good vibes and money flowing in. And like Jimmy said, the booze will be flowing. That's for sure. It's good weather. It's the people make it the best part, man. Just seeing everyone in person, being able to hang out with everyone. I got there on I think we both got there on Wednesday last year, Jimmy. So yeah, just let me know what day you guys are going to fly in there. Definitely. I'm glad that's a little bit later. Helps me a little bit out with the baby coming and stuff. Gives me a couple extra weeks to get out there. So I like the dates. It's going to be fun. I'm excited. Shout out to everyone, guys. Love you guys. Good luck on your action. I'm out.
There he is. Wine Time Sports in the house. We are 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 in South Carolina, Butler. That's a wrap. So we are 2-0 to start the day. Would have been 3-0 with Alabama State, but we're 2-0 to start the day, which means after 26 bets in college basketball, I'm in the black, and I want to stay. And we can do that here with Charleston up 7 right now versus UMass. They've gotten off to a nice start here in the second half. So we'll see if that continues. But 2-0 now in college basketball. We're going to go over all those again. But this is a fun part of our Fridays. And Jose's done a masterful job picking these spots in the market that he's attacking that seem out of whack in college football. He's delivering the goods. And I want him to transition this into college basketball. And I was going to send him a message about it yesterday. I decided not to because it does. Right now, we're sitting with these markets for a week. It's possible that like all of the college basketball bets I made today, we're off to a good start. That could change, but they had nothing to do with the market. They had to do with the line, some of the line, but also the situation. So I want him to put all his energy into college football right now. Once it ends, we transition him over to college basketball. Please welcome SN1P5 to put a bow on our Friday show. Jose, how are you?
I'm doing all right. I've tried to bet the college basketball. We're pretty even so far, so we'll see what we can do in the coming weeks. But yeah, the markets are. I feel like in the college basketball markets, I'm betting the spots that's overwhelming, like money and bets, and the line just tunneling their direction. But yeah, we'll figure that out when the time comes.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will. Everything. Look, I don't want to talk about it. Let's just. We're in the black now. We're 2-0. We have 2 games in play here.
And by the way, I'll also say this: 124 days until Jimmy is polluted on a Saturday night and looks at me and says, "Jose, this is the most important baseball season of your life." This is the most important baseball season of your life. We got to get it done. So I look forward to laughing at that as well.
Well, we do laugh a lot, but things do get serious. When it gets serious, it's all about, succeeding in this and what we're trying to accomplish here in sports handicapping. Yeah, good. It's I just got there. But
how's it feel? How's it feel to be back?
Oh God, it's the warmest, most incredible feeling. Like you guys know what it's like when you succeed in what we're doing. Like there's nothing else. Obviously, having a family is important too.
That's nice.
This is key. This is massive. I had my man Eli Zertucci rolling with me on Butler, and we won't talk about what's going on in Whiskey BYU, but very hopeful here. Very hopeful. Let's get to work, Jose. Take it away, man. Take it away. So these are the spots on the board here. We have 4 games in college football that the market doesn't make sense. And can you state your record here as well on sides in college football this year?
Sure. Just sides. I'm 19-10, 65% up 7.9 units. Overall 22-18 up 1.5. So that sucks. But the spread bets are nice, so we can't complain there.
Let's roll. God, they're not letting me live bet this. I fear that something's up with the. Oh no, they are now. Oh, this is gorgeous. This is just feels so goddamn good. You know why, Jose? Because you took over at halftime of hosting the live stream. I was able to go through every single college basketball game. And when I got too tired, I stopped and woke up and spent, an hour and a half, 2 hours in the morning doing it. So I owe you truly, for the opportunity, for the time, because this takes so much time. So thank you for that, my friend. Take it away. Missouri, Oklahoma is where we start, and we'll just keep the same process. So take it away.
Yeah, shout out to the Oklahoma Sooners, who have been a team that I have been fading backing throughout the year. Last week, we backed them to success. It was a pretty easy spot market-wise and John Mateer-wise. But here we are yet again. They slapped their own ass a lot there in Norman, Oklahoma, Jimmy. A lot of ass slapping. And I don't like them. I don't like them at all. I don't like anything they represent. But I do like this market and where we stand as of right now. So we'll talk about it. We've talked about this game throughout the week. And I wish this number was flipped, but 64% of the bets and 55% of the money is on Missouri here. The line has continued to move in their direction, as we've talked about throughout the week. This opened up at 9.5 on the 16th, and the 17th it was still there. And that, by the way, is on Sunday and Monday, and quickly starts going down. On that Monday, went down to 7.5. 2 days later, it goes down to 7, and it is now sitting at 6.5. Oklahoma here. Now, again, do I wish that there were more bets and money on Oklahoma and the line was going down? Yes, and we'll talk about a spot like that later on. But I think you said this earlier in the week. This is one of those classic. You have a great win, everyone's high, and you come back and punch them in the nose the next week and fade them here. Missouri, good enough team, Drinkwitz, good enough coach. And I think that in Norman, Oklahoma, they suffer from tight butthole syndrome as well. If it gets a little close, game gets close late, you can feel everyone's sphincters get a little tighter. And I think they can falter here. So I do like Missouri ATS right now. What do you think, Jimmy?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't. Again, the market isn't helping. So, we have Cab on Missouri plus 7.5, Nick on Missouri first half plus 4, Nick Frazier, and so yes, I mean, do we blindly fade Oklahoma because they just beat Alabama? In Tuscaloosa, because it doesn't fully correlate, right? Why is everybody still betting Missouri? And is it because we're actually buying Missouri high off of that home victory over Mississippi State?
Nah. Well, they've had bigger victories this year, right?
Yeah, but 49-27. I mean, so basically we're backing them after their highest scoring. I mean, they scored more points against Mississippi State than they scored against UMass.
The mighty UMass. Shout out to them.
This game is being tricky. It's being tricky. I understand that it's Missouri or no bet. But if the public is on Missouri too, I don't know if I move on this football game.
Cool.
The problem is, again, you're buying both high. You're selling both high. So I at that point it gets much more difficult.
Fair enough. I'll stay off of this game right now. And
you're getting love from the chat though.
Oh wow, look at that, Res Dog.
I imagine. Well.
Well, when it's what's on the top of your mind, you just have to say it, Res Dog. I'll stay off this game, but if it goes down to 5.5, tomorrow,
then we move immediately. Oh yeah, no, but don't you think we need that sort of a sign?
Well, 9.5 to 6.5 is pretty blatant. Even 7.5 to 6.5 is interesting, but I'll continue to wait. There's no rush, obviously.
Wait, let's just go over that here, because we know that it has to go through the number 6, right? It has to go through the number 6. So,
and that's the hope, yeah.
This opens up at 9.5, and anyone could have got it then. So yeah, you know what? it looks like it's going to drop to a flat 6, but not. Here we have BOL as the book that's seemingly has the most confidence in it. Looking around the board here, it's all 6s, and it's not looking close to a 6. So, yes, the market is very appealing. The market is very, very appealing. So,
the issue is that there's more bets and money on it on Missouri. You know?
Yes, and we know how this works. Like, and I'm not trying to talk anybody off of Oklahoma, but any team who wins their Super Bowl, you fade the next week. I mean, that's just Capping 101. Now, usually you're alone fading them because the public believes what they've seen. Here, it's possible that they're believing more what they've seen from Missouri. So, again, I'll stay in touch with you about this game. Let's roll on to Kansas, Iowa State.
Yeah, and obviously, like we said, the hope is this goes down and there's more bets and money come in on Oklahoma tomorrow. So we'll see how all that unfolds as well. Kansas, Iowa State, a game that nary a capper on our channel wants to talk about, Jimmy. But I'll step up. I'll bite the bullet for everyone here. I'll fucking do it. And I'll tell you guys that there's 57% of the bets, 85% of the money on Iowa State here. And I'm going to refresh my odds just one time here to make sure we're all set here. I see this line opening up at 4.5 here for Iowa State. It is now down to 3.5 as well. Just that's at BOL. Bookmaker, same story. 4 opener gets up to 4.5, comes back down to 4, 3.5 there as well. And Heritage, same thing. 4 opener down to 3.5. I like the Kansas Jayhawks in this game. What do you think?
I get it. You have Iowa State off of a victory, so they're not angry, and Kansas remains angry. I get it. The 4.5 down to 3.5. It's not that big of a deal, but it looks like it's possible that a 3 comes. Even though, again, this is just BOL pushing that number. What did you say the cash flow was again?
That is 50. Excuse me. Where is it? 57% of the bets on Iowa State, 85% of the money on Iowa State.
And it's over the 3, so we don't need to worry about any information coming from the money line. Yeah. This is appealing. This is an appealing spot. God, it's an appealing spot. Yeah, no, I think this fits here. Let's just look what action has, because I still think you'd want. At this point, it's all of the money that's on Iowa State, but we're only getting 57% of the tickets. I think we also want tickets, right? We want the public to be moving on this spot here. So let's just see what they're telling us. Here we go. So over here, they have 51% of the tickets, 63% of the cash on Iowa State, which is similar to your angle. I mean, who in their right mind would want Kansas here? This reminds me of. Now, again, we're not looking at a 2.5. That's my only fear. This is a very similar statistical profile of 2 football teams as we got with the Raging Cajuns last night. And the idea was, why are the Raging Cajuns under a field goal? It made no sense. Here, they're still between 4.5 and 3.5. It's very, very interesting. Shout out to Jacqueline in the house.
You're a few months late on that, Jacqueline, for old Jimmy the Bag here.
But I celebrate American Thanksgiving, man. I'll be right here for 12 hours.
I was about to say, you celebrate it by sitting right there.
I'm drinking heavily.
Are you ready to do that, by the way, on the first weekend of March Madness?
Oh, I forgot about that. That's another thing we can do, eh? Yeah, we should talk about that for sure.
Yeah, you're going to be stinking there for 12 hours, just sitting there, and then run it right back the next day.
I think this makes sense here. I want to sit with it for longer. and again, you'd want to see a 3. I mean, don't you desperately want to see the 3 up there?
Would be nice.
Because the
Give you more
4.5 to 3.5 isn't. I don't know if it's enough. Both of these spots here that you're talking about, I'm interested in. What did you get, Kansas City, or have you bet it yet?
Haven't bet it yet. Haven't bet anything yet. Just sitting here, wanted to talk them out first.
Well, I promise you, I will be spending time on these games. It's been making me money doing it. So, let's roll into your next spot. We head to Laramie, Wisconsin.
And we're going to Wyoming.
Laramie, Wyoming. My bad.
No worries. We know. Nevada, Wyoming. Again, I challenge any capper on this program and on this channel to fucking dig deep and go into Laramie and find some gems here in Wyoming, Nevada here. By the way, I'll give you an honorable mention action here after these games here. 72% of the bets and 90% of the money on the Cowboys of Wyoming here, who, by the way, rip off Oklahoma State's logo. This line opened up at 7.5 here. We are down to 6.5, and old Bodog and Bookmaker have it down to 6 here as well. Nevada seems like the side, and especially if that gets down to 6, 5.5, as Troy would say, I think they could win this game outright. So Nevada, home of Colin Kaepernick, very interesting for me.
Yeah, 2 terrible football teams. The problem is that Wyoming could still get a bowl game, but again, you're just asking Nevada to cover. And they look good at New Mexico. They've proven that, they can go out on the road and, play decent football. I mean, they're a bad football team. I mean, it's hard to say any nice thing about Nevada. The problem here, though, is that 3 of the last 4 games for Wyoming have come on the road. So the main statistical profile that we're thinking about are these, they've been outscored 48-10 to San Diego State and Fresno State. The weather's pretty nice, so that's not going to hinder Nevada at all. If this was terrible weather, you'd probably have an idea of why this is. This is an interesting one. So the idea is that the problem here, and this is a real problem, is Nevada just destroyed San Jose State 55-10. And, so they're actually feeling okay about themselves. They're probably feeling good about themselves. They just that's look, every single spot that we moved on in college basketball had nothing to do with the market. It only had to do with the situation. And the situation is, I would want to back Wyoming here against Nevada because Nevada just destroyed San Jose State. Now we're saying that, they're still a 2-8 team that's 1-5 in the Mountain West. But the fact that they're coming off that feel-good victory makes me not want it. It just doesn't fit the system that we've been succeeding with.
Yeah, this is the one that I'm closest to moving on, just because of how overwhelming the bets and money are on Wyoming. And
can you state that again? What is it again?
72% of the bets, 90% of the money on Wyoming.
Wow. Yeah, no, that's an alarming amount of money. So maybe we just follow the cash and don't care what happened the week before, which is something that we've utilized pretty well here. Now, over at Action, they have 51% of the tickets and 61% of the cash on Wyoming. And there's a new way sort of that, Troy is looking at these 2 sites. That the Odds Logic site is giving us sharper gamblers, and Action's giving us much more public sentiment.
Well, that would help me out in college basketball when we just mentioned like how I see those big overwhelming like 90+% of the bets and money on one side, line moving their direction. Those are the spots in college basketball I've been more wanting to back. So that would make me feel better about that. So Troy, I hope you're right.
I think it's a decent way of looking at things. I think it's a good way of looking at things. So in saying that it's not. If we're saying that in a public situation here from action that it's kind of 50-50. This line's not really moving, but we know in a sharp situation. Now, we can still fade that sharp money if it's a ton of it, absolutely. But we're saying that the sharper money is all hammering Wyoming, and Nevada's coming off 55-3 win. I don't want to be involved in it.
Well, my buoy for this will be that sharp money is getting told to keep betting Wyoming.
Yeah, and that's completely legitimate.
Well, that's my buoy here, hopefully.
Yeah. All right, let's roll.
Well, I won't move on that yet, and then tomorrow morning on the tailgate, hopefully that number will also be a 5.5, and will be.
Yeah, I was just still going to write down Nevada question mark, but this does not, just coming off a blowout victory where they're all, giving fives to each other, telling each other how great they look. That's just not the way I want to back a football team. So, but I'm going to keep an eye on your action. Let's roll into Austin.
Let's roll into Austin indeed. In a very interesting spot for the Texas Longhorns. Another team that I've been backing and fading and backing and fading against Arkansas, who we backed last week to success, which was great. Now, obviously, there's always a thing. I was like, do I want to go back to a team that I won with last week? That sketches me out a little bit. But man, I took it in the bottom mouth with Texas and Georgia. I got laughed at. I got pointed at. Justin Mcelvy pointed and laughed at me. Sure. Kristen Hess at the tailgate was like, look at this fucking jackass betting Arch Manning. Ha, ha, ha. And all rightfully so, because Texas fucking sucks. Their coach has been pissing and moaning in the media. Their wide receivers are terrible. Their offensive line isn't good. And I sit here and I'm like, okay, well, I believe all this now. Am I vividness bias just fading Texas here? 65% of the bets and 65% of the money on the Longhorns here. Line has moved from 10 to 8.5. Bookmaker has an 8. And next week, obviously is the big A&M versus Texas game, biggest game of the year down here in Texas. Second time playing it in the last fucking however many years. Look ahead. Market kind of says Arkansas is live. And I don't know how many. I don't think this game will be packed, for example. I don't think it will be rocking in Austin, as our friend Winetime, who, by the way, I'm in his head now about that. Yeah. I've listened to his breakdowns. He said it less, but it's right on the tip of his tongue. It's right on the tip. He knows he wants to say it's rocking, but I don't think it's gonna be rocking here. And Jimmy, you're a weather guy here. Is it going to be raining? Is it going to be shitty and raining in Austin? Because hand up, I'm going to admit this now, Jimmy. My lips will be polluted in Austin, Texas tomorrow. I will be polluted on the streets of Austin, Texas, most likely tomorrow. So maybe I want action on Arkansas just to sit there and laugh.
What are you doing in Austin?
Helga's friend has a birthday.
Okay.
So I will be just
sitting
back
game or something, man.
No. I will
socializing.
Unfortunately, so.
Oh God, you're really good at that.
Yeah. And again, just a reminder to everyone, I'm going to keep saying it. 124 days left, but keep those expectations when you meet me low, because I am not the most social human being in real life. Again, I feel bad because Justin McKelvey is going to come up to me. Oh, what's up, man? Blah, 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 blah. And I'm going to say hello. He's going to ask me a question about myself. I will not ask him a question about himself. And the conversation will probably end, and he'll look for someone else to have a drink with. But I love you, Justin. I just, I struggle. All this to being said, I think Arkansas against the spread is a great play. And I hopefully will be moving on it.
It might be. But I tell you, this does not fit what I'm looking for and what has been working for us. It just doesn't fit. You ask people about Texas, they tell you the Texas trash.
Very
Nick
much.
is on Arkansas plus 9.5. So Nick, I mean, what did we see from Arkansas? We just all made money off them last week.
Yeah. Gave their hearts up. Still lost. I definitely would hate this play, or would like this play less if they beat my old friend Frank Wilson and LSU last time out. But I'm hoping that close loss keeps them hungry at the very least.
At this point of the year, we're looking for completely different things than we're looking for like in the beginning of the basketball season here, like in college basketball. We're looking for completely different things, right? We're deep in the game. We have a statistical profile that has both home and road, dichotomy. We have a sample size that's legitimate, all these things. So I want a team that is going to be extremely angry and accountable against a bad football team. Now, maybe Arkansas is not a bad football team, but certainly a team that's 0-6 in the SEC. I think that Arkansas can cover this, and I'm not running to the window to back Texas, especially that they're public. But I do not fade teams off of embarrassing high-profile losses ever. So I'm not going to do it here. It just this doesn't fit the storyline that I'm looking for. But the market would lead you towards betting Arkansas. I get it. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, I think this is another game where I'll be relying on sandwich spot, look ahead for A&M next week, market moving the line down. Again, hopefully by tomorrow, this line, what is it now again? I forgot already. 8.5. Hopefully by tomorrow, it's 7.5, 7. And I will continue feeling decent about it.
Did you said you wanted to add a spot, or there was another one you were thinking about?
No, I have honorable mentions.
Okay, what are they?
For you here quickly. Honorable mention number 1, UTSA, ECU. UTSA at home, where they are only good at, and they came into this game as a 3-point dog. I was like, I don't know if that's a trap or what. Line opened up at -3. It's 2.5. -1.5 at bookmaker. 90. Let me double check here just before, because it's like 90+% of the bets. 90% of the bets, 88% of the money on UTSA here. And I was like, okay, they've embarrassed me once this year. Am I going to back them here? The line's moving towards them, but the fact that they opened up as dogs to begin with was the thing that I was okay. If I have to bet this game, and I've gone back and forth, it'd probably end up being ECU. And that's going up against a market move is not exactly what I love doing. So that was an honorable mention for me.
And that's backing ECU.
Yeah. Fading the 90+% of the bet and money. My concern is just that UTSA has devil magic at home, and they just play so much better in the Alamo Dome. I don't think they've lost a game, a conference game, especially in the Alamo Dome, in the last 2-3 years.
I don't think they have either. But again, we're very deep in the season, so the problem is that ECU has been so good this year. So you'd be backing a team that's 5-1 in conference, 7-3 on the season. I mean, we saw what they did to Tulane. We saw what they did to Rice. Yeah, I'll study. I'll take a look. I'll go deeper with this one. Is there another honorable mention?
Yeah, quickly, Penn State, Nebraska went from 10 to 8. There's just more bets and money on Penn State in this game, so I don't have to take too much time on that one. Or excuse me, there's more bets and money on Nebraska, is what I meant to say. So it opened up -10 Penn State. It's now -8 Penn State. 67% of the bets, 94% of the money on Nebraska. Again, if that was flipped, I probably would be on Nebraska if there was more bets and money on Penn State. So that one got me off there. And quickly just scrolling through Pitt, Georgia Tech, another one that I was like, maybe am I going to move on? A Pitt team, 64% of the bets, 60% of the money on Georgia Tech. Line has gone from 3 to 2.5 here. Just wasn't feeling too convicted about it. Same thing with Cal Stanford. I know these are a lot of games I'm kind of just throwing out here. Cal Stanford, big rivalry game over there for the nerds. 87% of the bets, 86% of the money on Cal here, and the line moving towards them. Opened up at 3, seeing 1 3.5, 2 3.5s. Not too many, so maybe you could say that this hasn't moved at all, really. But that game also interests me as well.
I will take a look at these spots here.
Oh, and BYU Cincinnati, but BYU is just beating my ass against the market, so I won't fade them.
I will fade them.
I wish you luck.
Thank you.
I think
We have a chance at a strong start to the day, very strong start to the day possible. It could be just a 3-1 if Charleston doesn't hold on. So let's go into the rest of my college basketball action here. I'm very curious to see what's gone on with the line history. So I'll be listening to you for that information, Jose. And then we'll go over and see if we can stay hot in NCAA basketball. There's a part of me that doesn't really want to succeed that much at it, honestly, because that means that I'm going to have to dedicate a lot of time to it. And I have not done that. As you guys know, over the years, I brought in experts to do this. A big part of it is that I just don't have the time. You gave me a chance at the time, but then there were no records on the show today because, you know how long it takes to go through 60 games. It takes hours. And so I'm a little nervous about even succeeding here. But let's go into the spots. Thank you guys for joining us here. This is our last section of today's show. So let's roll.
Yeah, real quick, just answering some chat question or a chat question. Jim Dewiger asking about USC Oregon. I'll just quickly tell you there's not been any line movement, and there's 59% of the bets, 71% of the money on Oregon. So I don't really have an opinion, but to go watch the video that Dabby Cab and Jimmy did earlier this week, where Cab gives out his opinion and play on that game. So shout out to Cab.
And I can tell you what that is here. Oh, shit, that's wrong. I can tell you what that is here. Let me just pull it up here. So this was yesterday, Thursday, November 20th. Bruce Huncho, BJ, our guy, BJ, very interested in moving on the Pitt. I'll give it time and energy.
I mean, I like the coach goes out and says they don't give a fuck about the Notre Dame game. They just can't lose the next two, and they throw up a dud against Notre Dame, and now you roll into this ACC game. I mean, like, this is the motivation. Like, it has to be there for Pitt. Like, so that's another reason why I was interested in them. So nice to see BJ interested as well, I guess.
Yeah, I'll look into it tonight.
Yeah. Let's go into this college basketball, though. We've got interesting games here by our guy, Jimmy the Bag, who started off hot, and we need to keep it rolling here. And let's keep it rolling with the aforementioned. Well, I guess they weren't aforementioned, but they are always mentioned in my arc. The Oakland Bears here against Eastern Michigan. Line opened up at a pick'em at our friends at BOL. Eventually got up to -1. Oh, you know what? I'll even say this line opened up at -1.5 because this line went to 1.5 10 minutes later. So line opened up at 1.5 here. Eventually gets up to 3 last night. Then goes from 3 to 2.5 to 2.5 to 1.5 down to 1 here for the Oakland Bears here. Another market, another site here. We'll use Heritage for an example. Heritage opened this up at Oakland -2.5 here, gets up to 3, 2.5, 3, then comes back down to 1.5, 1 this morning here. And as for where people are betting, let's find out. Right now, 60% of the bets, 71% of the money on Oakland here. Obviously, it would be nice if all that money in bets were on Eastern Michigan, but I would love to know what you think about this game, Jimmy.
Well, we're a minute left with BYU up 12. So I do want to go back and touch on that again because I think it's so interesting. Shout out to Morgan Spooner in the house. Spooner with his action here. So off to a nice start today. Alabama State, that upset me so much, Spoon. I had Alabama State queued up, but when it moved to 5.5, I didn't press the button. And then I saw it come back to 3.5, and I almost pressed the button, and I didn't. But I love that situation. We are in a real good spot here, but UMass just went on a 5-point run here. So let's wait till we see zeros on the clock in Whiskey BYU. But here we go. So look, Oakland is battle hardened and battle tested. You look at their 1-4 record, 0-4 on the road. Look who they're playing. Very good basketball teams. They lost at Michigan, at Purdue, at Houston, at UCF, and they almost beat UCF. So this is just a battle hardened group going to face Eastern Michigan. None of these bets were predicated on the market. If I had seen the market, I wouldn't be on this. But I'm watching Oakland go into tough environments and deliver. They were 13.5-point dogs, and they came very close to beating UCF. Now, we all know that, so that makes me a little nervous here that everyone, knows that. But look what Alabama State just did to IU Indianapolis today. IU Indianapolis went to Eastern Michigan and beat them 90-83. So I'm hoping that this is just, a small mark. What is it at right now? What could you bet it at right now?
Oakland?
Yeah.
Let me double check for you, but I believe -1 is what I have.
Shoot. I mean, this is a bad sign. This is all a bad sign. I moved on this at -2.5 and -115 and expected it to complete, stay moving in that direction here. So we're up 12 now with 8 seconds left in BYU, Wisconsin. So I'd like to finish this. So I'm on Oakland -2.5. I would not join me on it.
-1.5 is what I have.
I mean, maybe it's okay that they're still favorites. But I was hoping that we'd be sitting here at a 4. I mean, you're always hoping those things. So I just think that the strength of schedule has to count for something. And again, we're not using the market. You're using the market, but we're not using the cash flow. So it's kind of like, driving without a seatbelt. And sometimes you get in a car accident and you fly out the windshield. So, I hope that doesn't happen here.
Unfortunately, I have to be the guy that passes the accident and learns and just sits there and like, wow, I shouldn't do that, I guess. I don't know, because I think I'm going to move on Eastern Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. The market
I'm rubbernecking.
Now, but we are seeing a team. The Oakland is 1-4 and 0-4 on the road.
Jesus.
So, and they're 0-4 against Div 1.
God.
So I don't know, but look at how tough the teams they played are. So I just because it's moving to Eastern Michigan, I don't know if I would do that. And look at Spooner says, as someone who's high on Eastern Michigan, he's not moving on them. Okay. So but trust yourself, trust your instincts. Before we get into the next spot on the board, so I'm now 3-0 to start today, 3-1 yesterday. So
Charleston,
my last 7. Let me touch on this BYU whiskey spot.
Oh, okay.
The Wisconsin, remember, they could be a better team over 40 minutes. Sure. Yes, Wisconsin had the revenge going on. But if a team has not played on the road yet, they have to prove that they can do it. You should only be fading these teams early in the year that have been sitting at home for 4 or 5 games. Now, if you have enormous conviction, and here, like, you're going into an angle last year, BYU knocked out Whiskey, they're going to be angry. They've not played in a difficult environment all season long. It's a one-way ticket. You fade them or you pass on the game until they prove to you that they can go into a tough environment and handle themselves. So, again, the storyline, if I had got caught up in the storyline, I wouldn't have been on BYU. This is all early in the morning stuff. Like, I'm legitimately sitting here thinking, if I get up 10 units here mid next week, I shut down. My edge is over. This is not
Shut it the fuck down.
Shut it down. This is not about who knows these college basketball teams the most. I'm betting situational stuff and trying to sell high and buy low. But I'm on Oakland -2.5. Let's roll. Let's head to Macomb, Illinois.
Let's head to Western Illinois versus.
Tell me I beat this line move, Jose. I'm in big trouble, I think, if I didn't.
Well, let me tell you right now where this line is at for the mighty Western Illinois, Coastal Carolina spot here. By the way, I decided to tune in for a Charleston game now. Down 1, 5 minutes left. Here we go.
Okay.
Should
Oh,
be
no.
interesting.
Oh, yeah!
And yes, oh yeah, is right. I'm seeing openers at 2, and now we're seeing 3.5s here for Coastal Carolina. So I feel feeling that old Jimmy the Bag has moved on Coastal Carolina in this game. No side information yet coming out, but 88% of the bets, 93% of the money is on the over in this game, Jimmy. So why do you like Coastal here?
This is, and I get my notes up here quickly, but Coastal Carolina, again, it always makes me nervous to back a team that you've just cashed on, and I cashed on them by, the tiniest of margins. But the whole idea when they played Jacksonville State was not that Coastal Carolina was necessarily a better team or anything of that nature. It was just that I'd seen them already. They opened their season at Western Michigan, and they played Western Michigan tough. They beat Winthrop at home, and now they were heading to Jacksonville State. The Leathernecks, these goddamn Leathernecks, had a pretty tough, opening schedule, and they were in California for a couple games. They played Iowa too, 4 road games. But what caught me was that they came home. So Coastal Carolina could have beaten Jacksonville State, and they kind of fell apart very late in that basketball game, and I got the cover by a hook. But the Western Illinois Leathernecks just faced off against the Cohawks. The Cohawks at home. There was about 150 people at the game for the Leathernecks.
So just COE?
The mighty Cohawks. And they barely...
And they're Cohawks.
Yeah, that's with a K. They barely beat them. I mean, they beat them by...
Jesus.
They were losing at halftime, and they came on late and beat them. So now this is probably their more legit home opener because they had 250 people in attendance for that one. But Coastal Carolina has been in... Now, this is not going to be a tough spot to play, but they've been in tough spots. They've been sitting in that loss to Jacksonville State, a loss that they could have, they could have won. And I just think they're the better basketball team that's proven they can play on the road, and they should go into Western Illinois and beat them. They have not played in a week. It was last Thursday that they covered for us at Jacksonville State. So they've been sitting here for a week now, going back on the road in the game that they can win and should win. So I'm back in the Chanticleers again. The Leathernecks, obviously, maybe it's a buy low spot after the Cohawks. That they're going to be trying their hardest, but I just don't think they're capable. I think what we've seen from the Chanticleers is that they're better than the preseason prognosticators thought they were. So that's me. We got action from Good as well. Says put some rent money on this college. Michigan State under 153 and Eastern Michigan. So he's on the other side of me in that spot. But yes, I'm on Coastal Carolina. I think this is a nice price. And again, the win at home against the Cohawks means absolutely nothing, which means that they're probably going to be alert and ready to go. But I'm on Coastal Carolina. I think they go in here and take care of business. Jacksonville State, I think, is quite a bit better than Western Illinois. Western Michigan is quite a bit better than Western Illinois. I mean, who isn't better? I mean, Winthrop is a lot better than Western Illinois. So I think I get paid here. I'm on Coastal Carolina -3.
Coastal Carolina -3 for Jimmy James Bag here.
So this next spot, I'm heads up with Morgan Spooner.
Oh, it's huge. Fuck you, Spooner energy now.
It's a dangerous place to be on the other side of Morgan Spooner. Let's roll, man. Set this up.
Penn Drexel, the mighty Drexel here as well. Shout out to Drexel. By the way, Jimmy, haven't mentioned it for these first few games, but the people love it. I've got to give it to him, Jimmy. I've got to give it to him here. Drexel, to get into a Drexel game, you can only have to pay 20 American dollars because we're in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania here. And the Big Five Classic here. Shout out to the Big Five Classic here. Both teams interesting. Penn 0-2 on the road. Drexel 2-0 at home. But where is Drexel located, Jimmy? Is that in Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Okay, well, basically a home game here for both squads here. Both are in Pennsylvania here. Both
I thought so.
playing in Pennsylvania
Yeah,
here.
right in Philly.
Well, there you go. Both in the mix here. Market in this game here. We've got 75% of the bets, 54% of the money on the pens here, as I'm going to call them, I guess. 5.5 is what we opened up at here. BOL showing a 4.5 currently. Got opened up at 7 a.m., went to 5. Opened up at 5.5. 7 a.m. opened up to 5 here. Then went down to 4.5, 4, and came back up to 4.5 here around noon for us here, Jimmy. What do you think about this Penn Drexel game? And why is Spooner wrong?
I am nervous being on the other side of Spooner. I'd love to hear if you got a second Spooner as your thoughts on Drexel here. There's a couple things here. One, Pennsylvania just played St. Joe's. I just cashed on St. Joe's last night, first half, plus 5.5. It was a spot that I liked, and but it was all situational, right? It was all situational, and they beat them 83-74. Pennsylvania did at home, and Drexel lost 76-65 at St. Joe's. But St. Joe's is a good basketball team, so I think it showed that. I think this is a pretty even spot here. We have a neutral court. I mean, this Big Five Classic means something to both of these teams.
Very much so.
And Penn's defense, I mean, they really shut down St. Joe. St. Joe shot 38% from the field and 29% from three. Pennsylvania can score. We know they can score. And they also had a very tough road here, strength of schedule wise. And so have Drexel to some extent. You know, they had to face Syracuse at home. They also lost at Colgate. We cashed with Colgate yesterday, too. We had to get through double overtime to get there. They lost 90-83. So both teams can score. I like the idea that this, Pennsylvania team lost badly to Providence 106-81. But, we're still able to score. I mean, that's the thing about Pennsylvania. They're able to score the bucket. What I really like, though, was that Drexel comes off of playing NJIT on Tuesday and destroying them, absolutely annihilating them, 75-43. NJIT this year, it's possible they could be just absolutely horrific. NJIT shot 23% from the field and 13% from three. And Drexel got to sit back and win easily. And we know that Pennsylvania cares about this game and, has not succeeded on the road here yet. And I think that this is going to be a very tightly contested game. Drexel feels good about themselves, and Pennsylvania can come in here and stay in this game. If this was a -1 or a -2, like a pickup, I mean, that's where I think it should be. I think getting 5 is too many points. Wager Detective pointing out here. Oh, and do what you want to do, says everybody on Drexel. He sees a 3.5 at Caesars. I love to hear that. Do what you want to do. I love to hear that. And here, Justin says, if I wish there was a bookie that would let me bet over 5-hour shows on Friday. I love it. Look, we're succeeding. And again, I thought about it today. I was like, and last night, I was like, am I going to sit here and go through 60 games of college basketball here and know that the show goes that much longer? And the answer was, am I making money doing it? And if that answer is yes, then let's go to work. I'm on the Quakers here of Pennsylvania. I think they stay in this game. I think they can keep it close. I think they can deliver the goods. Spooner says this is the Philly 5 game. Says I like the dogs in these series when it's around 10, but Drexel being favored with the St. Joe's game on each team's roster is telling. Yeah, yeah, I mean, I don't know if to me, it's not. I mean, because, Pennsylvania had St. Joe's at home and Drexel had St. Joe's on the road, and these teams can't travel. And like that was the first game of the year for Drexel against the Div 1 competition on the road. I mean, it's just a tough spot. But I hear that. And did you say what the cash flow was, or we didn't get any?
No cash flow on the side here, only total. Excuse me, that's the other game. 75% of the bets and 54% of the money on Penn here. Wow, wrong game there.
Oh, it makes me nervous. Yeah, I'm on the Quakers. I think they can stay in this game. They can keep it close. We know it means something to both teams. And Drexel feeling very good about themselves after playing what might be the worst team in America.
Well, shout out to the game Philly 5 games. They're very interesting, and the people of Philadelphia really care about them. So should be a fun atmosphere. As Wine Time would say, it's going to be rocking. Next game on our slate here, Sanford, New Mexico State here. Jimmy, are you coming back to Sanford here, and you're going to come take what's yours here? Because last time they fucked us. They didn't have a great performance, losing terribly to Florida Gulf Coast, I think that game was here. Let's talk about how they're doing today against New Mexico here. Sanford, 7 is where this game opened up at. BOL opened up at a 7. Got down to a 6.5 at one point here, but then comes all the way back up to an 8.5 here for New Mexico State. Bookmaker here showing a 7.5 opener. Got down to a 6 as well after climbing to an 8.5 immediately. And it climbed all the way back up to that 8.5. Even showed a 9 at one point. Heritage, interestingly enough, they're at a 8.5 as well. 7 opener. Got down to a 6.5 and then came right back up to the 8.5 here. Jimmy, there is 50% of the bets each way, and there's 80% of the money on New Mexico State. What do you think?
I love the spot. I really, really like this spot a lot. This is not, I'm not saying here that that the Aggies are not a better basketball team than Sanford by any stretch of the imagination. It's just that New Mexico State just beat the Lobos. It was a hugely important basketball game for them. They were underdogs. They won 76-68. They came on late and took care of business. It was sold out. It was a celebration. They were 3.5-point dogs, and they took care of business. It was a very important game for them. And now Sanford comes to town. After a sold-out rivalry game, Sanford comes to town. This is just exactly the spot that I like. Sanford let us down and played horribly at home. They've been on the road. They've traveled, and they look great on the road. They beat Texas Southern in overtime. They almost beat Arkansas. It was obviously a letdown spot after playing at Arkansas to play Central Arkansas. They needed overtime to get there. And then they lay an egg. Shout out to Jerry Davis. He was on Florida Gulf Coast. They laid an egg. They were out of it from start to finish. They looked terrible. And now I get them first half against a team that just won a rivalry game. I got them +5 first half. I mean, to me as a gambler, this is what heaven feels like. It feels like I've got Sanford. They shot 34. This is a team that plays clean basketball. They got out-rebounded badly at Florida Gulf Coast, and that can happen to them sometimes. But they shot 34% from the field, 27% from 3, and were awful. So they are not comfortable with how they looked in their game, and now they go up and play against a team that won as an underdog in a rivalry game at home. I mean, this is the type of shit that I fucking love. So and look, again, the reason why I took St. Joe's first half against UNLV was I was like, look, I don't want to give a team 40 minutes to figure things out when they're not ready to play at first. I want 20 minutes if you're not ready to play. I'm on Sanford first half +5. This is also the Cancun Challenge Campus game. not that New Mexico State's going to care that much. It's impossible for them psychologically to care to the same level that they just did against the Lobos. This is awesome. Now, again, liking a bet more than the others doesn't mean it's going to cash. But I'm on Samford first half +5 -111.
There we go. I unmuted myself perfectly, and I'm joining you on Samford +4.5. I'm getting even money on the 4.5 here. So that should make you feel good, at least there. Even money, 4.5.
Yeah, and the cash on the of course the cash on New Mexico. Like this is a spot I really, really like.
Yep. So I'm on there as well with you. Let's roll on to another interesting game here. UC Davis versus Colorado here. Colorado 15-point favorite. Good God here. Let's see where the market and everything lies here. Oh, my Lord. All right. Well, this is going to be a fun game to talk about here as well. I'm seeing UC Davis, Colorado here at BOL open up at a 16. Got to a 15.5 at 1 a.m. and eventually around 12:30 today got to a 15 here. 15.5 at Bookmaker, 15.5 at Heritage still. But there's a reason for that move. 84% of the bets and 94% of the money on UC Davis in this game. Good Lord, what do you think?
Well, I did not expect to hear that much money was on, UC Davis. I'm very, it makes me uncomfortable. Who in the world would want to back UC Davis in this situation? Well,
hopefully it's sharp money like we talked about.
So let's talk about why I'm on UC Davis here. Colorado Buffaloes have been just, first off, they didn't look very good to start the year. Montana State, they squeak by at home by 6. They need overtime to beat Eastern Washington. And then they beat Providence, so they showed out. And then they destroy Alabama State, annihilate them, 94-66. So I have a team in Colorado that's undefeated. They played all their games at home. This is at home, and they're fat and happy. They're relaxed. They're fat and happy. They feel good about themselves. UC Davis has traveled. First off, we knew that they had skill when they took out North Dakota State 80-68 to open up their season, Div 1 part of their season. They lose at Portland. That was tough, 67-63. That's their first road game. They come back. They beat Sacramento State. And then they just take out Nevada 75-71 on Tuesday. So they're on the road. They go from Nevada and they head up to Colorado to face Colorado. In the game against Nevada, they were 12.5-point underdogs and they won outright. So we could be sitting there going, well, you're buying them high. You're buying them high. And yeah, I am. And that is uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable to hear how much of the public is on them. This is all very uncomfortable. But I believe Colorado is fat and happy, feeling good about themselves. And the Aggies get a chance to go up against this is the most important game of their year so far. They get to go up against a big school and test themselves here in the Acrisure Holiday Classic campus game. So I am on them first half +9 at -110. This is a good basketball team that can stay within the number. And that is exactly what I expect them to do. Stay within the number. So I'm on the Aggies first half at +9. They've traveled. They've been traveling. They're playing good ball. And Colorado just destroyed Alabama State after beating Providence. If this was game 3 of Colorado's year and they had just barely got past Montana State and Eastern Washington and this was the number, I'd be very concerned. I wouldn't be like, oh God, they could show out. This is not a team. But then they beat Providence 97-88. That was important. It was an important win for them. At home, it was a tie. Basically, it was 39-38 at the half, and then they took over in the second half. That was basically a pick 'em. Colorado's -125 on the money line, and they showed out. And then they feel good about themselves. They destroy Alabama State. Now, who are these guys? UC Davis? I just think it's a great spot here. But I hate Yeah, wait, you check that was beauty, eh? I hate that the public's all over them, but I'm on UC Davis first half +9.
And by the way, Jimmy, 62-67 Charleston right now, 56 seconds left.
Yeah, I'm
been
watching.
A battle.
I'm watching.
It's been a battle. I'm sitting here quietly, just just straining every shot. It just hurts me right now.
It would be a nice way to start the day, man.
Yeah, I could imagine happy dad coming out of the studio room. Everyone in the house would be happy. Carter less of a dick now. Everyone's thrilled.
Carter's been great. Yeah, that's all gone. That was just with kids, they get in weird stages. He would get so angry, he'd scream and yell, and he was hitting everybody. He's cool as a cucumber now. He's cool as ice, man. No more black eyes. Like he's just a great guy, man.
I like imagining him as a little asshole still.
He's not. That's over. That time is over.
I just imagine like a little boss, but you don't know what Boss Baby is, but just
I do, unfortunately.
You're familiar.
It's a kid's show, you know.
You're familiar with Boss Baby. I'm sure you're familiar with Miss Rachel as well.
I don't know who that is. No.
Well, shout out to Miss Rachel and shout out to our last game on the board here. UCLA Bruins, the house that Lonzo Ball, Kevin Love, and Russell Westbrook built. Shout out to UCLA. Versus Presbyterian, who will only be famous in my head for the skip fumble pass that they did once upon a time and impressed the hell out of me. Jimmy, don't you worry. In Los Angeles, a city full of stuff to do. You could go to this basketball game for a mere $5 American there. Now that's a little more Canadian, but god damn it, it's enough to get into this ball game here with a 26.5 point spread. No side information or total on this game for the mighty UCLA Bruins here, but I can tell you this line opened up at 26.5. It's now down to 26 at BOL. Got up to 27 at one point as well, but come back down to 26 here.
First half info. I need the first half info if you don't mind.
Sure. First half info.
It wasn't available for me to bet. So this is the one game on a card that I haven't bet yet.
The game switched on my phone to Boston College Davidson. So did we cash? It felt like we just cashed. I think is the game already over?
No, I don't know. Your phone's acting up.
Well, that is just great to see. Bookmaker, one of the only people that providing a first half line here. I'm seeing 15, no movement. Heritage as well, 15, no movement there.
It's funny, Nate. I was on hold for MVP 3 of the most valuable primate series. And it was a huge paying gig. And I wouldn't, at the time, I was so broke. And I was in this empty apartment. Everyone had moved out. It was just me and a sleeping bag on the floor and a phone. And I wouldn't wake up until my agent called and told me that I got the gig. So, of course, I would have to get up at 2 p.m. because no phone call had come. And I did not get the part in the most valuable primate series.
We would watch the fuck out of you in Boss Baby, though.
Sure.
A little vocal acting.
So,
be nice for you.
In this spot, I feel bad for Sacramento State. I mean, UCLA had just dropped the bag at the Intuit Dome against Arizona. And what did they do? They took it out on Sacramento State. They beat them 79-48. They destroyed them. They annihilated them. Presbyterian has already shown us that they can travel. They opened the season. You know, they've played a bunch of games so far this year. This is a team traveling. These are the Blue Hose that we've been talking so highly of here from the Big South. They opened up their season with a loss at home to Navy. Then they had a cupcake, Div 3. Then they beat East Tennessee State. Then they went on this road trip. So the road trip started at Georgia State. They beat them by 2. Then they go to South Carolina. They lose by 20. Then they head to Sacramento State, and they lose 64-62. And then they head to Cal, and they play Cal tough. They lose 67-57 to Cal. they played tough. This is a team that has already become immediately to start the year battle tested. They were beating Sacramento State that entire game. They were up 8 points with 8 minutes left, and then they just fell apart. The Cal game, though, is the one that I want to talk about the most here, because it just proved that they can play against tough competition. Now, you could say that Cal's trash, whatever you want. I don't think Cal is trash this year. And they didn't even list the spread at a lot of these books for the Presbyterian Cal game. And now they get to play UCLA in a spot where UCLA got their big victory. UCLA felt it. UCLA got there. I mean, if this was the first game after the Arizona thing, I would be on UCLA to destroy Presbyterian, but they already got out all that anger. Now what's going to happen is they're going to show up to the court feeling good about themselves again, not thinking about Arizona, but thinking about how they just beat Sacramento State by 30, and then they're going to start making blue hose jokes.
Sure.
They're going to be laughing at the blue hose coming to their gym. And so I'm going to be betting Presbyterian first half as soon as I just wasn't available for me. A Presbyterian first half. I'm not going to take them full game here. I just want first half. I want UCLA to languish and not be strong early. And I don't want to give them time to figure their shit out. So I'm on the blue hose first half. Jose Bouquett.
Are the female teams on Presbyterian, are they the lady hose?
Yes, they are.
Respect.
Yeah.
Respect. I bet you when they walk in, they're like, man, which one of these hoes you fucking?
Oh, that's the same jokes the guys are going to be dropping.
Yeah, I want number 26.
I also just want to leave a couple of I wanted to study UC Riverside and Pepperdine longer. So I'm going to do that as soon as we're off here. UC Riverside and Pepperdine, I'm going to study longer. Those are two different games. I'm interested in UC Riverside. I'm interested in Pepperdine. I just want to study them longer. And they were question marks. I was cutting all the question marks. Alabama State was the last cut, and that got to the window. So that is our official breakdowns for today. We are so close, Jose. We are so close here. It's going down to the wire.
Yeah, I've been now watching on Gamecast.
Ugh,
not
who has the ball?
Charleston has the ball. I think.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but it's moving. You can't always trust this here. I need so they're going to get fouled right away. We have 18 seconds left.
Yeah, I don't like playing the foul shot game, but here we are.
Yeah, here we are. Here we are. Thank you guys for rocking with us. Jose, I'm glad that you're not at the studio. I don't feel quite as bad when I keep you for 5.5 hours. But thank you for fighting the good fight, my man. We did pay for the 3 here in this Charleston game, and now I'm thankful for that.
Yeah,
very, very thankful for that. We do have birthday picks. Shout out to our guy Todd Clinton, and shout out to Viper. Happy birthday, Viper. Let's go to best bet on the board here, Jose. What is your best bet on the board?
It's a great question. I wish I could say it was the College of Charleston here. But my only other bet in the game is the first half of the mighty Stanford Bulldogs plus 4.5 here for me.
Well, I think that the books are telling us. Oh, and birthday pick from Wine Time Sports is the Heat money line. Okay, if we do that, if we do a birthday parlay, because I was going to say the best bet on the board, I think, is the Buffalo Sabres -1. But if we're going to do a basketball parlay, it would, or with friends and family parlay, it'd be Jose Sanford first half plus 4.5 or 5. I would pay for the 5 if you can. Then it would be Miami Heat from Wine Time. And for me, it would be Buffalo Sabres money line. Well, we got one, Jose.
The one free throw? Okay.
Yeah!
We did.
2 seconds left on the clock all of a sudden. Now 4 seconds. God, you just can't trust these double zeros, triple zeros. Oh my God. It just said missed shot, 0 seconds left, and then 2 seconds left, and then 4 seconds left. So if they say foul, no, Charleston's timeout. That means we got the rebound and called timeout. I think. Are you watching it?
I'm not watching. I'm just watching the game cast.
Okay.
And I have Massachusetts offensive rebound, Charleston timeout. So I don't know. I'm
Oh no. Is anybody watching this?
so yeah, I got kicked off for whatever reason here.
Okay. Huh. All right. We got to put a bow on the proceedings. Let's review all action and thank you guys for rocking with us. It's been a long one. I've got to get bets in. A sap. Which one is my first? Oh no, I bet all those college basketball games. Thank God. I was like, where did I bet those? No, we're in absolute business here. We do have whiskey battling back for you. Those of you who are on whiskey. I mean, that's not a ticket to rip up.
What was your friends and family leg again for the NHL?
Buffalo Sabres money line. If it's a friends and family parlay, Buffalo Sabres money line.
All right, thank you very much.
Let's see what they're telling us here. So they are, come on, 3 seconds left, 4 seconds left. Must be 3 something. Please don't tell me they got the rebound. Because, okay. We have, oh, you're right. Offensive rebound. Okay. Oh.
Fucking God.
Okay. Now, Jose. Now it says 0 seconds. Event ended. Cash it, Jose. 4-0 to start the day, baby.
4-0. My last 4 Jimmy the Bag bets as well.
No, it's not Stanford. Sorry, guys. It's Samford.
Big difference.
But crucial. Fucking crucial.
Crucial difference.
Crucial. 4-0, boys. That's how we started the day. Oh, and Justin McKelvey's Warriors team total over 122.5. That's how we started today's show.
That's friends and family, the Warriors one?
Yeah, Warriors team total over.
Okay, we're going to have to go over this one more time. Fuck.
That's how we started the show today. We started, and we could do it only because in the building started later than usual. And so we changed the schedule around, and we gave you Tulane first half +6, Butler -3.5, -111, Charleston -3 at -121, and BYU first half -2.5, -112. Cash, and cash. Fuck yeah.
Shout out to in the building.
God, that feels good, man. But it is a problem. Because I'm going to have to dedicate time to it. And I don't have the time, Jose. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. Jim DeWigger says his 4-leg NHL parlay, all 4 games over 5.5 in regulation. Nice. Charleston got his Tulane money back. Yeah, I really think that these situational spots should all be first half bets, honestly. Because we're betting based on situation, not who's the best basketball team. In that case, I think we want to cut it down as much as possible. But I'm glad that you got that back, Justin, my man. Let's go, Nasty Nate. Let's go. Let's get this weekend started right. Let's do a review of all action. And we got to put a ball on this because I got to eat something and I got to bet. Stacks play today. Number 1, Cincinnati +8.5 in college basketball. Number 2, Golden State Warriors team total over 122.5. The strategic investments Chapidora play today is Missouri +7.5. Pig milk play. Okay, the pig milk play today for UFC. Denzel Freeman, Miktabek Oralbai, and Ian Gary. We have Taint, friends, Taint. And this was a bet that I looked at and almost moved on. I just thought the line, I didn't know if it officially made sense to me, and that's why I didn't include it. But it is Iona +11.5. He's with me here as well on Oakland money line and UC Davis full game while I'm on the first half. But shout out to the Taint play of the day. Taint play today, Iona, the Gales. Peanut is on the Blackhawks and the team total over for the Blackhawks. I am against them on that one. Flank steak play of the day is the Pacers. The Pacers. Kent Davies on Wild first period and Bruins -1. I think the Bruins are a must bet, but I hope the lines come back a little bit. It makes me, if it's moved 30 or 40 cents against me, I'm not going to be comfortable. Gorky is on Hawaii. He's on the Winnipeg Jets and Bayern Munich. Then we have, here we go, the college basketball action, which we're 4-0 to start today. We'll get into that. I've got to add these NHL bets. I haven't bet them yet. Sabres -1 and the under 6.5. I might move on the Penguins, and I really want to bet the Bruins, even though this is the market scaring me. I would rather them be not nearly as big of a dog, and it's important. Ron Crawford, NHL play of the day is Chicago Blackhawks. NBA play of the day is the Phoenix Suns, and in college football, it is NC State. If you're listening on headphones, you want to turn it down a little bit. Ron Crawford spreadsheet play of the day, NC State in college football. Ron Crawford. Debbie Cab. Oh, that game is already gone here, so we'll let that one go. Then in NBA, Justin McKelvey on the Cavs team total over 126.5. I've got to get my action. I'm still interested in the Celtics, possibly the Raptors. I got to figure out if both Bagley and Sarr are out. Then Justin's on the over 249.5 in Miami, Chicago Bulls. He's on Giddy triple-double plus 254. Wine Time's on the Heat, first half team total over 64, and the Heat money line. Shout out to Viper NB celebrating his birthday today, our guy Vipe OG. Also, shout out to Kong's Clip son, Benny, celebrating his 17th birthday. Free bands play of the day from Dougie Wise, Dallas Mavericks -4. Justin's on Julius Randle, PRA over 37.5. And I moved on to Wolves -4 with Wine Time. That's the only bet I've made. I'm still interested in the Nuggets. I don't think that line makes sense. Justin's on the over 235.5 in Denver, Houston, and Jokic triple-double. He's on the over 232.5 in Oklahoma City, Utah Jazz, and he's on the Warriors team total over 122.5 and the Warriors -7.5. And I did have some interest in the Blazers, but I certainly did not want it to move heavier in the Warriors direction, which it has. Then Wine Time's on Baylor +7, Iowa -16.5, Wisconsin +9, Cincinnati +3, UCLA +10.5. That is our show for today. For the night action, Oakland -2.5, Coastal Carolina -3, Pennsylvania +4.5, Sanford first half +5, UC Davis first half +9. I'm going to be moving on Presbyterian. I'm going to spend a little more time on Riverside and Pepperdine. But that is our show for today. Jose, your action left on the board is what?
Just the Sam Ford +4.5, and then I put in friends and family. I couldn't put your leg in, Justin, but I have the 3 legs of the first half, Miami, Buffalo Sabres.
You are in business. And yes, Jose, how much time would it take you to set up the race?
It'd take me about 5-10 minutes here.
5-10 minutes. I should have asked that earlier. It's my fault. How about this? How about we race twice next week? We'll do 2 merch races next week to make up for it. Sorry about that, Peanut, but we'll make up for it. That's my fault. I should have had that planned out. We should have had that planned out. So we'll do 2 races next week for merch prizes. Also, most importantly, Pubapalooza dates are set. Sweet 16 and Elite 8. Let's go out there and get that cash. Let's go out there and get that cash. Jose Bouquett, thank you for your extremely hard work. Thank you for all of you in the chat. Justin McKelvey, Old E, 40 Kid. Thank you to those cappers that rocked with us on screen as well. Justin, of course, Wine Time Sports, the Gorkle, and Jose Bouquett. Ronnie Lofton, Action Jackson, Peanut, Jim Dewigger, Nasty Nate, Coin, Saturated in the house. Yeah, man. So, you're right, Saturated. We did talk about the Illini as well. We did talk a lot about the Illini as well. Thank you to all of you guys. Wager Detective, Jose Perez. So many of you guys have been with us the whole time. Todd Clinton, Morgan Spooner. Spooner, my dad does not care about the markets. He's an X's and O's guy, and that's why I rarely send in his action. Do what you want to do good. Thank you. BJ in the house. Remember, BJ's best bet was, how was it? Pitt in college football. Thank you guys so much. Truly, we have nothing without you. My dude, thank you. Good. Thank you. Agent Parlay, Kyle Fields, Andrew G, Troy Torrance, Kevin Garrett. Thank you guys so much, man. Means so much. So let's go get it. Thank you, Floyd. Thank you, Guillermo Izertucci, my man. Eli and I cashed on Butler together. G, we'll be doing a lot more of that cashing together at Pubapalooza. Thank you, guys. Jose, thank you for your hard work. Could you please, first off, have a wonderful weekend. Please send Helga our love. And if you could bless our action and send us into the future.
Yes, let's have a day here, ladies and germs. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to you, Justin, Guillermo, the whole Zertucci clan, Peanut, all you guys. Join the Discord, become a member. It's a whole lot of fun. You get to see a lot of action from all our cappers. Pete Loshak drops his random soccer.
A lot more lately, too, because he's winning. And he's throwing a lot of them in there. I love it.
Yeah, so get in there. You need that stuff from old Peter Loshak and everyone else on the channel here. So shout out to you guys. Let's go make some money today.
4-0 start
Go
to the
make
day.
some money. Let's make it 10-0 here today. Let's do it. And let's leche. Hello, smoke bakers.